Good morning and welcome to the City Council regular meeting on September 18th, 2024. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barton.
Here.
Councilmember Chrisman.
Here.
Councilmember Kramer.
Here.
Councilmember Penniman.
Here.
Councilmember Petronov.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hutchison.
Here.
Mayor Heitman.
Here. Thank you. Today we are happy to have Pastor David Wildman from Grow Church for the invocation. He'll come forward and thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with open hearts and gratitude for this opportunity to gather as a community in the Naples City Council meeting today. Thank you for your presence and guidance as we seek to serve the people of this beautiful city. Lord, I lift up each of the leaders in this room, the mayor, council members, city officials, and all who have been entrusted with the responsibility of guiding the city of Naples. We ask for your blessings upon their lives, their families, and their work. Grant them the clarity of mind, courage of heart, and the wisdom needed to make the decisions that honor you and benefit all who call Naples home. As Proverbs 3 reminds us, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not unto your own understanding, and in all your ways submit to him, and he will make your path straight. May this truth guide the choices and actions today. As we embark on the discussions and decisions of today, help us to approach the task with humility, grace, and a spirit of collaboration. May we always be mindful of the common good and our calling to serve with integrity and compassion. May your love and truth be reflected in all we do, and may we strive to build a community that honors you in every way. And we ask this in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Boudouchoir, setting the agenda.
Morning, Mayor, council members, guests. A few announcements this morning. Just a reminder that we have a 5:05 public hearing this afternoon for the second and final hearing on the FY25 budget. Today's agenda doesn't look very long, but we have a couple of items that should be pretty robust discussions. On your desk, the mayor and I set some timing goals for us to try and get through today's agenda to ensure we have a short break before we reconvene at 5:05. A couple of agenda-related items. Please note that item 7B, you received an email yesterday with a substitution resolution. I didn't mean to rhyme on purpose, but we have copies of that in the back, and you have copies today. A clerical error, uploaded wrong document, and I just wanted to point that out to you, that you will be approving the updated document provided to you. A couple of other items. Item 12A, which is an old business item. This is the review of the draft design review handbook. The mayor has agreed to hear this item immediately after our lunch break. We do have a time certain, as a reminder, item 13J. Item 13J is a time certain executive session at 12:30. So upon returning to chambers, we will go into item 12A. A couple of other items. I can't read my own handwriting here. Wow. Oh. Public communications. You all have received over the last week since we published today's agenda a variety of communications via email and letters concerning the two land use items, item 11A and 11B. Most of the communications that you've received are related to item 11B, and this is the temporary tent for the Port Royal Club. You also received some communications regarding item 11A, which is the Encore project. I think in keeping with past practice, Mr. McConnell will advise if you wish to include those communications in the record of today's meeting. You'll take an action when we get to those items at that point in time. With that, that is all I have, Mayor, and no changes to the agenda.
Okay, thank you, council. Or any changes, questions? No?
I make a motion to set the agenda as provided.
I have a motion to set the agenda by Councilmember Chrisman. Second. A second by Councilmember Petrinoff. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, council. And if you'd like to speak in public comment, under item 5, you can fill out the registration forms in the back, and please give them to the clerk. With that, announcements and presentations, we have none.
No, ma'am.
So we'll go directly to item 5. My first public speaker is Sophia Uristud. Thank you. And if you'll come to the podium and state your name for the record, please.
All right, my name is Sophia Christodoulou. And give me 1 second. All right. Whenever everyone's ready.
Morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Sophia Christodoulou, and I'm a stakeholder of 34117. I'm here to communication of the harm of sodium monofluoride phosphorate for my health that has been added to the municipal city water of City of Naples. I've experienced chronic headaches since I've moved here and since I've come to Naples. Even though we have eliminated it from certain areas, it's not eliminated here in the very city where many people here come to dine and drink water here as well. This is a major issue, and I'll be bringing up a few exact reasons and a few citations here as to why it's such a big problem. Many people actually, those who are seizure prone can in fact cause seizures to them. It's also violating our informed consent because I guarantee you that most people do not realize that fluoride is being in their water. Many people don't realize this, and it's a major problem. Those who might have issues for it might have seizures. It is a problem that needs to be solved today. High fluoride levels can also disrupt collagen synthesis, affecting the strength and flexibility of connective tissues, bones, and teeth. Neurological problems. Fluoride not only affects bone and teeth, but it also impacts young children in the development of the brain. Exposure to fluoride before birth could lead to poorer cognitive outcomes in the future. Fluoride is not only that, but it's a neurotoxin, a toxic compound that specifically targets and affects neurons, causing neurological disorders and impairments. Studies show that fluoride can cross the blood-brain barrier and accumulate in the brain, leading to neurotoxic effects and impacting cognitive function, even causing IQ loss. Fluoride accumulates in the pineal gland, which produces melatonin, a hormone that is responsible for establishing sleep patterns. Some experts suggest that fluoride's effect on the pineal gland reduces the amount of melatonin produced, affecting a person's sleep. If this is not a reason enough to eliminate this harmful chemical from our water, I don't know what else is. Fluoride is supposed to be a topical ingredient only. We are not supposed to be ingesting this neurotoxin whatsoever. It is harmful to you and I, and it is harmful to the children of Naples. For these reasons, please remove fluoride from our drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alexander Hill.
Good morning, City Council and Madam. I come to you this morning to request clean water in our city, free from chemicals like fluoride. I have a family of myself, my husband, and 5 children. We eat organic, local, and we are extremely physically active family. My children and I have never had cavities in our life, which is very rare to have that many children never have cavities. My husband has not had any since being married to me. We have refused fluoride at the dentist, our dentist Dr. Mayeb off of Mockley, and we also do not use fluoride in our toothpaste. We also purchase water, drinking water from Green Mountain Valley. But we do bathe, shower in the water, which is our largest organ in our body, and we cook with the water for our large family. When my children bathe in the water, it's a yellow color. It smells off and contains this invisible chemical. My children and I have a thing called fluorosis on our teeth. Fluorosis is a condition that has resulted in either white or brown speckles on your teeth. It's caused by an overexposure to fluoride. Living here in Naples, 34102. For 4 years, I have visited also coming here my entire life, as my grandparents have lived here since the 70s in Lely, and my uncle and aunt in Bayshore. Our local dentist has explained to me that fluorosis is caused by overfluorinating. But how can this be possible when I refuse all forms added to fluoride in my daily life? I'm here to request the removal immediately of fluoride from my water, as it's also negatively affecting my eldest daughter. My oldest daughter is beautiful and has acne all over her skin and back. And you might say, well, that's a teenager. But when she visits her family in Missouri and family in North Carolina, who are both on well water, her skin clears up in less than 3 days. This is not a coincidence, and when she comes back, her acne starts back up. This is one of the symptoms of fluorinated water. Please protect my family, as this can continue to have and cause long-term damage, and we are already seeing minor effects of fluorosis and acne after doing all the things to remain a strong and healthy family. I am seeing outward signs of an inward physical problem in my children, and with a preventable change. It has been done in county, and as a Naples City resident, I would like to request to remove this toxin from the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Pittsy, who's ceding her time, and Anna Christopher, who is also ceding her time. Our next public speaker is Dr. Richard Schroeder. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. For the record, my name is Richard Schroeder. I'm a retired physician, trained at Baylor College of Medicine, and I'm board certified in obstetrics and gynecology with about 50 years of clinical and healthcare leadership experience, including that of president and CEO of a large physician-owned medical group in Minnesota in the 80s and 90s. And even though things seem pretty quiet right now, I'm going to explain why I believe we need a healthcare resolution, healthcare freedom resolution and ordinance similar to what the county has. When the opening shots of fear were fired via the COVID pandemic in early 2020, we saw among ourselves intense disorientation, demoralization, and emotional paralysis. These effects were specially designed to weaken our resistance to a society that could be more easily controlled by those that seek world domination. Viruses, a word which means poison in ancient Greek, have never been isolated as a cause of disease the same way that bacteria, protozoa, and other microorganisms have. They can only be created and recreated by computer-generated genetic sequencing, and as such, are particularly helpful in fear and compliance promotion. The control vehicles of the fear are the various politically captured agencies with familiar names that we all got used to: WHO, FDA, CDC, NIH, HHS, and they are all working in coordination with and under the indirect control of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, of the Eugenics-Oriented Gates Foundation, and CEPI, CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, a global partnership working to accelerate the development of vaccines. And although currently the powers that be seem to be struggling to decide which microorganism might be best for the next operation, they have given us trial balloons with the return of COVID, avian flu, Mpox, West Nile and Eastern equine encephalitis viruses, and others. I'm just going to use avian flu to illustrate a pandemic that's already in the box and ready to go, although some of the others are pandemic ready as well. And the steps they use and have used are the following. First, advanced planning has already begun, similar to the 2019 Event 2021, or Event 201, that preceded the COVID release in late 2020. Avian flu pandemic preparations began way back in 2006 with the Harvard School of Public Health tabletop exercise number 1, where familiar tactics are seen. Message control, school and business closures, government participation, diagnosis using the famously inaccurate PCR test, drug distribution networks, and so on. The agenda for the upcoming International Bird Flu Summit, October 2nd to 4th, prominently features something called Countering Mis- and Disinformation Using Digital Platforms and Social Media Channels. In other words, censorship. And of course, the delivery of the latest vaccine and antiviral medications at taxpayer expense. And by the way, all references for all of these are cited. I sent them to you all by email. You should have them, and they're very interesting reads. And I know they're heavy, but they're mostly government documents. Secondly, a human mRNA vaccine has already been developed for bird flu. Remember, there's been only one case of human bird flu documented, at least that I'm aware of. And this occurred via a $176 million grant to Moderna by HHS. Initially, this will be to protect farm workers, but you can imagine the rest if more than the current one human case is documented. Thirdly, current procedural terminology codes, that's the CPT codes. These are the codes that are used for billing purposes by medical professionals. These have already been modified to include diagnosis and treatments related to the avian flu. So they must be anticipating human avian flu. Fourthly, the Department of Health and Human Services on July 23rd, 2024, extended the emergency use authorization to protect all government agencies and healthcare providers from liability as long as they abide by the dictates of the WHO and the CDC on the pandemic. And they might include lockdowns, injurious or deadly hospital protocols, refusal of early treatment, business closures, whatever they rule, similar to what we saw before, or they may be something else entirely. But all that is left is for the WHO to declare a state of emergency for the next worldwide pandemic to be triggered. Now, the federal and state, and even the state government may play along, and my contention is that we need some sort of rational autonomy at the local level to deal with things that involve us locally, should anything like this unfortunately happen again. Finally, and perhaps most sinisterly, gain-of-function studies continue to modify, meaning to enhance, the virulence of the avian flu, and of course, other pandemic-ready viruses for its bioweapon effect. This has been occurring since 2006, and as documented under the CDC publication, Dual-Use Research and Concern and Bird Flu. I submit to you that we need the Health Freedom Ordinance and Resolution, or something very similar, to help make people aware of their rights and to develop an interest in seeking information such as I have presented today. We need to protect our own destinies. Everyone out there who poses as our authorities and guardians are not necessarily our friends and may be acting completely in their own self-interest or for other more diabolical reasons. Thank you so much.
Dr. Schroeder, if I could just ask you.
Certainly.
Thank you. Did the county adopt the health care freedom by resolution, or how?
They adopted both a resolution, a non-binding resolution, but also an ordinance, which basically followed state statutes that are already in place. So there was nothing dramatically different about the rights we have. It just made sure we knew about them at the local level, and that the rights protecting individual autonomy and healthcare decisions, informed consent, and so forth, were actually being done at the local level. It helps with that.
Great.
So.
Thank you for that. Our next speaker is Charles Work. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Charles Work. I am the Democrat candidate for the Florida State House of Representatives, District 81. I was a lifelong Republican. I held presidential appointments in the Nixon, Ford, and Reagan administrations. I'm a lawyer. I'm a former prosecutor. I've worked in government at both the local and the federal level. My wife, Veronica Haggart, and I left the Republican Party after the insurrection on January 6th. We have been full-time residents of Collier County since 2019. I am a moderate. I reject extremism at both sides of the aisle. I believe in the legislative process and that it should avoid culture wars and instead be guided by facts, truth, and willingness to find solutions to all of our problems. If elected, I will work to restore home rule to Florida. I will champion environmental causes, water quality, and even water availability. I will support efforts to reform our insurance markets to help the consumers as well as the insurance companies. I will work to restore women's reproductive rights. To find out more about me, you can go to workfor81.com. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your willingness to serve. Our next speaker is Scott Kiley, followed by Ashley Jenkins.
Good morning, City Councilors. My name is Scott Kiley. I am the Associate Director with the non-for-profit Stand for Health Freedom. I'm also a resident of Collier County with a home in Marco Island and in Naples. Now, it has been more than 4 years since the COVID pandemic. Are we better off? Are we better prepared to protect our citizens? Let's review some published factual data that I have for each of you. So Pfizer and the FDA attempted to hide the COVID vaccine trial data for 75 years. And I can tell you they were not hiding good news. Heart issues, clotting, strokes, issues of sterility, all listed as adverse events and known prior to the rollout. These injuries are now exploding across the globe. Something is gravely wrong. In his January 3rd email from this year, our own Surgeon General Ladapo writes the COVID mRNA injections are not fit for human consumption. He calls for an immediate halt, citing cancer-causing DNA mutating contaminants. On September 12th, official guidance from Dr. Ladapo recommends against COVID boosters, citing countless adverse events, including negative efficacy. This means the more injections you take, the more likely you are to get COVID. Our own Department of Health Collier website recommends mothers get their 6-month-old babies injected with the experimental COVID injection. This is truly demonic. Our children are counting on us to act. Informed consent today is not provided due to the convenience of blanket liability protection, while doctors and nurses who dare to speak out are threatened with termination and loss of license. Counselors, we can no longer stand by and do nothing without being complicit. Now, in Collier County and in Marco Island, we stood tall and we brought change. We passed a health freedom resolution and a health freedom Bill of Rights ordinance. We also removed fluoride from the county water as it was deemed a medical treatment being administered by county personnel without informed consent. I'm here to promote the passage of these health freedom measures in the city of Naples, and I'm asking for your help. We owe this to our children. Informed consent is a God-given right. Doctors must always practice their oath to first do no harm. You have the evidence. I'll continue to reach out to each of you as we formulate our next steps to protect our mothers, our children, and our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ashley Jenkins, followed by Wendy Aston, followed by Anna Pereira. Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Mayor and City Council, for the record, my name is Ashley Jenkins, stakeholder, Naples City. I'm here to bring awareness to the EPA lawsuit that has been going on for the past few years regarding completely removing sodium monofluoride phosphate from all public water as an allowable substance in any permissible form. Water fluoridation proponents have attacked and obstructed fluoride research for decades as it is beneficial to their bottom line in causing fluorosis of the teeth and further harm to the human body. Many pass the buck to the regulations set by the EPA or accolades given by the CDC of how this is positive for human health. Neither of these entities have the right to set policy, as the Chevron deference just overturned by the Supreme Court denoted. Nowhere in research studies is fluoride encouraged to be ingested. This is under Oxford's dictionary defined as swallowed or absorbed. In April 2022, the NPT group was ready to publish its findings. Dental organizations obtained internal drafts of the report, and they then began to lobby federal officials, according to the documents obtained via public record requests by advocates opposing to water fluoridation. Officials from other agencies, including the Food and Drug Administration and the Centers for Disease and Control and Prevention, registered concerns. The report was soon tracked into yet another round of review, blindsiding scientists who thought it was a done deal. My point, though, is that the EPA is just another corporation proposing guidelines which do not protect liability for poisoning the public with a known neurotoxin, which is a violation of Florida State Statute 859.01. To put the neurotoxin into water, lobbyists in large corporations who did not want violations and fines devised an attractive plan to sell this to the public and work to take over the board of the EPA. Our council is no different. Each time our board seats change, special interest groups in our area seek candidates to represent their own agendas. Zero of us in this city is a stranger to this phenomenon. So passing the buck to someone that is not a federal office, which has zero true jurisdiction over anything more than chemical spills, is to the city of Naples' peril. I request a cease and desist of sodium monofluoride phosphate in the city of Naples public water immediately, as this poses a significant harm to my bones as a woman who lives in this area, not to mention my teeth, my cognitive abilities, and those things are very expensive. And I would like to, as someone who believes in good fiduciary standing of this city, prevent anything like that, because it is a very grave concern. I have put myself out here to come to each of you to speak with you on a one-on-one basis to equip you with this information. You do have my email, and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Just so you know, Ms. Jenkins, after your last presentation here, or speaking in public comment, we do have an up-and-coming water workshop, and we'll be discussing what's in our water at that time. So
I really appreciate each of you for being good stewards of our area and great fiduciaries. Thank you.
thank you. Next speaker is Wendy Aston, followed by Anna Pereiro. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Wendy Aston. I am a stakeholder of zip code 34117, and I frequent the nearby area 34101 5 to 6 days a week. I'm here to make you aware of the harm that sodium monofluoride phosphate is causing to my health and that of my children, since it's being added to the municipal city water of the city of Naples. This is harming me. I have thyroid issues. I'm experiencing autoimmune issues. My children and myself, we have a condition, it's a gene mutation called MTHFR. That means that our body is at a higher risk of cancer and other health problems when we are exposed to toxins. So we are being harmed by coming to the city of Naples and using facilities. I'm especially concerned about my children's health, and especially infertility, because that is my specialty. I'm a fertility coach and hypnotherapist. And infertility is also a side effect of this chemical, fluoride. Many people have friends or relatives that suffer infertility or frequent miscarriages. Fluoride can cause this, and many are not aware of this. One of the first things that I ask my clients who suffer infertility or my clients who are pregnant is, what kind of water are they drinking? Is it fluoridated water? And if it is, I urge them to stop for those health issues that can arise. My family and I frequent a local dance studio 5 days a week. We go to the beach often. We frequent other businesses. We wash our hands. We swim in the water, splash water on our faces. The city of Naples is poisoning us. By ingesting it, it's poisoning us. By washing our hands, because the skin is the largest organ in the body. So by simply washing our hands at a restaurant or at the dance studio, that is causing harm to us. Fluoride causes lower IQ, skin issues, brain fog, chronic headaches, neurological harm, arthritis, cardiovascular issues. This is a violation of Florida Statute 85901, poisoning of food and water. So we are being poisoned without knowing it. Our bodies are toxic because of this fluoride being put in our water that we did not consent to. I have never provided consent to have a neurotoxin in my water, nor my children. I'm ordering the city of Naples to remove this substance. The EPA is also being sued for this neurotoxin being permitted in the water. That should say something. The CDC has changed developmental goals, lowering them drastically due to fluoride neurotoxicity in infants. That's major. We are not supposed to touch or drink neurotoxins, which is what fluoride is, no matter the amount. Any amount is toxic to all of us. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jay Colhagen. Morning.
Jay Colhagen, stakeholder, District 4, 34112. I'm here to support Ashley Jenkins and Commissioner Dan Kowal on the fluoride removal and everybody else. That's her.
Sir, could you back away from the microphone just a little bit? Thank you.
Oh, wow, okay. All right. Hey, removing this fluoride is nothing new. I mean, back in 2010, you know, a lot of communities got rid of it because of people were being medicated against their will. And they don't want government to play a role in their dental needs. As a government board, you have the you got the power to stop putting these fluoride into the water. I mean, this sodium fluoride, it's got a skull and crossbones on it. This is poison. I mean, you know what this is good for? For pesticides, killing bugs. I mean, like I said, the only additive that we can remove this, and it's the only additive we can remove that would make it safe for baby formula and safe to drink. You can take that out tomorrow, man. You're not going to hurt anybody. Okay, back in 1987, you guys put, or not you guys, but the city put this fluoride into the water, and then I think I had a birth defect because of it. My wife, we had our baby, and she had some heart trouble. And then 1989, we had another birth defect, which still would be with me if he was still with us. But what I'm saying is, it definitely affects the babies. And my wife also she had cataracts. She had 2 times she had to go in to get cataracts removed. I think that has a lot to do with it. Also, you know that old whistleblower Ralph Nader? You know, you might be, you know, you probably remember him. He was a big advocate on okay, wait, I gotta wrap this up quick. He was an advocate, and also JFK Jr., he's got a lot to say about it, and recently the CDC has changed their tune too on the IQ for children. I can't wait to go at it with the Dental Association when they come up here, man. I tell you what, man, there's something else with their little slideshow. Just to wrap this up here, we got to give our children a fighting chance. You know, there's stuff in the air, stuff in the food. There's the RF radiation with the 5G. We could at least get the poison out of the water, you know, so they can have a productive, fruitful life. Also, it's very toxic for dogs. If you have dogs, and I guess cats too, I'm not really big on them, but it's really bad. They get cataracts, they get cancers, they die pretty quick. So just to really wrap this up, have a heart, and let's get this on the agenda. If not for the kids' sake, hey, for the dogs. Just remember, the side effects outweigh the benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rob Stoneburner. Morning.
Good morning. Excuse me, great morning, correct? Great morning it's supposed to be. So, full disclosure, I graduated with Vern Barton. Please don't hold that against him. I can assure you his grade point average was much higher than mine. I'm not here today. My name is Rob Stoneburner. Many of you know me as a tax collector. I'm not here as a tax collector. I'm here as a Rotarian today, member of the Naples North Rotary Club, who puts on the greatest craft beer fest in all of Collier County, the Naples Craft Beer Fest. I owe you guys, this board, a follow-up to our last event. I just read in there that we're supposed to do something in 60 days, and I've thrown myself on the mercy of the board that you don't hold me to that because it's been quite longer than 60 days. But financials, and I can tell you that this is the first year that we have ever netted 6 figures. The Beer Fest, with thanks to this board, as well as all of our sponsors, our members of our Rotary Club and whatnot, the Naples North Rotary Club Foundation, which is a 501c3, netted over $112,000 for charity. That brings our total since 2012, thanks to the City Council approving this year after year, if you get what I'm saying. We have raised over $800,000 for charity. I know we're not the Winter Wine Festival. It's a drop in the bucket compared to that, but hey, it's a start. And with that said, we will be back in front of this council maybe in the next couple months, 2 to 3 months, for the 2025 Naples Craft Beer Fest. Quick plug, March 1st. There's 123 tickets left. We sold over 1,000 tickets the first week after this last fest. So it's an event, and we continue to keep it low key. We thank the city fire and police for their help every year, and we look forward to doing this many years to come. This will be the 14th coming up. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for all you do and your enthusiasm. Our next speaker is Gary Cooper. Good morning.
Good morning, City Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Coincidentally, I'm also representing the Rotary Club, but the Rotary Club of Naples, a different branch. But today I'm here to talk about the potential continuation of the program that has been started. I've been asked to advocate for this going forward for this year, school year. The Naples Junior City Council, which has been in existence and has been supported by you people. It's an opportunity for, I guess, some students to maybe get a feel for civics and get a feel for what happens in city government, local government, and participation and interest for the general good. So there's been a little bit of a kind of a gap here because the teacher that was involved in running the program at Naples High School has retired. So there's work being done with the school superintendent. And of course, it has to do specifically with Naples High School because they're the only ones that could be Naples Junior City Council, obviously. Maybe another program could be initiated with the county, picking from the other high schools, but this is peculiar to Naples City High School. So that's what I was bringing up today for the, I guess, the general awareness, and that we would like to continue the program and support it, and would appreciate your looking at it again, possibly to start it in October. But they do have to get another teacher representative from that end. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our youth council was very active and very successful, so thank you for taking on that as an interest for you. Thank you.
Appreciate your help.
Yeah. No.
Gary, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What do you need from us? What do you need from us?
Well, apparently, as a Rotary member, Terry Hutchison was previously involved in this, and I'm a relatively new member of the Rotary Club, but they've asked me to participate in the program and to advocate for it. So I was told that all city council would need to be aware of this and publicly, you know, as of, I guess, Sunshine and everything else that is involved, so that they, you know, would all be on the same page.
Thank you. I know Mr. Bouchard mentioned something about a possible liaison, so.
Sure, yeah, so.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Breaking news, but not breaking news, but I think for the benefit of Rotarians that support the Youth Council. The Youth Council is happening. In fact, staff and I had a meeting with their director of clubs and activities, and there is a teacher who has been assigned. I've actually met with the chairman or chairwoman or president, the young lady who will lead the group as a student this year, and members of our team, and they're very excited. In fact, we brainstormed a little bit about how their experiences can expand to include more immersive experiences in the legislative process. I am working on a summary and a report to you all to bring you up to speed. This is just all happening right now. We're very excited about it. You have in your budget, our budget this year, the continuation of a $5,000 stipend to support this group. In fact, the group is very interested in helping the city with our home rule initiatives, and maybe even interested in a trip to Tallahassee during the upcoming session. So I just want to give you kind of a little flavor of what they're excited about and some new ideas, including coming to give you all a report in this public session or this public setting from time to time during the school year. So lots of exciting things happening, and we'll be in touch with you all and also with the Rotary here very soon.
Thank you.
And just for timing on that, Club Rush was a week ago yet, was today, a week ago today. So it's not like we're behind on this, okay?
Got it. Thank you. Okay. I do not have any further public comments for 5.
I believe Anna is here.
Oh, she's here? Okay, so I have Anna Pereiro. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Well, my name is Ana Ballero, and I am a stakeholder of 34102. And I am here to communicate the harm of sodium monofluoride phosphate to my health and all of you, that it's been added to the municipal city water, City of Naples. I have been experiencing brain fog, liver and kidney issues, skin complications, autoimmune condition, and thyroid and hormone issues. I genuinely think that there is big forces trying to take advantage of all of us, and it's really gonna take all of us to do the right thing, to make this thing right. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay,
Madam Mayor, a quick question for Jay.
Yeah.
Is it possible that we can get a copy of the Health Freedom Resolution and ordinance that was adopted by the county, and also the fluoride resolution and/or ordinance that was adopted by the county? Can we get copies of that disseminated to all of us so we can see what they did?
Yep, absolutely.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that
Mayor?
concludes, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I'd like to go, once you're finished with this, I'd like to go back to announcements. I do have one quick announcement.
Okay,
that I'd
so
like to
that
make.
ends public
Mayor,
com.
I was just told that there may be 2 more public items that may have been added. They might be with the other.
On 5? Do you have names?
Not on this.
I checked 11B.
Anybody wants to speak?
If you haven't, thank you.
Good morning, City Council and Mayor. Sorry, I put my name in last. My name is Patrick Hill, and I live here in Royal Harbor, and I also work here as well. I'm also representing a few of my clients who are in the Port Royal, Aqua Lane area. I work in commercial and residential real estate, and I just want to highlight a few things. We've been really blessed that Naples has been labeled in May of this year as the top spot in the U.S. to move to. So it's a big promotion, and it's great. You know, it's kind of comes with a burden that the nation is looking at us as far as, you know, how can we be more like Naples? And I would just like to encourage that. I don't have all the scientific information, but I do think that it's wise. You know, we are a very healthy city. We have one of the lowest smoking, you know, here and for health. And I just think it's great to hear that you're going to be putting a water committee together to do that. So just want to thank you. Have a good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hill, for being here. Madam Clerk, did you receive? Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Stavrula Stacy Kostoulis. I live with my husband and 2 young children, ages 7 and 4, in the 34109 zip code. I'm here to communicate my great concerns in the harmful effects caused by the consumption of sodium monofluoride phosphate that is found present in the municipal city water of the city of Naples. I dine downtown with my children and husband. It is important to me that our water in the city of Naples is safe for my family, all residents, and visitors, so we can enjoy the most beautiful restaurants in the downtown area. My family and I live in an area of Naples which has county water. Since the county has removed fluoride from our drinking water and bathing water, I am at ease knowing my family is not being constantly exposed to the very harmful effects caused by the consumption and exposure to fluoride. I want and pray for fluoride-free water for all my friends who live in the city area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Now that concludes item 5. And Mr. Budeshwar, we'll go back up to announcements and presentations.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and fellow staff and residents, many of you are familiar with one of our more popular employees. His name is Gary Young. He's our deputy city manager and CFO. But I want to talk about another Gary Young, who was a member of the City of Naples team many decades ago. Former Chief of Police Gary Young, no relation to our current Gary Young, passed away yesterday. Chief Young served in the capacity as chief for a couple of years in the late 70s, ending in 1979. But he began his service to the city of Naples in 1963 and spent his entire adult career serving both residents of the city of Naples and also Collier County through his service in the sheriff's office. Chief Dominguez informed me this morning of Chief Young's passing, and I thought it would be appropriate to recognize him for his service to our community and to wish his family well during this difficult time.
Thank you. If we could just take a moment of silence in remembrance of Chief Young. Thank you, Mr. Budeshwar. Concludes announcements. Going to our consent agenda. Council.
I'll make a motion to approve our consent agenda.
I have a motion by Councilmember Chrisman for approving the consent agenda. Second. I have a second by Councilmember Petronoff. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Council. It passes unanimously. That takes us to public hearings. We have item 11A. Mr. McConnell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A resolution determining site plan petition SP21 for the development of Naples Square Encore, a new 3-story mixed-use development on Track C2 of the Naples Square Plan Development on property owned by WSR Naples Square Commercial, LLC, a Florida limited liability company, and located at 192 Goodlett Frank Road, more fully described herein and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Swearing in.
For all those intending to offer testimony, please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony hereby please you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
And again, if you would like to speak on this item, there are registration forms in the back of the room. Council disclosures, starting with Penman.
Very familiar with the site, no contact.
Barton.
Familiar with the site. I've had contact with the petitioner, and I've also had contact with the homeowners association president, and I'm familiar with the site.
Kristen.
Familiar with the site, no contact with the petitioner. Did have one phone conversation with the Naples Square HOA representative, reviewed the Planning Advisory Board meeting, received, as did the same emails that the rest of council received.
Thank you. Councilmember Kramer.
Familiar with the site, got all the materials, and I also watched the meeting of the PAB.
And Petronoff.
Familiar with the site, met with a couple of the residents there, spoke with the petitioner, reviewed the PAB, and I went out there a half a dozen times right after it rained to make my own observations.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm familiar with the site. I received some emails on this topic that are part of the record. I've had contact with residents on this issue. I have no contact with the petitioner, and I'm committing to retaining an open mind until we vote on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm very familiar with the site, no contact with the petitioner's agent. I have read the emails from the residents within that area and the emails that were received, and no further contact. So, Mr. McConnell?
Thank you, Mayor. Before we start, perfect segue with those emails that you mentioned. Do we want to include those into the record? And I think the time would be up until the start of this meeting at 8:30.
Then are you looking for a motion? Then I would like to propose a motion to include all the correspondence up until 8:30 this morning on this matter.
Into the meeting record. Thank you.
Second. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Petronoff and a second by Vice Mayor. All in favor saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Council. And then we'll continue with the petitioner's agent. Good morning, and not good evening.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. My name is Clay Brooker with the law firm of Cheffy Pasadomo, 821 Fifth Avenue South. Our firm represents WSR Naples Square Commercial in this application to revise the site plan for one of the last two tracks abutting Goodlett Frank Road and the Naples Square PD. This tract, known as the Encore Tract, is located at the northwest corner of 3rd Avenue South at the intersection of Goodlett Frank Road. The proposed site plan for the Encore Tract was scheduled to be heard at last month's City Council hearing, but the applicant volunteered to push it to today, given the Council's heavy agenda last month. Shown here is the 2021 resolution by which the City Council previously approved the site plan for the subject tract. The applicant now wishes to revise the site plan to decrease the commercial intensity of the proposed development. The applicant's consultant team will present the proposed site plan to you, but before they come up, some brief historical context of the development of the Naples Square PD is helpful. The PD was initially created in 2005 and then amended in 2013 to provide for two basic districts: the residential district towards the west and the commercial district to the east, generally abutting Goodlett Frank Road. Other amendments occurred over the years, and as of today, the residential district is built out.
The track before you today is one of the two unimproved tracks left in the PD. In 2020 and 2021, the city revised the plan development to add other property for the Gulf Shore Playhouse, which is currently under construction, and the city's own parking garage, which is also currently under construction. By this time, the city had approved the site plan for the Encore tract with approximately 17,000 square feet of commercial and outdoor dining space. However, a year later, in 2022, the applicant proposed a different concept for the tract, a mixed-use building with commercial and restaurant uses on the first floor and residential units on the second and third floors. This concept fully complied with the Naples Square PD. Specifically, the concept reduced the commercial square footage by a couple thousand square feet and added 15 residential units. Although the commercial square footage was being reduced, much of that square footage was designated for a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse with outdoor dining space. However, the residential neighbors in Naples Square and the Design Review Board during its preliminary review in November of 2022 expressed concerns about the restaurant use. Even though that concept was permitted by the Naples Square PD, the applicant, in deference to the neighbors' concerns, went back to the drawing board and downsized it even further to the proposal before you today. A total of approximately 6,800 square feet of commercial broken into 3 separate spaces, all fronting Goodlet Frank Road away from the residences to the west, and 15 residential units on the second and third floors. As compared to the 2021 approval of 17,000 square feet of commercial space, the proposal before you today represents a 60% decrease in commercial intensity. In addition, the proposed mixed-use building will be shorter, i.e. not as tall as, each of the existing residential buildings to the west, and it will be shorter, not as tall as, the Gulf Shore Playhouse immediately to the north. The number of residential units proposed, 15, is a small fraction of the number of residential units in each of the 4 existing residential buildings. Finally, the code requires 51 parking spaces for this mixed-use development, and the site plan provides 67, or 16 more than is required. The significant reduction in commercial square footage effectively prohibits the large dinner-serving restaurant that concerned some of the Naples Square residents. Indeed, the limited size of the 3 commercial spaces in the plan before you today can support really only office or small-scale retail use, and we have committed to the neighbors that no restaurant requiring a grease trap, i.e. commercial-grade oven, stove, grill, etc., would be permitted in any of those 3 proposed commercial spaces. City staff has issued its letter of sufficiency for the site plan, confirming that it fully complies with the PD and all applicable regulations and level of service standards. Indeed, the site plan seeks no variances, no exceptions, or no waivers from the applicable regulations. The standards in the city's code for site plan approval, which together with the applicable provisions of the city's comprehensive plan have been addressed in the application and the city planning staff's report. The City Design Review Board granted preliminary approval of this site plan in June 2023. And should the site plan be approved by City Council today, final design review and approval by the DRB will be required. Further details of the site plan will now be presented to you by our team of architects, civil and traffic engineers, and landscape architect. We have no issue with the staff's recommended conditions of approval, with the exception of number 4, which relates to a requested crosswalk across Goodlet Frank Road. Staff prefers that this applicant be solely responsible for 100% of the cost of that crosswalk. Respectfully, we do not understand why this one property should bear that full cost, but we have no issue with paying our proportionate fair share of that cost. With that, we respectfully request your approval, and I'll call up to the podium Mark McLean of MHK Architects.
Thank you.
Good
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Council. It's good to see you this morning. Mark McLean, MHK Architecture, 2059 Tamiami Trail East. I'll try not to duplicate a lot of the information that Clay just gave you to kind of keep moving us along here. So if there's any time or anything that you want me to specifically point to from the architectural plans, I'm more than happy to back up or pause if I need to, or we can come back up at the end and go over these. So one of the things I wanted to stop and pause on today is this color graphic. I know you've seen it before. It was in Clay's presentation, but we just wanted to pause here and say the peach area, that is the east area that aligns with Goodlet, where the AC Marriott is, and where Encore is going to be. That is zoned from the D downtown district within the PUD. The yellow areas that's in there is zoned as a residential district. The green areas to the north are zoned for the public service district. That includes the city's parking garage and the playhouse. And then the blue area is the wind district. Along the edge of Goodlet Frank from 41 clear to 15th Avenue North is a linear park that runs the entire length of the project. The red box on this page, as I move forward a little bit here, is the Encore site that we're requesting approval for today. This graphic illustrates all of the roadways that run inside the PUD, that move through the PUD. I want to pause and spend a second with 3rd Avenue South. When this project was originally submitted, these roundabouts were requested by the city in our initial application. They were designed, then submitted to the city for approval, built by the developer, and then deeded to the city. Once they were deeded to the city, future upkeep, redesign, maintenance is per the development agreement with the city. So we do have a financial obligation if the city determines that they want to change those. We have no objection to paying the agreed fees or the portion of the responsibility dedicated by the agreement should the city want to change the existing street design. The next slide that I'll go to refers to the parking. There's a lot of conversation about parking. Staff has been with us for most of the past decade, checking every single box on every single parking space. As you can see, there are 860 parking spaces required for Naples Square PD. With the completion of this project, we will have 863 spaces, so we will have 3 additional parking spaces required by your code. Again, I'd like to point reference to the shaded area that runs along Goodlet Frank. As I transfer to the plan, it kind of flips because of the way the architectural plans read. But that's the linear park that runs along Goodlet Frank. Our parcel is 1.93 acres of land, which we have dedicated 9% of our property to the linear park. So when we talk about open space, we've given 9% of our property to open space for this project. I want to pause here on the next space. Again, as Clay mentioned, this space is between the playhouse and the hotel. By any development standards, it might be the best place on earth to put a restaurant between a hotel and the playhouse. But we worked with our neighbors. They said they didn't want it. So if we look at this area, the purple on this is the parking. The yellow on this is the private garage parking for the units themselves. So the units themselves will have private parking. The pink area that's on the Goodlet Frank side, I want to pay attention to the south one there that's 2,857 square feet. That entire space that went from Goodlet all the way to 12th was the original Ruth Chris Steakhouse. You can see we eliminated almost 6,000 square feet of steakhouse space to accommodate our neighbors and make sure that there was no large restaurant ever proposed for this space. As we move forward or move up into the building, you can see we have units on the second floor with a very, very lush amenity space, not only for our residents, but we took into consideration the view of the residents of Naples Square 3. So when we look at this, the yellow area are our residents that surround their amenity space. The green is the amenity space, which faces 12th. Our options on designing this would have been flip this over, put those amenity spaces on Goodlet, which would kind of be a difficult decision for an architect to recommend that. So we flipped them around, paying attention to our neighbors in Naples Square 3. When Matthew originally contemplated this a decade ago, it was always contemplated that the larger buildings of Naples Square 1, 2, 3, and 4 were going to have a shorter 3-story perimeter to kind of create that stepped event and really create a more human scale along the perimeter walkways of Naples Square. Again, as we move up, the third floor repeats the units that are on the second floor but overlook the pool amenity area. We have a roof plan that indicates some roof overhangs as required by staff through the site plan approval. Since it is in the Naples Square PD, we are allowed the 42 feet plus a 7-foot embellishment. The 7-foot embellishment we have minimized to just over 9% of the roof area, so we're really controlling and minimizing just to satisfy the architecture what we exceed in the embellishment area of the overrun. So as I bring up this slide, you can see we have some private porches on the roof so people will be able to walk to the roofs. We need to be able to cover those stairwells. So that's the embellishment area that we're taking advantage of, is we're just covering the stair access so that the residents, when they go to the roof, we don't have water running into the building. So it's a very simple roof-covered area for roof access. 2D elevations that illustrate we meet all of the required building height. Again, this has been through the site plan application process and through the design review board, reviewed by your staff, and it meets all the criteria of the design district. As we move into some of the renderings, so we can really start focusing in on the project itself, this is an aerial from the southeast quadrant over Bayfront Hotel. We took this aerial, these are existing buildings, and we superimposed our buildings on top of that. So as you can see from these two images, moving up to the north and looking back, Naples Square 5 is the smallest building in Naples Square. The one thing that I would like to point to is that the image in this garage was a 3-story, or the image in this aerial for the city garage is the 3-story city garage that was contemplated, and they actually built a 4-story city garage there. So the 4-story city garage is actually 50 feet, which makes it even taller than the embellishment portion of Naples Square 5. Looking at Naples Square 5 architecturally from Goodlit, these were images that we worked with the design review board to make the building appealing. We've been through preliminary design review board 3 times with this building. So we were trying to bring in some elements from Marriott, from the Playhouse. Got a little too cute with that. We worked with the design review board and came up with a really unique building that we think is really good for this location. Again, just other images from Goodlit, then we move around to 12th. One of the items I want to address is some of the comments that have been made regarding flooding in Naples Square. Our civil team will talk about the water management system within Naples Square, but one of the comments that was brought to my attention in the past week is the flooding. What happens is you can see there's 3 fountains on each side of the street in Naples Square. The fountains have pump equipment. The equipment is in a vault, and the vault fills full of water during the raining when it rains. We're already in the process of elevating those vaults for that equipment so we can eliminate that flooding scenario. So really, that's the only flooding we can point to, but we'll have our civil engineer talk to the water management system. One of the comments or questions that we know you've received was comments from Naples Square 3. Being the architect of Naples Square 3, you can see in the lower right-hand corner of this image, there's a clipped-off balcony railing there. We actually put this model together, have you in this view standing on the railing or standing on a balcony on the 4th floor of Naples Square 3. So this is what you would see looking back. What we couldn't do in this image is we couldn't show what Bayfront is in the distance beyond, or if this building wasn't here, you would basically be looking at Bayfront, and there's a project going through approval that's even taller than this that's in the Bayfront PD, which we think we're doing a really great job of giving them a great view and blocking the view into Bayfront. If you look on the left side where the black car is, directly above it, there's a concrete apron there. That will be the pickup area for trash. So that has been agreed to with your staff that's how trash will be picked out. Just like anyone else, on trash day, we roll our trash out to the curb, trucks pick it up, we put our trash cans back inside. One of the issues that's coming into play here is how we handle recyclables. So the recyclables will be in the rollout bins, just like the rollout bins in every one of your homes. You roll the rollout bin out to the curb, the truck comes by, it has an arm on the side that lifts up and over. So for this particular property, we created the concrete apron that is here. That would be, whoops, that moved forward. The concrete apron here. So on trash day, again, we have 15 units. We only anticipate needing 6 bins. We're gonna roll our 6 bins out. They'll be out there for an hour or 2. Trash will pick them up. We'll roll them back inside the house or just back inside the garages, just like you do in your own homes. So that's the way we intend to handle recycling. That's the way we intend to handle trash. That has all been worked out with your staff on exactly how to handle that. Again, we thought we'd finish with some great images of what the pool deck and amenities going to look at, so that not only that our residents look, but what the residents of Naples Square 3 will look at, and we think we've given them a fine example of what their architecture could be here. Looking from this image, you can see Naples Square 3 in the distance, and we think we've made a great impact on the entire community. I'm available for questions. With that, I'll turn it over to Norm Treblecock, our traffic engineer.
Good morning. My name is Norm Treblecock. I'm a professional engineer, certified planner, professional traffic operations engineer with over 34 years of local experience, and we prepared the traffic impact statement for this project. And I was just going to review some of the highlights of that traffic study that we prepared, and then some follow-up materials we had prepared as well. So we look at, the trip generation using the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual, the latest version of that manual required by the city. We look at the distribution and assignment of traffic and work with your staff on the methodology for that. We did look at the background traffic cumulatively. Initially, we looked at using your normal growth rates and using the city traffic data. And then we also, getting input from the planning board, included other undeveloped projects that haven't occurred yet and added that traffic in, very similar to what was done at like the Gulf Shore Playhouse recently as well. So we did that too, and look at the impacts on the road network, and we did an intersection analysis as well. And so I'll just run through some of that. So in the development program, again, using the Institute of Transportation Engineers land use codes for the project, we look at different independent variables for the trip generation. And those come into an average weekday traffic volume, look at AM, PM peak hours, as well as weekday traffic. We looked at the net new trips based on what had previously been approved for the project versus what we're proposing here, which isn't really a high amount of traffic in terms of the net traffic being proposed. And then we look at the impact of that traffic on the street network in terms of any percent capacity impacts of that traffic, and whether or not level of service standards are exceeded. And in no cases any level of service standard exceeded by either the background condition or the proposed project as well on the road network, the adjacent road network. Bless you. We also then looked at, again, some more current information as well, using the more current traffic data from the city, and had the same conclusions there. We did look at, as I mentioned, additional development in the area to add this to the background traffic, looking at the Encore project, any undeveloped that hasn't been developed yet that's being proposed, as well as Naples Square South, nearby residential Gulf Shore Playhouse, the Wind project, and then we also looked at the Bayfront plan development as well, and added all that traffic to the most recently counted traffic in the city, and that's peak season traffic as well. And with that as well, there weren't any levels of service exceeded. There was sufficient capacity available. And we looked at intersection analysis as well, looking at levels of service. So sorry about that. Overall, the project isn't considered an adverse trip generator because there's adequate and sufficient road capacity for the project. No turn lane improvements are recommended for the project accesses, and then the intersections work satisfactorily as well, and our mitigation would be to pay road impact fees for the project as we move along, and we've agreed to pay a fair share for the improvements to the traffic circles, the current circles, to make them more compliant with modern roundabout design to accommodate pedestrians more efficiently, and working with your staff on that as well. And with that, I'll turn things over to our civil engineer to go over the drainage and as such as well. Carl Baracco.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. For the record, Carl Baracco. I'm a professional engineer in the state of Florida, and I am with Baracco and Associates. I'm going to cover drainage and surface water management. The project Encore is part of a larger water management system known as Naples Square, much is existing. There are two adjacent components. That would be the playhouse and the parking garage. Both have their own systems, but they discharge through the Naples Square system, excuse me, into the Gordon River. It's important to note that the Naples Square system satisfies your city ordinance, stormwater ordinance 2021-14654, and it also satisfies the criteria of the South Florida Water Management District. That's all I have really in terms of the overall water management system, but I think it's important to note, if you'll recall, the very heavy rainfalls we had in early June, there was significant flooding on local streets using older stormwater management systems. At the end of that rainfall, during that rainfall at the end, I did visit the Naples Square site, and I found that the Naples Square system reacted exactly as it was intended to the rainfall and design. There was no, excuse me, no flooding or standing water within the Naples Square system. And just to visualize that, Naples Square, you could put a boundary around it. All the rainfall that falls on the project goes into the Naples Square system. It goes into a rock chamber, and that chamber stores the water and treats the water, and it discharges in a controlled manner off-site into the Gordon River. So I found during my observations that it reacted exactly the way it was designed, and there was no standing or ponding water on the site, within the site. That's all I have for you on drainage. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
We'll finish the presentation.
Thank
you.
Good morning, Christian Andrea, landscape architect with Architectural Land Design. Come to the pretty pictures here. This is our planting plan, and I just took a moment to count. We treated this more like a tropical park, so the landscape palette and whatnot that runs along Goodlet, we've got, along the entire site, we've got almost 50 different plant species. We've got some unique palm trees that we don't often use. I don't know if you're into plants, but Copernica alba is a cool plant. We have some Sylvesters. We have some magnolias. We have Japanese blueberry. So there's a series of plant massings and trees and palms that complement the building. In addition, we're 100% shrub and ground cover planted between the sidewalk and the building. So that helps ease on lawnmowers and those kind of maintenance operations that require trailers and things to show up. So that entire front section along Goodlet is very well planted with a series of layers, color, tropical plant material that provides a lot of interest. The red areas that you see here represent annuals, so that would provide a pop of seasonal color. So that wraps along the intersection here and then running down 3rd Avenue South, complementing the water features. Additional plant materials being added for buffering along the back of the water features here. And as we turn along the west face here, these are a variety of tall palm trees in conjunction with some small accent trees. Again, the Japanese blueberry tree is a tree of choice. And as we come down to the recycle area that Mark mentioned earlier, that's the little white boxes that are along the curb here. We've added some large trees. These are live oak trees. And then we have Montgomery palms in between. And then a series of royal palms. Actually, take that back. I apologize. I think those are royal palms. And then royal palms in the cluster back here to get some height. The actual pool on the upper deck is up in this quadrant, and I'll turn to that page next. And then along the north side of the property, the playhouse to the north of us has a series of fishtail palms, which becomes a quite impressive buffer that'll probably be 30 feet tall before we know it, and a series of royal palms. We've complemented that with some canopy trees in between, so we've got a mix of green, leafy trees that are opposite of a palm, so it provides some textural contrast. This is being the pool deck. This is that little buffer area I mentioned previously along here. This pool is quite unique. We've never done this before, but we have a trellis proposed across the middle section. So as you're swimming laps underneath it, you get a little partial shade through that. And then we're actually poking a hole through the trellis with a palm tree here. So the series of these raised planters, nice seating opportunities, umbrellas, and then again planting throughout the planters around the site with a variety of palm trees. Some neat turf areas to provide a kind of a green look to reduce the pavement mass. And again, shrub planting and whatnot. And then this is the lower buffering planting that was down previous that I mentioned. And then this is a sample of the plant palette and pictures. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to come back and answer any questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Council, that concludes our initial presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brooker. Council questions? Councilmember Chrisman?
I have several questions, and Mr. Brooker, and you can decide which member of your team wants to respond. The first is on parking. I just want to clarify. The parking, the required parking is total for the project is how many spaces, Mr. McLean?
863, sir.
But, for this addition, the Encore project?
Oh, the Encore project itself, bear with me one moment, sir. Encore itself is required to have 50.5, and we're providing 70.
And you're providing 70, and that's part of the 863?
Yes, sir.
That's,
Yes, sir. We've worked extensively with staff. At one point, we wanted Parcel C and Encore together, but they got separated at
Right.
PAB. We've already agreed with staff, like, we can't CO Pad C until Encore's complete because of the cumulative effect of the parking. We'll need all the parking, the 20 excess spaces in Naples Square 5 to satisfy the PD. So they all have to be completed at the same time for the parking at the PD to be satisfied.
so the parking for Building 5, which is Encore, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, is, tell us again where that parking will be provided for the residents?
If I can get back to my slide. So in this slide, the purple is the 20 excess public spaces. The yellow or the tan color are the private garage spaces for the owners.
And
Those are not excess spaces, those are required spaces in the purple.
Required spaces for the PD. They're excess spaces for this building, but required for the entirety of the PD. Yes, ma'am, thank you.
the required spaces are the yellow?
The required spaces for this building are the yellow.
And is that 2 spaces per residence?
That is 2 spaces per, a 2-car private garage per residence, yes, sir.
And the spaces in the middle are 20. Is that what you're intending to provide to satisfy the needs of the businesses that will come in on Goodluck Frank?
From a business standpoint, we need 18, but again, that's total. So there's 6,600 square feet in there, parked at 3 per 1,000. We need 18. There's 20 excess. So some of that excess there, some of the excess from the Marriott, some of the excess from Pad C, when combined, give us 863 when the requirement is 860. That's why staff has been adamant that these 2 buildings have to be completed together for the parking requirement for the entirety of the PD to be met.
I'm just focusing on the practical aspect of it.
Yes, sir.
If any businesses, retail businesses are gonna come and operate in those 3 spaces there, you know, they're gonna, and they're gonna be successful, there's gonna have to be parking provided proximate to them.
Which is that purple parking that's within the building, yes, sir.
Okay, next question is with respect to the open space issue.
Yes, sir.
Are you the person to talk to about that?
Sure.
You said that the linear park constitutes 9% of the square footage of the project?
Yes, sir.
Did I have that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that the minimum that you're required to provide?
The minimum is 0. We're not required, from the PD and the D, you know, that's why I started with zoning from the PD and from the D downtown zoning district. Nowhere in the D downtown zoning district are you required to provide any open space. So that was all contemplated in the very beginning, that we would run that all the way down the eastern.
The linear park is a continuation, if you will, of the green space in front of the Marriott, isn't it?
It is, and that was all part of the original development of the PD going back a decade ago, that would run along Goodluck.
But wasn't that a requirement?
I defer to Clay on that, whether that was a requirement or not, or just part of the negotiation of the PD.
It's in the PD document, there's a requirement for a dedication of the linear park public park easement that extends, the first portion was right here in this commercial area, and then with the additional lands that have been added into the plan development, that linear park easement has been expanded to First and to the north, and expanded all the way to Fifth to the south. So it's a continuous linear park easement along that whole frontage of the PD along Goodlet, and that's written into the PD.
Yeah, so my point is, there wasn't a choice to providing that linear park, was there?
The PD required it,
Yeah.
Mr. Christmas, so yes, I think the point that Mr. McLean is making, that is that 9% of the subject property before you today is devoted to that linear park, which was required by the PD from the initial approval.
And that's the point I was making.
Perfect.
Or trying to make, or the supposition I was making anyway, so I was correct. It is a requirement.
Yes, sir.
So my second question related to that, was there any consideration in the design of this building of providing additional green space beyond what was, you were gonna have to provide anyway?
Correct.
The feedback we've received from some residents anyway is that, and this has been an ongoing issue with Naples Square as it's been built out, is that, you know, if you're gonna, probably the single biggest criticism I've heard over the years of Naples Square as it has been built out is the absence of, the shortage of green space within Naples Square. Did you give any consideration to designing this building, which looks very nice, but designing it with some additional green space?
I'll allow Mr. McLean to perhaps expound upon the design and what considerations were made in that regard. But I would like to make the preface comment that just like the city's own parking garage, there's no maximum lot coverage imposed. There's no maximum lot coverage imposed here. There are setbacks that are required. So just like the city's parking garage, that is maxed out to the 10-foot setbacks. So we would simply ask.
You've met all the city requirements on setbacks, and as Mr. Andrea just presented, there's landscaping, i.e. green space there.
Correct.
In the setbacks.
Yes, sir.
So in the design consideration of that, as far as from the comments we're receiving, did we reduce the square footage of our building by 20% to add a park for Naples Square? No, sir, we did not.
Mm-hmm.
Part of what we did was provide with the linear park, because the connection is to Baker Park and some of the other areas. Again, as Clay stated, you know, when the city built their own garage, they went setback to setback. If anyone had the ability to dedicate some green space to the PD, it could have been the city themselves. But with that, we did, within the setback spaces in here, we have the ability to cantilever balconies into these spaces. We elected not to. We elected to, instead of having, once we removed the larger dining facility, since we knew that those spaces weren't there, we could have done patios for, like, if there was an office there that wanted to have an outdoor patio, we eliminated those patios. So there's a 25-foot setback, which is a 5-foot additional setback from the linear park, plus as the building staggers along that walkway, the linear parkway along there, which we worked with Christian to infill that all with planting, like Christian was saying, to minimize lawn mowers and other equipment in there. So we really did fill the space up lushly, but the idea is, with all of the paver walkways and everything that exists in here, the fountains, it was to make a connection to the linear park to allow someone to get to Baker Park.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Just a couple more questions. Of the residents, there's 15 residents.
Yes, sir.
15 units. How big are they on average? I assume they're all 2 or 3 bedrooms?
They are all 2 or 3 bedroom units. I do have floor plans in here, but they're in the 3,200 to 3,400 square foot. There's 2 smaller units that are 2,400 square feet, so they're 24 to 3,800 square feet.
So are they comparable or smaller, bigger to the units in buildings 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Comparable. There are some larger units because this was our final encore.
So there are some units that are somewhat bigger?
There's 2 units that are what we would consider, like, they're not on the top floor, but penthouse level units, yes, sir, that are 2 bigger, nicer units. But to offset that, we did offer two smaller units that actually came from the design of Naples Square, what we call the H unit. So it's a two-bedroom H unit that's in Naples Square 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we carried that same floor plan through because it was a great selling floor plan. So it's a good concept that people liked through the four others. So we carried that in. So if you see this plan here, Unit 206, Unit 202, 302, and 306. So 4 of those units are identical units out of Naples 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Thank you. And then finally, I've received some comments and questions about the impact of this project on 12th Street, which I'm trying to understand. You described how the amenities face, the amenities in the project face 12th Street, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, deliberately so, and, you know,
Yes, sir.
that's part of the design and plan. This may be a staff question as well, but is there, in this proposal that is before us, is there any impact on 12th Street in terms of the reduction of the sidewalks or the width of the street on 12th Street as a result of this project? Is there any actual physical impact on 12th Street from that standpoint?
No, sir. From that standpoint, all of our sidewalks are actually wider than minimum, are wider than the minimum requirements. They're paver sidewalks, so they're nice, just like the rest of the sidewalks that are within Naples Square.
So there's no impingement on 12th Street
No,
relative to what it is today?
I think part of the impingement, I read all the similar emails that you've read. I think there was a comment about this becoming a service alley. Just like any street in the city of Naples, you have to take your trash to the curb to have your trash picked up. So we're not trying to oversimplify this, but it doesn't matter what your building is. You take your trash to the curb, they pick it up on trash day, you put your trash cans back inside the house. With the exception of that, that's basically the service here. And the only 2 buildings being serviced on 12th are going to be Naples Square 5 and the Playhouse.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Those are all the questions I have for now.
Councilman Christman, thank you for those questions. I just want to clarify with Mr. Brooker that it may not be required, but it is something that council can request, that you have more green space.
The council can request anything, obviously. Council approved this PD with these open space requirements, with these setbacks, and we satisfy all of them.
Prior to Naples, to the Playhouse being approved?
Correct.
Okay, so Playhouse was not even a thought prior to that approval, correct?
Prior to the approval of the subject property being within PD, no, Playhouse came subsequent to that.
Okay, the evolution of this,
Sorry?
the evolution,
Correct.
okay.
In time.
And can you just clarify that linear park is also the right-of-way?
It is not a right-of-way. I believe it's an easement dedicated to the public for pedestrian crossing up and down that meandering sidewalk.
Okay, so that sidewalk is owned by Naples Square?
I believe, I would have to go back and look at the actual easement document. I don't want to misstate, but I would assume that that has been dedicated to the public for its use for pedestrian access. The maintenance responsibilities, I'm guessing ours or the associations involved inside of PD, but that's purely a guess. I would have to confirm that.
That's important, because now that this has evolved, these details are really mattering, because the HOA or the master HOA plan is really important, so.
Okay.
Thank you. I have Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're still in the portion where we're able to pose questions to the petitioner, and whoever is able to answer questions related to parking. I just had a few questions. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for your presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
So, parking, and this is, first, I wanted to make sure I understood that this is part of the D downtown
Well, it's in the
designation.
PUD, but the zoning applied is per the D downtown criteria, yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any portion of this proposed project being considered that would include shared parking?
No, sir.
So this is
Well,
all,
other than the PUD itself is shared in its entirety, but if you're referring to, there's times when a parking reduction is taken for restaurants. No, we did not do that shared parking reduction for anything in the PUD.
okay, so let's talk about,
But it's a D downtown, just like the entirety of the D downtown
Yep.
district is shared parking. This whole PUD is shared parking.
okay, and I'll follow up with staff. It's these kind of details that become very important when we start talking about parking.
Yes, sir.
So, you're saying, you're using the words similar to I in saying shared parking. What does that mean?
Shared parking means that anybody who is using any of these buildings or anywhere within the city of Naples can park here and walk anywhere in the city they want. But sometimes we tend to focus in on Naples Square as a PUD, but that's the entirety of the D downtown district, from Goodlet to 41, from 41 to 12th, 17th North. Yeah, so I mean, it's the entire zoning district, not just the PUD.
Yes, so in this area, this specific plot, this parcel of land where we're considering this beautiful structure that you've shown us, the parking area, is it all the parking area, or is it just portions of that parking area? Because you stated that there's dedicated parking to certain residents.
Correct. Within the D downtown, when you have a mixed-use building that has residential spaces in it, you can dedicate that parking to the owner of the unit. Again, that's a D downtown criteria, that if you own a unit in any of the buildings, whether it's 850 Central, clear to 1111 Central, if you own a unit in that building, you can have a dedicated parking space. The remainder is the shared pool.
And how would you, just for clarity, how would you communicate and restrict a parking space to a resident?
In this particular case, the garages that are within the building from this illustration, there is a garage door that leads to the private parking. Then once you're in that private garage, there's garage doors to each one of the units private. So that's one of the special things in Encore, is that we have private garages for each one of the 15 private units. Now, some of these garages, I spoke earlier, it said each unit has its own 2-car garage. Some of these garages are a little bigger than that because we had the excess space, but that additional parking, like if we have a 3-car garage for one of the units, we didn't get to count 3 parking spaces and then dedicate it to our unit. So that we're allowed to dedicate 2 per. So if you see a 3-car garage, we're not taking advantage or taking spaces out of the PUD. We're giving that unit extra parking spaces.
Excellent, thank you. And there's a slide on the screen currently. Could you just point or speak to exactly which area is public shared parking?
The entirety of the purple area is public shared parking.
And I'm colorblind, but I think I see something that looks like
It's
blue or purple.
Yeah, the light blue or purple, it's the central area here.
Okay, awesome.
Is the D downtown area.
That's good.
Yes, sir.
And if, let's say, some of these businesses were having an event, or an event somewhere close, can that, that purple, you say, area be restricted parking using valet services?
I do not believe so.
Yeah, we'll need an answer on that. So
We can make
at
that
some
as a
point, we'll need to,
stipulation.
yeah. Okay, just when we come to that point. Okay, thank you. Now, I just had 2 more questions, and I believe they'll be quick. This is going to deal with traffic, so, and then stormwater drainage. How are you doing?
Hi, thank you.
Good.
Norman Trebilcock, for the record.
Yes,
Sir.
thank you, Mr. Trebilcock. The parking, as you were going through your presentation, I noticed that you had, the way you do your job is you look at peak hours of traffic to make sure that whatever we believe would be the peak of traffic, the plan, the streets, the stacking of vehicles is going to be, what we have designed will be appropriate and adequate to make it a pleasant experience, right? It's going to operate as designed. This piece of property is going to have the Gulf Shore Playhouse next to it. And the Gulf Shore Playhouse is going to have events that draw in a lot of people. And if people are coming from, let's just say, Highway 41, they're building the big building, the Metropolitan Aura, you understand, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
At the Triangle?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But people coming from that direction, they make a right on Goodlet Frank, and if they're going to the Playhouse for an event, there's a stoplight right there in line with those roundabouts on Goodlet Frank. You see where the arrows come out on the slide that's on the screen right now.
Yes, sir.
So, and when you looked at the traffic, is there going to be a stoplight up here where we see the Playhouse at, it says 15th Avenue, that's not. First
yeah.
Avenue South. There won't be a stoplight there to allow people to go to the Playhouse or the parking garage on First Avenue South, will there?
No, sir.
Yeah.
That's going to be directionalized.
So what's your hypothesis about where people will turn to go to the Playhouse if they're coming from the direction of 41 and 10 City? Where do you think they'll turn to go to the Playhouse?
Well, the good thing is the city has a good grid road network, which really helps us. So when we have areas that peak, you have options. So what I would envision is folks would use 3rd Avenue South, they would use First Avenue South, and then we also have, Central Avenue as another signalized location as well. So, and the nice thing with the roundabouts, especially with the city's plan to upgrade these roundabouts to a modern roundabout design to better accommodate pedestrians, is you have better capacity with those roundabouts. So this will circulate well and be able to move that traffic through and around and do it in a more calm manner, especially when the city implements the modern roundabout design in these traffic circles that have been built.
Yeah, I have a little different hypothesis than you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
About how people are going to, coming from East Trail, coming to events at the Playhouse. So I believe
Yes, sir.
they're going to stack up and turn left off of Goodlet Frank, go past the Encore, make a right-hand turn, and go into the parking garage that direction. I asked you your hypothesis, did you factor in that traffic in your analysis?
Sir, yes. We included the background traffic from the Playhouse based on the Playhouse data that was provided as well.
Can you show us that?
I can show you.
Yeah, here's some numbers. So what I'm looking for, show me the numbers that are attributed to the peak hours for the Playhouse.
So I would peak numbers for the Playhouse.
What are those numbers?
I'd have to look those up here. I don't have those on this presentation since this project isn't the Playhouse. This project is
Yeah, no,
this
but
project.
we're talking about traffic generation.
Yes, sir.
So that's,
Yep.
it's relevant.
Yep. I would need to look that up, and I can get back to you on that.
Okay, awesome.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's really, folks, what I'm trying to get to here in council. I'm trying to make sure that we're accommodating, we understand these peak hours and the impact on our community in this general area. We need to understand that, both coming and going. All right. I'd like to thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move to stormwater drainage.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may comment on the traffic, the Gulf Shore Playhouse was approved by the city council. And in that approval, it based the traffic generation on a level of service build-out analysis that assumed full build-out of the entire Naples PD, including this parcel. So the Playhouse was approved, knowing the traffic that it would generate and knowing where it would go. So if the position of the council is that they're going to hold this property responsible for the Playhouse's traffic, I would respectfully contend that's unfair.
So let's chat about that for just a second. When a community starts approving projects and, there's a grid, there was a community here, there was businesses here, what you're saying is no matter what gets built and when it gets built, it just needs to go through, that it doesn't matter the density and intensity of traffic because nobody, if in your case, you said the Playhouse was built and approved. So this, whatever traffic analysis, it wouldn't even matter what the traffic analysis says based on your theory because you're not responsible for anything. Why are we even doing a traffic analysis?
I respectfully disagree that that's my position.
Yeah, that's
My
how.
position is
Okay,
that
let's hear
the
it.
city assigns level of service standards to the roadway network.
Uh-huh.
So a traffic analysis, an engineer comes in and analyzes the traffic that will be generated from any particular project
Yeah.
and ensures that that level of service that has been applied and assigned by this council is not violated. That has been done in this case. It also was done with respect to the Gulf Shore Playhouse, assuming this property was already built.
Yeah.
With this traffic already taken into account, and this council approved the Playhouse. So are we now going to be responsible? Are we being held to a different standard when the Playhouse was approved, assuming we were already fully built out? Council already knew what the traffic was going to be, fully built out, and
Okay.
approved the Playhouse.
Can
So-
I just, 1 second, I'm sorry.
Yep,
But
go ahead, ma'am.
the record doesn't have what was approved in the past, and we're looking totally at this whole project. So in the record, we need to have what you're
Yeah.
referring to.
Yeah,
We'll provide it and submit it
right.
to the record.
So, and I just wanted to,
If I can jump on there
hold
real
on,
quick, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to finish my part of that conversation. This project is before us now. It's fair game to talk about this project, right? And the traffic generation, the peak hours, the community needs to know that as we build even more projects, this project that we're considering today, that it's going to perform, it's not gonna snarl traffic and create complications. We just need to make sure that the right numbers are used. And I'll tell you, when you start talking about traffic flow, many of us that are in elected positions, we hear from the community that there are issues with traffic. And so it's incumbent upon us to have these discussions related to traffic. We're not trying to overburden the project. It's a beautiful project. But we just need to make sure that we're all level set on how it's going to impact our community, our residents, not only the people that use this area, but the people that are trying to get to and fro doing their business.
So I'm not an attorney, I'm just a dumb architect, so I'll kind of boil this down to the way I see it.
Yeah.
We had been before you previously, and this PUD was approved for these 15 units and 17,000 square feet of commercial space. That was in the TIS that was contemplated for the Playhouse, and the Playhouse got approved. We're here today to tell you we're reducing our 17,000 square feet of retail space down to less than 7,000. We're making a 60% reduction in our impact that was already accounted for. So I think that's the point that may be getting missed here, is that it was previously contemplated and approved. It was contemplated when the Playhouse was approved. And now we're here again, reducing our density. And we've got 15 residential units that have always been contemplated from day one of the 300 units within the PUD of Naples Square. We're not asking for anything more.
Nope, that's excellent, but we're still going to discuss it. Thank you.
Good morning, Norm Trubelcock again. I just wanted to follow up for you.
Thank you, Norm.
We provided what we call a Section 2 traffic impact statement that's in your package that you had.
Could we put that on the screen, please? Just so we are all on the same page, because I'm trying to find that
I
myself.
don't have it myself. If David can pull it up from the package. And then the date, it's Section, TIS Section 2.
I'll let you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Pages of light reading. So what this includes is the prior traffic study that you approved for the Playhouse is incorporated in here as part of the background traffic for circulation. So this is what you would have approved for the Playhouse that we're including, and we included that as a background traffic. So we included those numbers in there when we looked at
kind
our
of a
peak.
current situation.
So since the Playhouse hasn't been built, this would be the current traffic to add in there. So what we did is, again, we took your counts, first quarter counts, peak season counts, background traffic in the city, and then we've added in these other various projects, and we took the traffic study information that you all had approved, and we've added that data in here. And so this is what's been approved. So I'm not questioning or changing any of this data. I'm just adding this data into the analysis that we're having to help increase that background traffic to the level that was requested of us. And so that's what I've done here.
Okay, thank you, Norm.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that. So
You're
on this chart that's before us right now,
yes,
where is the traffic turning left off of Goodlet onto that street that has the roundabouts?
So that's right here that they're showing, and this was what you all had for what you did. So they're showing there's 88 peak hour trips entering from various directions. And so they're showing a lot of folks coming from the north to the south, making a right in. And then 12th is right here, so that is where this roundabout would be.
Yeah.
And so you're getting, 22 peak hour trips. And this would be a PM peak. This wouldn't be, say, the peak hour of the generator for the Playhouse, which would typically be an off-peak period. This would be what's occurring during that 4 to 6 PM peak hour, which is a normal standard.
So if we add up these numbers, this is a peak hour.
Yeah.
But if we add up all these numbers, we think that that's going to reflect or be reflective of the attendees to a large event at the Playhouse.
No, a peak hour of generator could be a different number. Again, and then your off-peak period of your road network would be less as well. But that's really what you look at for the Playhouse itself. That isn't really appropriate to look at for this project.
Yeah, if an event was being held, let's just say 7 p.m. at the Playhouse, and we look at that peak hour right up to 7 p.m., one may have a hypothesis that some people may drive to the Playhouse and park even 2 hours before. Don't think that's really going to happen. But I'm concerned about, this is what I wanted to talk about.
Yes, sir.
I'm concerned about your hypothesis on these numbers. I don't think they're, in my opinion, I'm 1 of 7. But council, if you look at these numbers and you do the math about what's gonna go on at the Playhouse, I've got some concerns with the numbers and what the reality will be. There's many people in this room that are gonna be patrons, myself included.
Yes, sir.
Going to the Playhouse and going around this area. And I'm concerned about what you're proposing is gonna be reality. So, doesn't change anything, not asking you to sit here and scribble in new numbers, but, when we all go to events around this area, even to the Playhouse itself, and traffic's stacked up, and it's a bad situation, a bad experience, we all need to know that we had this conversation, and that we had the assurances from the petitioner about what we should expect in terms of peak traffic generation and what the community is going to expect here. Madam Mayor, I only have one more question about stormwater drainage.
Thank you.
Councilman, for the record, Carl Baracco for drainage.
Thank you. And I appreciate the fact that when you talked about your portion of the presentation, you said that you went to this area and looked at stormwater flow during a stormwater event. Am I?
Yes, sir.
Yep, so that's accurate. And you said that the stormwater, there was no pooling, flooding, whatever rain events you went to, and it drains as designed to the Gordon River.
Yes, sir.
Right? So it was draining due east.
Yes, sir.
Am I right?
I have to look at a map, but I think you're right, yes.
Roughly. So just a couple questions, because once this is built, and I remind the community that the city of Sarasota recently had some rain, and it flooded the community. And the community looked at the elected officials and said, what in the world are you people doing, allowing all this development that they believed covered up the pervious area, and it was actually contributing to all the flooding in the community. So when it's projects like this that come to us, we should do our job and just make sure we understand how the infrastructure is going to handle the water. So that's the basis of my question when we look at what you were saying. So now, I set that up for just a few questions. Will all the water, stormwater, that's produced and coming into this development, will it drain to the Gordon River, or is it going to contribute to flooding that is currently occurring on 10th Street South?
It will not contribute to 10th Street South. All of the water from this project is retained on site, detained on site in the rock trenches that I spoke about. And that does two things. It provides the required water quality, and it provides attenuation. It holds that, stores that water, and allows it to discharge at a controlled rate off-site. And that controlled rate is governed by not only the South Florida Water Management District, but it's controlled by your stormwater ordinance, which I mentioned earlier. So that's all taken into consideration, and this system is designed and functioning consistent with both of those references.
Okay. So, so we're, just so everybody's level set, we're relying on this stormwater plan to work, right? We're saying that even though we're experiencing these heavy rainfalls, that the designs are supposed to work. And we're given assurances that this is gonna work. If it doesn't work, is there anything in your plan that shows us a backup plan? In other words, an area where a pump can be installed so that we can get that water out of there?
There is no provision for a pump, but what I would say is that the system, if operated and maintained in accordance with the design and the state permits, and the permits we're talking here will not contribute to additional flooding off-site.
Okay. Appreciate that, and time's going to tell if that's accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Barton.
I'd like to touch on the traffic for a minute. I certainly understand where my colleague's coming from here with the Playhouse going in, and, you know, there's 300 seats, and we're gonna have wonderful shows over there, and there's gonna be a whole bunch of people heading that way. There's gonna be a whole bunch of people heading that way with or without this project. So what we need to do is we need to focus on this project and its impact on the traffic that's gonna be taking place anyway. So people are gonna be coming in, 12th Street's already there, folks. So with or without this project in place, people will be hitting that light, turning left, turning right, and going into the parking garage that we are building so that people can enjoy that area, and we can properly develop that area down there. So that traffic going to 12th Street is going to happen with or without this project. So what we really need to focus on here is what impact does this project, what is in front of us today, the site plan that we are approving here, or potentially approving here today, what impact does this project have on that traffic? And what we need to focus on here is there are 15 units. That's 30 cars. I don't think that's going to impact our traffic. Is our traffic going to be impacted by the Playhouse? Oh, yeah, it is. People are going to be going there, and it's going to be a good time. And people need to expect backup of traffic, probably at that light. Is it going to be backed up at that light or on 12th Street because of this project? No, it's not. It's going to happen anyway. This project has 15 units, 30 cars, and 6,000 square feet of commercial space that previously was approved by our city at 17,000 square feet of commercial space. We've got significantly less commercial space on the proposed design in front of us today, which drastically reduces the traffic impact by this project, which again is what we need to be focusing on. How does this project impact traffic? Those 15 units and the 6,000 square feet are not going to be impacting the traffic over there drastically. What's going to be doing that is the Playhouse, which is already there. It's already going to be happening. This project isn't going to add to that. So in that regard, again, what I'd like to do is stay focused on this project and how this project is affecting what we're talking about here today. As far as the drainage is concerned, which I understand has been a topic of contention on this as well it should be. I mean, you know, our city has trouble with drainage. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We do. But we've got the experts telling us they're going to design it properly. The reality is we need to have projects that come in like this and bring everything up to code. Our code is what determines how the city drains. And we need to make sure that the projects that are going into place are following the codes necessary, the stormwater codes, the drainage codes that we have in place so that we can properly drain. And obviously we as a city council and as a city are doing everything we can around the city to alleviate these pressures and stresses from standing water, and we are doing that. But the good news here is we've got a new development potentially coming in, that's going to bring everything up to code, and it's going to bring all the drainage up to code. It's going to be an improvement for drainage. So again, let's focus on this particular project and how it's going to impact the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Penniman.
Well, I really wish I could help you all with your pain today. I was part of a group years ago that fought like crazy to keep this as a public park. This is my third building since I've been on council that has been before me, that I've had to approve. This is a person who wanted that to be a park, okay? So I really do feel your pain. I honestly do. It is a PD. If there's anything that we should learn from this today, for God's sweet sake, people, let's not do any more PDs.
So if we could just focus in on asking the petitioner questions, because I think there's an appropriate time for both of those conversations, and we'll conclude in our deliberations.
Perhaps a question for staff, so I'll save my question for staff.
Okay.
It has to do with the linear parks and the linear parks around the periphery, and whether or not those could become any kind of receptacles, retention ponds. Could we convert those into retention ponds relative to water? Maybe a question for.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Petronoff?
I have a question for petitioner and for staff, so I'll hold the staff till you produce the report. Can you put up the plan from where you look down on the whole PD? Or my question revolves more around policies on future land use. And when we look at this build out, there's not really much green space at all. It's and maybe that's intended, or I guess it was intended, but I don't know how we reconcile this against our policies that are in place, where it's, policy 1.6, increase the amount of green space in the city through appropriate project design and attributes. This is the place where I get the most feedback from residents saying, where is the green space? This thing looks so hot, it's all cement, and now we're adding, although we subtracted 6,000, or I guess we're down to 6,000 commercial square feet, what's unsaid is we've also added 15 medium to large units on top of it. So it's really building mass. And how do we get comfortable with a report that says that this meets the policies of the future land use element that talks about green space when there's hardly any?
I think that's a question to ask the petitioner on whether they're willing to create more green space within it, because this is a PD. So that's where and that's, if you're directing that to staff, or you're directing it to the petitioner?
I'm going to ask the question to both.
Oh.
What is your evaluation on how this meets the FLU? The future land use element.
Future land use element, understood. The future land use element was taken into account when the PD was approved. The PD was approved with certain setbacks and certain open space requirements, and it was found by the city council to comply and be consistent with the FLU provision you just cited. This site plan is simply implementing the approvals of the PD that this body approved.
So you feel comfortable that we have increased the amount of green space through appropriate project design and attributes?
I feel comfortable that we comply with the regulations that this city council has imposed upon this property owner.
Okay. And in terms of back to parking a bit, they're going to be turning on to 3rd and then to 12th and then to 3rd, or 3rd and then 12th to get to the Playhouse through residential areas initially. It's really not our policy to push traffic into residential areas. And I am wondering how we got comfortable with this whole traffic flow going through here to the Playhouse. And I know, Mr. Barton, that you're talking about the incremental 15 units that are being produced. But I think that this is a conversation that we need to have so that it's not gridlocked in front of these units.
If I might, can I help Councilmember Petroff? Mr. Brooker, can you please explain the MOU that we have with 12th Street and how it's an access and not a through street?
Well, I'll try to answer that question in this manner, and I was actually going to the same place, Mayor, in relation to your comments, Ms. Petronoff. Characterizing this as a residential neighborhood, I believe, is not 100% accurate. It is a mixed-use PD, has always been designed to be a mixed-use PD. Everyone within this area knows that there's commercial across the street from them. So pushing traffic into a residential area, I believe, is not exactly a fair characterization of this mixed-use PD. With respect to the traffic coming in off of Goodlet to 3rd, 12th Avenue South was a private road before the Playhouse was approved. Playhouse had no right to travel over it at all. The city asked my client to grant an easement over 12th Avenue South to allow Playshore traffic to go across 12th Avenue South, and we agreed to do so. And that easement was in fact granted to the city and the public. So now to hold my applicant to the fire and say, how can you possibly develop this property on the corner because you're gonna have all this traffic coming by? Then respectfully, terminate the easement we granted to you. Problem solved. No traffic goes over 12th Avenue South to the Playhouse. We don't wanna do that. But just don't hold us to an unfair standard when you asked us for an easement to help the Playhouse, to help the city's own garage out. We accepted that, we granted that easement to the city, and now somehow it's being wielded like a sword against us.
I'm seeking to understand versus holding it over like a sword, although you will be enjoying, I think, some of the parking within the garage.
We fully park we do not, our parking within the original PD relies only within the original PD. The parking numbers you've seen that Mr. McLean gave to you do not count the parking garage. Separate from us.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, if there is commercial space on the first floor of this parcel, what are the guarantees that this will not be a restaurant? I heard some verbiage on sort of definitions of grills and things. Are you agreeing that there will not be a restaurant on that parcel?
Perfect question. There won't be a restaurant that requires a grease trap. And frankly, in between, and the reason I make that distinction is, what is the definition? If we want to have a coffee shop, a cafe, that doesn't require a grease trap, we don't want to have that prohibition. We think that would actually serve the residents to the west. People walk down the sidewalk and grab a cup of coffee. That's the option we want to leave open, but a full-fledged restaurant that requires a grease trap, yes, we're agreeable that that can be a condition and a prohibition. And frankly, that was, during this hearing, we received an email from planning staff saying, would we agree to put that express condition into this resolution? And we responded in the affirmative, yes, we would.
Councilmember Petronoff, when we get to that, I will reread the conditions. The first one's been slightly amended based on what I've heard already today. We can discuss that during my remarks.
Okay, because I'm not sure what, what restaurants don't require grease traps and what restaurants do, because there is a different intensity on that. The last piece I wanted to ask you is, I received some marketing material that a lot of the residents who purchased homes in Naples Square received initially, and it showed a one-story building with 4 little boutiques in it, and there might have been a little coffee shop. Is it normal practice that you change, I guess it's called puffery, that you change plans and the residents are well aware that these plans are just for purposes of illustration and they can get a lot more intense?
I'm glad you used the word puffery. It's a legal term. That does not rise to a legal cause of action as mere puffery. However, what was shown, if it was shown, I have personally never seen the marketing materials from years ago that showed the one story, but what was shown at that time, I speculate, was what was approved by the city council, which was a one-story, 17,000 square feet of commercial space that could have had a large restaurant in it. That plan has evolved.
Well, the one that I saw, showed 4 cute little shops. Not a Ruth Chris. I guess that came later.
If those are marketing materials, while I haven't seen the marketing materials, while I haven't seen the real estate transactional documents that went along with all of the sales to the residential units, I can virtually guarantee you that there are disclaimers in those contracts which explain that these properties, you're in a mixed-use development, and these properties around you can be developed in accordance with that PD.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And Madam Mayor, if you had asked about the easement, the linear park easement and
Yes.
maintenance of it, didn't mean to interrupt you.
No.
In 2015, the easement was recorded into public records for pedestrian and public use to meander up and down, and maintenance of it is assigned to the Naples Square Residential Property Owners Association. And the language says, responsible for maintenance of the easement area to a standard which equals or exceeds the prevailing level of maintenance of City of Naples parks and parkways. So it's a private maintenance obligation. It's not the city's obligation.
And is that the HOA for residential or the total HOA for the whole development?
It is the
there's
Residential
such.
Property Association, and that is the association that governs the residential districts to the west.
Okay, so the residential is responsible for that piece.
Correct.
Thank you. I have several questions, and we need to get to the staff report. We also need to take a break. Kramer? Pardon?
Never mind me.
Oh, okay. No, well, not because of me. Oh, okay. So let's go back. So this is a PD, and a PD has evolved since 2015. And we have changed from mixed use to residential. I happen to have been here on council trying to be flexible and allow for this change. There is an issue with the intensity within this community. It was with the hotel coming in and that last piece for Quattro. So how have you addressed the intensity? Because this is part of the PD and it's still within your representative. We have allowed the Gulf Shore Playhouse. We even partnershiped with this PD because now we're part of that PD. We were included. So we have a parking garage that is really supporting this PD. So I feel like we have been very generous to this PD, and the intensity of this PD shows no green space, but nothing but build out. So how can you address the fact that we've worked with you, and 2015 you gave us a linear square foot of a park that really is like the right of way? How can you address that, Mr. Brooker?
The densities and intensities of the original PD have not changed. This city council approved exactly what you see: AC Marriott, Naples 1, Naples 2, Naples 3, Naples 4. All of that was approved by city council as part of the original PD. And so that has not changed at all. What has changed is the Gulf Shore Playhouse was added. The city's garage was added, knowingly that it would generate more traffic in this area, yet the city council had a level of service build-out analysis, which is part of the record, by the way, showing that all of this together would work from a traffic perspective. So we are asking for nothing more, no more density, no more intensity than the city approved.
So this was a PD from 2015, we'll even
2005.
2005. And now we're looking at a new site plan, which is 2024.
Correct.
So are you saying that we should go by the original PD?
I think you actually could. I would have to compare the versions because it has been amended and restated several times over the last 20 years. But what we're proposing for this site has not changed during that time. What has changed was Gulf Shore Playhouse, the Wind District, and the city's own garage. Those were the substantial changes that the city requested.
Okay, I'll just, I'll ask our legal exactly whether this setbacks, green space may have been approved, and if we don't have the opportunity to make changes within that, being that this has become more of an intense project and it's evolved over such a period of time. So, thank you. I have a couple of questions on the that MOU.
Are you talking about the 12th Avenue South Street easement? Okay. I don't know if there's an MOU about, with respect to that, but there is an easement that was recorded.
And that, so what does that easement that's recorded say?
The plat for Naples PD platted 12th Avenue South as a private road, not open to the public. Gulf Shore Playhouse came along, the garage came along, and obviously traffic circulation became an issue, a point of concern. So the city came to my client and asked for the right to travel over that private road. That requires an easement to grant to the public the use of this privately owned platted right-of-way. My client agreed to do so, and that's the only way Gulf Shore's residents or Gulf Shore Playhouse's patrons would be able to come onto 12th Avenue south towards 3rd Avenue and come out, exit Goodlet Frank Road if they chose to do so. Otherwise, without that, barricade it. Without that easement, we could seal it off. It's private property, privately maintained.
Okay, so in that MOU, that 12th is private, or actually in that replat, there was a replat. So what happened in the replat? You're saying that
I'm not sure there was a replat. There may have been, but I'm not sure. What the plat will show is that this was platted as a private roadway, meaning it's not dedicated to the public. The public has no right to use it. However, because the Gulf Shore Playhouse was coming in as part of that amendment to the PD to pull in the Playhouse and the garage and the Wynn District, traffic circulation was legitimately a concern. We held the rights to that private road. The city approached and asked us to grant an easement to the city and the public to use 12th Avenue South. And my client, I guess it's 12th Street South, I'm sorry, 12th Street South. And my client agreed and recorded that easement in favor of the city and the public.
And did the residents, because from what I understand, the residents did not know that was going to be an open easement, and access road?
I can't comment on what the residents may or may not have known, but this was all part of a public hearing process involving an amendment to the PD to add the Gulf Shore Playhouse to it.
Okay. On the roundabouts, can you explain to me, they're going to become larger? I heard something about them becoming larger because we've already, when we were given 3rd Street to maintain, thank you.
Yes.
That roundabout had to be reconfigured. Were you referring to the one on 3rd Street now?
Yes, the two roundabouts on 3rd Avenue within Naples Square, those roundabouts, they're actually what we call traffic circles, and I know there's like some different definitions of things, but if you look at those roundabouts or circles, they do not have pedestrian provisions. When you look at the circles, there's not a place for the pedestrians to cross the street. There is a mid-block crossing, but there's nothing at these circles. So working with your staff had developed a plan to convert these so that we would have, because we see this as a more active pedestrian area that it's going to become. And so there's a plan to implement and have pedestrian crossings. And then there's some tweaking to the circle to have to reduce what we call the fastest path. The vehicles will actually have a better slowing down. Currently, there's the on-street bike lanes run through the circles, okay? In a modern roundabout design, you actually constrain that, so you put the curb in closer, as a matter of fact, and so that the bicyclist either takes the road or uses a wider sidewalk area to go. But what that allows is then the cars to slow down more. This was in really response to some of the folks in Naples Square a number of years ago that were concerned about the traffic flow in there and needing to slow it down. And so your staff had looked at this, and we worked with the staff, as a matter of fact, too, to create the modern roundabout design. So one you have at 10th and 3rd Avenue actually meets the modern roundabout design. It has the pedestrian crossings, it has the slower, fastest path. The devil's in the details in these things. When you look at, you got these 3 circles and they all look alike, except when you delve into them and you see that the 2 circles that are in Naples Square, there's not a place for a pedestrian to go walk across the street. You have to walk to the mid-block, which is illogical, to then come back. And so it's really to take care of this. And that's what your staff has worked on, and worked on a plan, and then created a fair share analysis for the different participants to pay for. Winds is going to do it. I think Gulf Shore Playhouse has it. Everything. Your staff has brought everyone in to help pay for this.
Oh, okay, and I see that's in the resolution. Is that what you're referring to? Where's the exhibit that shows that?
Exhibit that shows the design or shows
I see
the
it's
fair share?
it's $22,000 is your fair share? and-
Correct. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's for both round, traffic circles?
Correct, just because it's a small percentage, because our traffic is so little comparatively. But then, like, you have the Wind site that was much larger, I think, and the Gulf Shore Playhouse has a larger percentage. And so staff has been working with each of these property owners separately. But we're just one. We're just one of the many.
Okay, I'll have to ask staff and the attorney where those
Yes.
documents are. So I just want to clarify on these circles that you did add a bike lane on 3rd.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes,
Okay.
and bikes will be accommodated. It will always be accommodated. It's just how you do it.
Okay.
Mhm.
You mentioned something about the sidewalk, or maybe it was Mr. McLean, that the sidewalk is going to be a paved or pavers? Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Trevelcant.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the wrong presentation. One moment, let me pull the right presentation in. The best place to see this may be here in the landscape architect's plan, so that you can see the linear park that runs along Goodlick. Goodlick is pavers. As it turns the corner and come along 3rd, it remains pavers, and then as it turns and comes up 12th, it remains pavers, comes back along our building, turns and comes out and goes all the way to the edge of our property as pavers. Yes, ma'am.
So who's responsible for that sidewalk?
We are responsible for the sidewalk on our property from this corner around to this corner. Then the linear park itself is deeded to the Master Association.
But the sidewalk on Goodlick Frank is going to be pavers?
The linear park is already pavers. The one that's complete in front of the Marriott and the one that will continue here, yes, ma'am, is pavers.
So, but it's not there yet?
Not in front of Naples Square 5, no, ma'am.
Right, so that's what I'm referring to. So there are not pavers there now?
There's nothing there now.
Right, so you're going to install pavers?
Yes, ma'am.
And that sidewalk will be the city's responsibility?
No, ma'am. It's the Master Association's responsibility in the linear park.
Okay.
To be maintained to the city park level of maintenance.
Oh, what does that mean?
However you maintain your parks, we'll maintain ours.
Wait, the park or the sidewalk?
Well, the sidewalk's in a linear park. It'll be maintained perfectly.
So
I know your maintenance staff very well. They do a great job.
Your sidewalk is within the linear park, but the linear park is part of the master.
Well, that's technically not our sidewalk. The linear park becomes It's odd here because it's a sidewalk that, if there was no development here, then yes, that would be the city's sidewalk. But since there's a development here, we deeded the linear park. There's a sidewalk that runs through the linear park. So the agreement between the city and the PUD is the PUD will maintain the linear park, including the sidewalk. Technically, our project sidewalk are these required sidewalks that go from the pavers back to the doors of the commercial space that are required, again, by the D Downtown Zoning District. We're required to face Goodlet with that commercial space. We're required to provide sidewalks from the public way to our building. So there's
Great segue.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, just to end that, how much right-of-way do you have then?
I think I would defer to civil on, I mean, the right-of-way is basically the width of the roadway. Since 12th is private, the entire easement of 12th is a right-of-way. 3rd is a 3rd street, so I believe the right-of-way comes to the curb because of the maintenance agreements, and then the linear park is part of the easement, so I don't know that there's an actual right-of-way on Goodlet that would come into play there that I'm aware of.
Are there utilities there?
Oh, it is, okay. So Christian just pointed out, there is an existing paver sidewalk that does run along Goodlet. So we will have to take that out. We did it at Marriott too. We took it out, we completed our landscaping and put it all back in. So this, when we're under construction, assuming we get our approval today, when we're under construction, we'll fence that off, maintain it. I think when we did Marriott, we left our fence on the project side and left the sidewalk in place until we got to landscaping. Then we fenced it off, closed the sidewalk, rebuilt the linear park, and then reopened the linear park. If I'm remembering correctly, that's the way we did it at Marriott.
And do we have a right-of-way there, the city?
I would defer that to staff. I don't believe there's a right-of-way in this plan.
And do we have utilities in that?
The utilities have all been, the utilities are accounted for. There's a utility easement that runs underneath the building that we're moving to the north end of the building to accommodate not only us, but the needs of the Playhouse, but we are moving that, and there is a deeded utility easement on the property. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'll ask staff where those easements are, or have we vacated those, or?
No, there's nothing to vacate because actually, this image that's on the screen now shows it pretty well. The red line that runs on the north end here, I mean, Christian's showing that as a irrigation line, but the current easement ran directly under the middle of the building. So regardless of what we build here, we've got to move that easement. So we're moving that easement to the north side. So it'll basically be in the setback so that if there's ever any access need to it, the easement is still deeded the way it is deeded, and it'll be accessible, that we don't go underneath our building to get to it.
Okay, so I'll ask the attorney to look at the resolution under 5, because the easements are very interesting in the resolution, so. What does non-exclusive green space mean?
I'll defer
To the
that to
developer.
someone who has a legal opinion on that. Non-exclusive green space?
Mr. Brooker?
I'd have to Google it.
It would be green space that's non-exclusive.
It's in the paperwork.
I'm sorry?
It's in here in the documentation.
Where at?
I can, I'll give it to you when we go to the staff.
Yeah, that would be helpful for some context, yeah.
Okay. So just, Mr. McLean, can you tell me where the commercial, the main commercial entrance and exit, and then the egress and ingress for the commercial?
So the ingress and egress is the purple drive out here. You come down 12th, you pull in underneath the building, you find your parking spaces, you would walk in from the back of these spaces. We created vias in this building that are highlighted by the pink here. So you would park, you could either, some of these spaces, like the center one, has a access door in the via. The one that's on the north, you could walk through up the linear park and in the front door. Part of that is because of the zoning district requires us to have primary doors on the primary facade. So we had to get you away from under the building, out to the primary facade and back into the space. So if a tenant came along for space number 3 here that wanted to put a door in the via, we could put one here, or we could actually tie this sidewalk back in. A little bit of that'll be designed once the tenant spaces come along. It's storefront glass, so 2 panels may become a door. We'll tie a sidewalk in. This central one will most likely access from the via, and this northern one will most likely access from the northern portion here.
How much, what's the footage between the building ending and the sidewalk?
Well, on the Goodlet side, that's the linear park sidewalk kind of bows through there, so it varies from space to space. But I mean, from the edge of the easement to our building, there's a minimum of 5 feet. So we have a minimum of 5 feet, then additional space back to the door, and then whatever space in an area like this, as the sidewalk bows out, we may be 10 to 15 feet to the sidewalk. In an area like this where it bows in close, we might be 7 to 10 feet as that sidewalk meanders through the easement.
So there's 3 commercial spaces.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the distance between the building and the sidewalk?
On the Goodlet side,
Yes, sir.
anywhere from 7 to 12 feet, depending on the meandering nature of the sidewalk.
Because when I look at this, it looks like it's exactly on, if that dotted line is the sidewalk.
Well, there's 2 dash lines that run north and south on the project. The outer one is the 20-foot dash line that establishes the easement. The inner dash line is the 25-foot building setback. So between the easement and the building, there's a minimum of 5 feet. Then back to our doors or out to the meandering sidewalk is where I get a distance of saying 7 to 17 feet. I mean, I could go in there and pull exact dimensions, but an exact dimension here, we're 25, 5 3/4 to this corner of the building. If we took out the easement, we would be 5 3/4, but we don't have a sidewalk there. As it meanders up, it gets further away from our access point, which would be, again, a couple of feet in and a couple of feet out. We might be 9 or 10 feet from our steps to the sidewalk.
Okay. Okay, several follow-up questions. Council, any further questions for the petitioner? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. We are at 11 o'clock, 11:10. We need to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back, staff report, public comment, and then we'll wrap this up. Thank you. Okay, we're back from our break and continuing on with item 11A. Council, we had a break. Did you have any ex parte communication? Because we are still in a quasi judicial hearing. If you did have in reference to this item, could you please disclose it now? Penniman?
None. Thank you.
Barton?
None.
None.
Kramer? None. Petrino? Vice Mayor?
Yes, I did. I need to disclose that when City Council went on break just now, I was sitting here making notes, preparing for the meeting to continue, and I was approached by a member of the community. And the member of the community started talking to me about this matter. And after he spoke for a few seconds, I said, and it was Greg Myers. I told Mr. Myers that this is a quasi-judicial proceeding and that anything he says to me needs to be disclosed by myself. And he said, that's fine. Disclose it if you want to. Well, I have to. Mr. Myers had concerns that it has been since 2016 that he alleges that at that date was the last time the city had complied with mandates from the state of Florida in establishing our level of service. His concern, as he stated, was specifically about level of service being established for traffic and stormwater. And this in the comprehensive plan, this is in the concurrency element of the comprehensive plan. In other words, he's saying that for the city to make decisions on a project such as this, a PD, and a certain area of the PD being proposed, being brought forth to be approved, that before that can be approved, that level of service needs to be complied with in our reporting to the state of Florida. So he cautions against making any decisions on this until the city goes back and checks off the right boxes related to level of service. Now, I listened to him. I didn't offer any opinion. And I just want to make sure that's disclosed. Thank you.
And you still have an open mind?
Oh, I retain an open mind. I'm going to listen to this project all the way through. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. With that, I did not have any communications about this item during the break. With that, we'll go to the staff report.
All right, good morning. For the record, Leslie Dolmer with the City of Naples Planning Department. My resume and qualifications are on file with this petition, and I've been previously certified as an expert in planning and zoning matters before City Council. Item 11A is a resolution requesting approval for site plan petition 22 SP21 for the development of a new 3-story mixed-use development in the Naples Square Plan Development. This property is known as the Encore Project, or Naples Square 5. You'll see in my agenda memorandum, I provided a brief summary of the background of approvals in the staff report. It's much more extensive. I'll keep my remarks limited with respect to the background of this, but I do want to point out a couple of distinctions based on some of the conversations we've had already this morning. Is that this property is zoned PD plan development. And so in 2021, by ordinance 2021-14-658, City Council approved the Naples Square plan development. And that provided for development standards for a number of districts within the Naples Square plan development. There's the residential district, and that is home to Naples Square 1, 2, 3, and 4. There is the downtown district, and that is home to the properties along Goodlet north and south of 3rd. So the south property is the one we know as the AC Marriott. The north property is the subject property today. There's also a public service district, and that is where the Gulf Shore Playhouse and the city's parking garage are both under construction. And then the final district is the Wind District, and that is the remaining parcel to be developed. So that plan development was approved in 2021. That is the governing document with respect to compliance for this particular site plan. So the item before you today is a review of the site plan. So both in your plan development regulations of the Naples Square plan development, but also in your code, it gives City Council final review and approval authority of site plans in plan development. So it's one of the trade-offs when somebody zones, requests and gets approval to zone their property PD, City Council gets additional oversight of the site plan for those land areas. And so that is what we're discussing today. In 2021, City Council approved a resolution adopting a site plan for the subject property that included 2 single-story commercial buildings of around approximately 17,000 square feet and an associated on-grade parking lot. Following that approval, the petitioner's plans changed for the subject property, resulting in a new scope and a new development plan. And that in October of 2022, the petitioner filed a site plan, the site plan 22 SP 21, seeking approval of a redesigned development, which included square footage towards restaurant, outdoor dining, commercial, and 15 residential units. So this site plan went through our particular process, and then in November of that same year, the Design Review Board considered the preliminary design review for this development. As council is aware, we send out notices to surrounding property owners, and the Naples Square residential property owners showed up, and in a conversation at that hearing, there was a lot of concern about the intensity of that initial proposal with the restaurant uses and things of that nature. And so the Design Review Board asked that the project be continued for the petitioner and the developer to work with the neighbors and to work through some of their issues on the design of the building. And so the petitioner resubmitted plans with a reduced intensity, and that's where they reduced and are now offering a prohibition on restaurants and restaurants with outdoor dining. Restaurants with a grease trap, and we'll have to ask them to maybe define that a little better because I think that's probably going to be key. But that's where those changes into the design plan occurred. So the project evolved, and what is before you today is this still a three-story mixed-use development with approximately 6,800 square feet of ground floor commercial, retail and office space and 15 residential units. So the second and third floors, dwelling units are arranged in a courtyard configuration as the petitioners provided in their presentation materials, with amenities in the open area of that courtyard configuration. We talked a little bit about parking, or the petitioner talked a little bit about parking. So this plan development adopted the D downtown parking standards for all uses within the district. And so in the D downtown, it requires two parking spaces per residential unit and 3 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet of commercial space. And then I believe there's another calculation for transient lodging, but that's not part of today's design proposal. The parking in both the residential district and the downtown district are integrated. This is a shared use parking scenario where all of the required parking areas are in this collective area, and the only parking spaces that may be restricted are the residential parking spaces. The D Downtown Code allows for residential parking spaces to be restricted. That's been done in a number of different fashions in the residential buildings, and in the proposal before you today, that is in private parking garages, as the petitioner has included in their presentation materials. It's really important to understand, and the petitioner made a note of that parking at each phase of development, the required parking must be available and provided. So they made a reference to the C pad, which is close to the AC Marriott, not being able to come online until the parking for Encore is constructed, and that is true. There is there's a condition in your resolution that references this. It says, due to the integrated nature of parking for the downtown and residential districts of the Naples Square Plan development, the minimum required parking for each operating use must be available at all times, and future certificates of occupancy may be delayed dependent upon the availability of parking. So because it's integrated, there may be some delays with these last parcels. It's always a little tough when these last parcels come online, and the petitioner is aware of that. We've gone through a number of conversations as each of these uses have come online for them to demonstrate and confirm that the required parking is there for the uses. And so far they've met that, and we wanted to memorialize that in this particular condition so everybody is aware as we move forward with this particular project. The site plan was distributed to all city staff for review with the codes that they apply and administer, and was found sufficient with conditions. And the site plan was scheduled for public hearings. This item was heard at the June PAB, at the June PAB meeting. There was quite a bit of discussion related to parking and stormwater and things of that nature. And after receiving public comment and their deliberations, the PAB voted by a 5-2 to recommend denial of the petition to City Council. However, as we know, the PAB is a recommending body, so a denial did not keep the petition from moving forward to City Council for your ultimate consideration and action. I do have members of other departments, staff members of other departments available for questions related to their technical expertise. I'm going to keep my comments limited to planning. But we do have folks that can answer some more of those technical questions, and staff's available for questions.
Thank you. Can you direct us in this enormous amount of information where the prior approval for the 2 one-story buildings are?
So that site plan was approved by Resolution 2021-14639 in May of 2021. I did not include that approval in the documents provided to City Council because this was a brand new development. So I did not include those specific plans with this item.
So can you explain what that means, that it's a brand-new development, but it's a brand-new development within a PD?
Correct, exactly. So the PD provides development standards, a list of permitted and conditional uses, things like setbacks, things of that nature. And then a petitioner has the opportunity to submit a site plan to develop within those parameters. We reviewed that at the site plan level, found that it was consistent with those development parameters provided in the PD. And because this is a plan development, City Council gets the ultimate review and approval authority over that particular site plan.
So since 2005, when this PD was established, besides the linear park, which has that restriction on it, and I think you can answer that on what that means. The question I asked Mr. Brooker, that meant that there was no structures or any.
Right.
Can you just explain that?
So there are, if you, in the plan development, there are a couple of places that we talk about the linear, dedication of linear public parking, and that easement. And so there was an initial land area along Goodlet that was designed and dedicated when the first residential buildings were under construction. And so the initial easement was dedicated to the city in 2015. And that let's see, it is the linear park easement, including without limitation, vehicular and pedestrian access to and from the property, pathways, signage, utilities, sculpture, art, water features, benches, drainage, water management, lot coverage calculations, density calculations, open space, and landscaping for the benefit of the property. But it does not allow for structures, vertical structures to be installed in that easement. It's a 20-foot strip of land along Goodlet. Now, when the land area where the Playhouse is under construction, and then when the land area was expanded all the way to Fifth, when those came online, the linear park expectations were expanded. And so if you look in for example, in the downtown, the section for the downtown district in the PD, it also mentions a dedicated of a linear park, public park easement expansion. So that's that expansion. And that easement was dedicated in city council, and that expanded area was dedicated in 2023. City council accepted that easement just a few months ago in 2023. So those are, that expanded area, the limitations and the allowance within that easement area have remained consistent in terms of landscaping, pedestrian pathways, drainage. Drainage can be incorporated into that. They can put public art in those areas. But no vertical structures are allowed in that area, and the maintenance obligation remains on the private property side. But we get an element of oversight if it's not maintained to the standard that the city would expect.
How did we accept that easement?
Both in 2015 and 2023, those were resolutions adopted by City Council.
Are they within this packet of information?
No, ma'am, they are not.
So how do we keep track of all of who's responsible for what? My biggest concern is that the residents of Naples Square do not realize the amount of responsibilities that they have within maintenance and.
Sure. I can't speak to what is in their homeowner or property owner association documents are, but I would hazard a guess that that is probably where they are made aware of that information. I can tell you on staff side, we're in this PD every time but somebody comes in for a site plan, for a permit, for anything, we're in this PD determining compliance with it. So there's a level of responsibility that staff has to ensure that for example, it talks about prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy for the buildings located in the downtown district, they've got to do that expanded easement area. So they submitted that easement, city council approved it before they requested the CO. We would not have issued the CO unless and until that easement had been dedicated. So there's a level of responsibility on the developer side, there's a level of responsibility on the city side to ensure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And then I can't speak to it, but I would assume that there's a level of responsibility and notification provided in those property owner documents.
So in the future, if someone wants to find out these details that we're speaking about now, the record on file will not have those resolutions?
Oh, it's all public record. Those resolutions
I
were.
realize it's public record, but will they be attached so that someone can follow all these changes that have been made from within this PD? And
so they're not attached, the resolutions aren't attached, but that's why in the background sections of our staff reports, we include by reference all of the history, all of the legislative and quasi-judicial history for this project, so that if anyone pulls up this, is interested in this item, they see that staff report, they see, oh, an easement was dedicated here, a subdivision was approved here, and then they can reference that and find that
I guess
document.
I wouldn't know, if I were not sitting here on the, I wouldn't know that. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, and that's probably more of a legal question on how we make sure these documents and how we follow them.
Yeah, there's.
Or maybe it's through the clerk.
We do try to include in the recitals of the resolutions appropriate previous approvals, but I did not include anything about the dedication of the linear park easements in this particular resolution. I don't know if the city attorney wants to make any comments about that, but that could be a way If it's relevant, I don't know.
Okay. Mr. McConnell?
Yes, Mayor, specific to the linear park easements, my opinion is it's not relevant to the site plan before you. It may be it's definitely relevant to the overall PD, but we're not here to discuss the overall PD. We're here to discuss a portion of it via the site plan petition.
Okay.
Now, to your question about combining documents, I can work with the clerk. I do think we need to keep them separate because if someone may ask for a piece of it and not all of it, so then if we combine them all, we're gonna have to bifurcate them to respond to a public records request. But, you know, titling them the same way, including similar names, there are ways that I know Ms. Rambos works and implements to keep track of these things.
As attachments? Usually it's by
Not
a
necessarily
tracking.
attachments, they're all different decisions that have different legal effect that have been made for the overall PD.
Okay. Thank you. And the MOU for 12th Street? Can you explain that?
I can't explain that. I know it exists. I wasn't personally involved in that negotiation, but I do know that there is an access easement over 12th that allows for circulation and access along 12th, both north and south of 3rd.
And was that established by a resolution?
The access easement was established, this was replatted in 2017. Tract A was created, which is 12 essentially. And then a public access easement was dedicated over that. The MOU I believe you're speaking to is for the Playhouse. And that was subsequent to the creation of that tract. We weren't involved in the creation of that MOU or the negotiating of that, so I don't have any details on that MOU.
So the 12th, the 2017 track replat,
It was part of a replat in 2017.
but 12th was part of it?
Yes, it's Tract A on that plat.
Okay. That makes more sense. Okay. And then just want to clarify, what's the height of this building?
It's 42 feet.
I thought it said it's 52.
It's 42 feet measured from the design flood elevation. And then the PD has language that allows for 10% of additional, 7 feet of embellishment up to 10% of the roof area. And you heard the petitioner mention that they are utilizing 9% of that 10% allowance for some of those covered stairways at the top.
And where is that? Because I didn't see that.
Whereas that language is in the PD, in the downtown district standards in the PD, and then those, I specifically asked the petitioner to include in their architectural plans exhibits that show compliance with that 10%, so that is in the architectural plans, both elevations of height, but then also roof plans that show those calculations.
So I need those labeled as exhibits, if not.
They are, the resolution references the architectural plans as it relies on those plans, and those are listed, that's in the architectural plan set.
But do we have those, I just need them labeled so that we understand that, which slide or labeled number, so that it's, and we can go on, I'll let others ask the question. And that's about the height. So, and I just want to ask, when we expanded this PD, why did the Wynn property come into this PD? Because it wasn't part of this PD, correct?
That's correct. The Wynn parcel came into the PD in 2021 as part of the public-private partnership agreement with both the Playhouse and the CRA in the city to facilitate some land transfers and reconfiguration of land to accommodate the parking garage. So that was initially in 2021. And then there was a subsequent replat to configure the lands, and then there was, this body is well aware, there was the actual transfer of land. And then we had the site plan for the parking garage, and I can say, while it's not relevant to the site plan, I can say that there is a site plan pending for that parcel as well. And you will see that in the coming months.
But it is relevant because this is a PD. And, I mean, all the parking matters, it's part of this petition.
Right, the parking
I know that parking is not part of it.
Yeah,
Thank you for
I
clarifying
want to make sure
that.
that's clear, that the 860 parking spaces that are required that we've talked about today are for the residential, the 4 residential buildings, and the 2 commercial parcels north and south of Third. The Playhouse and the Wynn property are handling parking in a different way, are not included in that particular calculation. They do still have the same parking standard, but they're not included in that calculation.
And that's clarified in the PD somewhere?
Yes.
And the PD is from 2015 or it's
2021.
2021?
2021.
Because it was amended and restated.
Yes.
Rezoned and restated.
Rezoned and restated.
Plan development.
And brand-new site plans.
No, not all of them. But I'm trying to think. The residential site plan, I believe, for the residential buildings was in 2014, 2015, something along those lines. And then, as we know, that was sort of the first construction, and then it was the only thing happening on these parcels for quite some time. And then getting into 2021, we saw the new land areas come into the PD. We saw the construction begin, the site plan approved for the AC Marriott. That site plan was approved in 2021. And then the site plan for the Playhouse was approved in 2021 as well. And then the parking garage site plan was approved in 22. I'd have to double check. And then the last parcel then would be the Wynn parcel, and that one's coming online here soon.
Okay. But the MOU is important to 12th because it is the property within the PD that abuts this property, correct?
I think it's important that to note that Tract A has an access easement across it, yes, that allows for the access up and down 12.
But the ownership of Tract A is
Remains.
the same as the ownership of this parcel. So the easement is a public access easement, which allows the public to cross the property that is, I want to say Ronto, but I think it's WSR, is the owner of Tract A and also this Encore, quote-unquote, Encore parcel. So they don't need to grant an easement to themselves. The easement is granted for the public access to use 12th as a street, essentially. And
So
then
they
the
could-
MOU was to guarantee the Playhouse had use of 12th for their access. So separate and a part of the MOU with the Playhouse, the public access easement allows the public to use 12th.
And in that MOU, can they decide to shut down 12th and not grant us access?
I don't have the
No,
details of
Mayor.
that, I'm sorry.
Okay.
we
Well,
have
because
an
it
e-
matters for traffic for me.
It does, but if we have an easement interest, which the applicant, attorney has said and now confirmed by staff, the only way to remove that is to vacate the easement. The MOU has no bearing on our property right to use that property. And I'm looking at the easement that was given to us for the linear park. I can look into the 12th to confirm, but two different,
But it does affect future decisions, so do I need to have the MOU or the easement addressed in the resolution? Because if the residents own 12th,
The-
easement or access,
No, I think
I don't think the residents own access. I think the residents have access.
well,
It's owned by the developer.
it wasn't an access point, it was a closed property.
And due to the request from the city council based on Mr. Brooker's testimony, they granted the city, for the benefit of the public, an access easement to 12th. which allows people to traverse it, ingress, egress, etc. My theory is the purpose behind that is because the Playhouse is going to utilize 12 for their valet operations and to access the parking garage.
Right, and
The MOU is separate and apart because there was a land swap involved in that with the Wynn so that the city could have the parking garage. I haven't reviewed it. I wasn't privy to drafting it. I can to see if there's any specific language related to 12th, but they are separate and apart if there is an easement recorded.
I just want to respectfully say, the city might have requested it, but it was only because they were expanding their PD and their request to have a public service district within this PD.
Thank you for the history.
Thank you.
No problem.
I just, it really, we have worked with them. I can't really say that the city hasn't worked with them, so. Council, I have Councilmember Penniman and then Kramer.
Let's go back to a couple of items that has been brought forward having to do with the traffic roundabouts that appear to be not particularly, they don't meet the design criteria for traffic calming and don't provide movement or safe pedestrian movement. So what is our obligation relative to those?
I'm going to ask Allison Bickett, the deputy city engineer, to come up and speak to that.
Okay.
Those were her review comments.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, Allison Bickett, deputy city engineer. For the history of those roundabouts, I guess it was, those clearly were built before the newer standards were put in place. And after evaluation, the team, we had met a few years back, as Norm had alluded to. I believe that was in 2021, looking back to my records, that we had some conversations. We met on site with several residents in Naples Square to discuss possible modifications, because they had received word that we were interested in making some modifications to those roundabouts. It's kind of been one of the locations, or those two roundabouts have been kind of a model for other locations of what not to build. So essentially, and we wanted to make sure, especially the walkability in this area, we wanted to make sure that that was clearly accounted for. We did meet with those residents around that time and walked it because there were some concerns about, they were clearly alarmed hearing that we could make some modifications out there. There's the beautiful fountains and how that would impact the overall plan. So we received a lot of input from them. Norm had drafted up some conceptual designs. We didn't make it any further than conceptual. It was pretty much at that point an opportunity to look at what we could do, get some ideas together, and determine what the potential cost would be for future proportionate shares. So that's kind of where it stands at this point. We haven't moved forward clearly with that, but we have obtained the contributions and looking forward to making those improvements in the future.
And thank you. And then there was also a crosswalk along Goodlet, which was somewhat alluded to.
Yes.
And again, that is our obligation, but they're willing to perhaps defray some costs there.
Yes, that's also another item that was identified as potential interest in assuring that that's been addressed with the crossover between across Goodlet, Frank, and the interaction. So we wanted to make sure that they had also contributed to that.
So, City Attorney, were we to approve this petition today, would it be contingent upon the city absorbing those two responsibilities? If we were willing to approve this petition today, would it be contingent upon the improving the roundabouts would be modern day, is the colloquialism that we're using right at this, in this particular case, would be modern day roundabouts, and there would be a crosswalk along Goodlet Frank, a portion of which the petitioner is willing to help pay.
Yes, I believe those are included as one of the 5 resolution, or the conditions in the resolution section 3, so those would have to be met as part of this approval.
So there's,
Okay, as a condition upon those being
Correct.
taken care of.
Correct.
yeah, Councilmember Penniman, my
Yeah.
apologies, and
That's
all
okay.
of council. I did not go into very much detail about the recommended conditions in the resolution, but there are 5 recommended conditions in the resolution. We spoke about the first one related to restaurants with grease traps and restaurants with outdoor dining being prohibited.
You could just show me the sections that you're.
Sure.
I'm on the resolution.
Sure, resolution, it's on your resolution. It's gonna begin on page 2, section 3. It says, if approved, the approval of the site plan relies upon, and then lists all of the plans that we relied upon to make our recommendations. And then it says, and subject to the following conditions. So, the condition number 1 reads, restaurants with outdoor dining are prohibited in the ground floor commercial area. I'm recommending, based on our conversation today, that we amend that slightly to say restaurants requiring grease traps, which was the language the petitioner provided, and or restaurants with outdoor dining are prohibited on the ground floor commercial area, and that's sort of a concession made by the development team with respect to the feedback they got from the Naples Square residential property owners. Number 2 is the one that I spoke about related to the integrated nature of parking. Number 3 and number 4 are ones related to traffic that the deputy city engineer has offered about proportionate fair share for improving the roundabouts. And then number 4 has 2 options. So when we get to the time of a motion, I think it would need to be clear whether or not we're expecting the petitioner to pay the full cost of that sidewalk, or if we're asking them to pay a proportionate share. And Allison can correct me if I'm wrong, but that language has 2 options. So we'd want to pick one of those options in a motion. And then number 5 is a one that's related to, there will be no permanent structures within dedicated easements. All those easements identified shall be vacated in advance of building permit approval. Friendly reminders.
Number 3 of that resolution is referring to which, well, they're not roundabouts, they're traffic circles.
Which locations? On 3rd Street at 11th and 12th Street South.
So the petitioners already paid for them. We had to renovate 12th already. Did we renovate 11th?
We have not done any improvements yet to those roundabouts or
But
mini
we did
circles.
to 12th because we had a circulation problem.
We have not made any modifications to them to date since they've been installed. We've evaluated them. The one at 12th, that you may be thinking of the location at 10th. We completed that project, the roundabout at 10th and 3rd.
No, it must have been with the hotel that we had to make the circulation for the fire truck.
I am not aware of them making any modifications to the roundabout. I have not seen any plans to
Okay,
that.
so it must have been, I'll ask the fire marshal. And then, so you're suggesting that the city pay our fair share for the roundabouts or the traffic circles on 3rd?
I am looking for them to provide proportionate share. Once we get to see, we get to the point that we determine what the final plan, because right now we have a conceptual plan for both of these roundabouts. Once we get to that step, then we will look to budget, and we've received or collected, if we wanted to move forward in advance of finally receiving the additional commitments that we may also receive. We can either go ahead and construct them in advance of receiving those additional contributions, or we can wait and determine at that point if we want to move forward with making those adjustments and redesign in-house or through the city.
Okay, I'm just having a hard time understanding what that cost is, especially because it was a street that was given for this PD, and then they nicely gave it back to us to maintain. So,
So we had, when Norm looked at it, he ended up evaluating, and when he provided the conceptual design, I don't have the conceptual design and the cost estimate that he provided for both of those, but it depends on, I think, what we end up going with. We had, like I mentioned, we had initially met with some of those residents. I think we would want to make sure that that's completely ironed out once we get to final design of what we anticipate and making those adjustments. They're already in place, so it's going to be making just modifications to what's already there to make those modern roundabouts. We're not going to completely tear up the entire intersections to do this, but we're going to try to work to the best that we can with what's already in place.
So I just want the attorney to understand that we are making an agreement with the residents to, they're going to pay that, and we are going to pay our fair share.
Yeah, it's only been, yes, I believe the participants to date have been the Marriott, the Gulf Shore Playhouse. I anticipate the Winds will be also cooperating with and then we also have this application. Prior to that point, of course, this was constructed under that original Naples Square, so I don't anticipate that they're going to be also adding any more contribution to this from the homeowners, if that's what you're referring to. I don't anticipate that we're going to expect their participation at this point.
Okay, so is that an agreement, or is that just Mr. Boudishwar, is that just something for your staff and you have agreements between these folks and it does, I'm just checking the resolution, know who's responsible for what?
I
think, yeah, putting the homeowners association aside, because legally I'd prefer to stay out of a private dispute between residents and homeowners associations. This condition number 4 is twofold, and depending on how the city council wants to decide, you can either require or request and see how the applicant responds, they pay the full cost, or you can have them pay the proportionate share. Right now, it kind of says we would prefer full cost, but the proportionate share is satisfactory. I think depending on the decision, the city council and any objections from the applicant's attorney, we should just pick one so that it's clear on what they're doing and we can move forward that way.
Thank you, that's the clarification that I needed for Council Member Penniman. That was your question?
It was, and concomitant with that, it appears to me that in the way it's articulated here, that actually the responsibility for the modern-day roundabouts is actually ours. With increased trips, the deputy city engineer has determined that modern-day roundabout improvements meeting current design guidelines are necessary. So I think that's ours to do and fully on our
what I'm trying to say is,
Yes.
is I think that as a city and from probably our department standpoint, we would probably be tasked with evaluating and finalizing the design and with the cooperation, because we have already received some funds. We have a certain amount of money that we've already collected to date that we would apply. And then we would most likely be handling the additional portion of that's remaining funds that we have not received, or we most likely won't be collecting 100% of the cost, is my guess, of the design and construction of these improvements for those 2 roundabouts.
Well, again,
We can
at
request,
some point in time, we're going to have to make some sort of a,
it'll be one of the questions I ask. I mean, we'll have to get a consensus on council on that resolution and whether we're going to require it or request.
okay.
My understanding, correct? Mr.
Correct,
McClung?
correct.
Thank you.
Okay. That's all, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kramer?
Thank you, staff. What a great job, yeoman's effort. For those that didn't dig through the materials, just the background staff report's 27 pages long on this. And they did a great job of being concise. So when I think about I saw it, I'm like, how long did that take to prepare? Just terrific effort. It was mentioned that the PAB had a vote to deny, but we need some background on that if you watched that meeting. The way it went, there was a motion made to continue it, and that failed 4-3. And as soon as it failed, one of the guys who voted on the for side said, whoa, that's not what I thought. But that motion had already taken place. And so smartly, knowing that it's coming to us anyway, is why I think this went this way, they voted to deny it, so it's coming here anyway. Now, interestingly, if you, and again, watch that meeting, it's interesting. Two of the members who voted not to approve this, so one says he was concerned about stormwater issues. And he said, listen, this isn't the petitioner's fault. Like, you guys are doing it right. Nonetheless, no. That's like making an A on a test and the teacher says, hey, great job, but you know what? We have these other problems that exist, so F-. Another one said he didn't understand the whole parking numbers, so no. That's a bad reason too, by the way. And then another one said, I thought this was interesting, that they asked for a traffic study and didn't get it, and said, unfortunately, and the quote is, "your collateral damage." I'm just wondering how that would fly in court for the city. What kind of, how does that expose the city? That's our rationale for not doing things. Just asking a question. Well, it's rhetorical. Yeah. So on those points, are they doing the stormwater right? Does it meet everything they're supposed to do?
I'm gonna ask our stormwater reviewer to come up and confirm that.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Eddie Bliss, Public Works. So at the time of the resolution, at the time of the permitting process, they met the city stormwater code at the time. Current code, no, but this was all submitted before the new code came into compliance. But at the time of their submittal, yes, they meet current code.
So they did what was asked of them, and then we changed it. Is that correct?
No.
I don't know if we changed anything.
Well, you said code changed.
Well, in 2001, the code has been refined,
Okay.
but they was designed before then. This PUD was designed before that new stormwater.
Are they going to carry the amount of stormwater they need?
They exceed what was previously allowed
Oh, they already exceed.
by 50%. From the old code and the old ordinance, when they submitted this design, they exceeded that old stormwater ordinance by 50%.
By 50%, they exceeded what
Yes.
was expected. And that still would that meet the standards of the current code?
No.
It's too low for the current code?
Yes.
Okay, so they went over 50%, but,
At that time, yes.
yeah, okay. Okay, but again, if we're holding the standard at the time, but then they exceeded it by 50%. And then next, on the parking, are they meeting the parking?
Yes, they are meeting the parking.
Okay, they're meeting the parking. Are they asking us to vacate anything?
No.
Nope. How about any variance?
No.
Okay. And then, does this meet the requirements of the D district, of downtown district?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion that we approve this with number 4 being a proportional share. How's that?
We haven't finished our hearing,
Okay.
so, thank you. I have Councilmember Chrisman.
Thank you. First, Ms. Stallmer, I just want to clarify one thing. You had stated that the relevant site plan for evaluating this project was was the petition 2021-14639. Is that correct? The appropriate resolution.
So
Yeah.
the ordinance for the plan development? Is that
Yes.
what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2021-14658. And then there was a site plan that was approved in May. Which was a resolution, 2021-14639.
Yeah.
That was the site plan that included the 17,000 square feet in the
Right.
single-story commercial configuration.
And what I really want to, the point I'm trying to get to is that I think, I know you're correct, but I think what's important for everyone to understand is that the approvals, the development approvals and standards for this PD goes back to 2013.
Correct.
And what we've seen is, since 2013, is a whole series over time of amendments to that.
Correct.
And the current prevailing amendment is the one that you just cited.
That is correct.
Yeah, but it's probably the fifth or sixth amendment since 2013.
Fifth.
And the point I'm really trying to make is that, because development has been occurring within the Naples Square PD for years, certainly preceding 2021. So, you know, I just didn't want there to be any confusion there, notwithstanding that the 2021 resolution and site plan you referenced is what we're looking at today. Second, in your staff report, which I agree with Councilman Kramer, very well done and comprehensive and complete, you go through the policies of the comprehensive plan that are relevant to this petition, and there's a number of them. Then you go through the departmental review in terms of comments from relevant departments about stormwater, fire rescue, et cetera. Then you do look at the standards, Section 4633G of the Land Development Codes, the standards for review, and there are a number of those. And then finally, there's residential impact criteria that you go through. So each of these, you know, the comp plan policies, the development standards, residential impact criteria, this is what you're looking at as a staff to determine whether this petition meets the development standards that apply to this PD, to the PD and to this project, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And within all of that, it goes on for pages, we've all read it, hopefully. Do you find anything there that where this petition does not meet any of these standards or criteria or policies?
We found it sufficient with the conditions. So the
With the
areas where we
yeah.
had some concerns or wanted clarification, we're recommending those conditions that you see in
And I
the
was going to come to
resolution.
that. So
Yeah.
the conditions, in some cases, relate to certain of the policies or standards or criteria. In some cases, I would suggest really just are, I think, positive ideas by staff to deal with certain aspects of this proposal that need to be addressed. But maybe the way I will ask the question then is that you believe that this petition meets the standards and criteria that apply to the Naples Square PD, with the so long as these 5 conditions are incorporated and added to any approval.
Yes.
And there are no other concerns that you have, or that were flagged by other members of the department that are important for us to be aware of in this discussion.
based upon the information provided to us for review, we find that it is sufficient. However, ultimately, city council has that review and approval authority
Of
for a
course.
site plan and a PD.
Of course, I'm just trying to make sure we understand what the staff report is saying.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Just a tag on that, so you're referring to the policies that are within your staff report for future land use?
I'm referring to the comprehensive plan policies that are cited in the staff report that relate to this petition. I'm also referring to section 4633G, standards for review that apply to this site plan review. And I'm also referring to section 4643 of our land development code, the residential impact criteria. And based on what I'm seeing here in this staff report, all those three buckets of standards, criteria, policies, all were reviewed by staff and have application to this petition that's before us.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that towards you. I was asking staff.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Yeah.
So, because it was a very good question. So on land use element, there's one policy, 1-1 and 1-2, 1-3. Those are all the policies within the future land use?
Well, remember, when the plan development was approved and adopted by city council, there was a review of the plan development against the comprehensive plan and its consistency with the objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan. So the initial consistency with the comp plan was reviewed and approved by city council with the adoption of the Naples Square plan development. Subsequent to that, when site plans come in, we're gonna review site plans against the comp plan, but also the Naples Square plan development regulations. And then in this case, the Naples Square plan development regulations are acting like the code for the development here. So you've got your comp plan, you've got your code, and then you apply them both. But by its very nature of the plan development having been approved and adopted by city council, the uses and the development standards provided within the plan development have already been found consistent with the comp plan. So the objectives and policies provided in your staff report are specifically related perhaps to the specific design here. But overall, the Naples Square PD by its existence has been found consistent with the comp plan.
And I would also just add that we're the planning department, so we give you a look at the future land use element. We do not give you an analysis of the, water resources element. We don't give you an analysis of the,
That's why I just asked.
We're planning.
Right. Thank you for that clarification, because that's why I was asking you future land use, and if I want to know about the other policies, I need to ask the other departments.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for asking that question.
Mayor, may I make a
yes.
suggestion? Because we're running up on 12:30 here, and I know there's people in the public that have waited a long time to speak. My suggestion would be to move on to public comment, allow them to speak before we break, then close the public comment portion, and then we can come right back into deliberation.
Okay, I have one question, though, I have Petronoff, because she asked me earlier, and then I'll go to public comment. Right now, I have 3 public speakers.
Just a couple quick questions. I think we all are, I'm sensing the frustration of this whole PD and the way that it evolved and the lack of green space that was approved, and how it sort of morphed. And it's, but right now we are just looking at a slice of a site plan, which is relatively a small parcel versus the rest of the PD. And you go against certain criteria on it. But my question is around, when we change our codes and buildings and the site plans that are subsets of this PD are built, are they grandfathered in under the old code? Or are these new buildings subject to the modern storm water, in this case,
That would be,
standards that are now in place for anybody else that's building.
I would ask the stormwater engineer, just because the wording in the stormwater code is
Eddie Bliss, Public Works. So for your single-family homes, we look at the time of the building permit process is when that code comes into compliance, right? So for this one, it's almost like a development agreement. That first resolution was prior to the new code. So all those previously approved through the district, it would have to go at the time of that district permit. Otherwise, they would have to redesign and resubmit to the district.
Okay, even if the buildings change or, or in this case, it's been over a decade since the first PD was introduced.
So at the time of that resolution or that district permit, when it was already earmarked for that amount of impervious area. And they're not changing that. They're not changing the impacts of that site based on their petition today. They're not changing anything. Maybe they're reducing it some. So that impact or that envelope of impervious with regards to that design has not changed. It remains consistent.
Okay, so new buildings that are coming online with the site plan section are grandfathered in to whenever it was approved initially. They're never brought up to the modern code that we passed a couple years ago.
Not for this, because this PUD was
For PDs.
approved and before that new
Okay.
code came online.
Okay, all right, got it. Then the other question that I had was, in terms of the definition of a restaurant, hanging it by whether or not it has a fryer, I think the heart of it is not having the intensity there across from residents. That's sort of the spirit of it. And so, can there be restaurants without grease traps that are intense? And I think the answer is there probably could be.
the way the condition is drafted, there could be restaurants without grease traps, without outdoor dining.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you the intensity because there's no specified tenants.
The petitioner may be able to shed a little bit more definitive light on what level of a restaurant needs. That's a little beyond my scope.
I think ours too, unless anybody on the dais has run a restaurant, but if the spirit of this addition to reduce the intensity of this development on behalf of the residents, if we think it's gonna be solved by saying no grease traps, then I think we've gotta really think carefully about, do we wanna add a little tighter condition around that?
Sure.
If our end goal is to reduce intensity. Okay.
Can I make a comment on that while we're on the?
Thank you, Crispin.
There are three units possible under, three units designated for commercial under this plan, right?
There are 3 spaces. I
Three
don't know if those
spaces.
could be, in a tenant improvement, if those could be, made into a number of additional smaller spaces, but
Well,
there's
this is
3
what I'm really
spaces.
getting at. I mean, first of all, with a total square footage of, 7,000 square feet?
Just under, I believe, yeah.
Just under, you're talking about, 2,200 to 2,500 square feet per unit. There's not a very big restaurant that can be accommodated in that space, that size space, just pragmatically. Probably a relevant question to ask is, under this petition, does the owner-developer have the flexibility to, are they required to continue to have 3 separate spaces, or are they able to consolidate 3 spaces into one 7,000 square foot space?
The design that's included in this particular proposal has 3 separate spaces. They're bifurcated by 2 vias.
So there,
So that would be a change to
so
a
that
site
would not
plan.
be possible without coming back for an amendment.
That's correct.
Yeah. So if that's the case and we're protected on that end, I think another protection we have on worrying about too big of a restaurant is just the practicality of, what can you actually have operating within a couple thousand square feet?
Or can it be 3 restaurants?
I thought there were,
Well, again, I think what I heard the petitioner say is they wanted the flexibility to use those spaces to rent out for a coffee shop or a cafe or, and I think at that size, those are the types of operations that are likely to be.
yeah. I just want to clarify with staff, I thought there were to be I thought there was only one restaurant. It's not clear in the, or no restaurants.
They haven't identified any.
I thought it was supposed to be
tenants.
all retail space.
It's the condition that was offered is no grease traps and no outdoor dining. So it doesn't say no restaurants, it just says no grease traps
So
and
their-
no outdoor dining.
Their plans identify those commercial spaces as retail or office. However, restaurant is a permitted use in this district. So this was our attempt to put a condition that limits that sort of a
Because
commercial
I thought in our staff,
establishment.
you said that it was all supposed to be,
The plans only show retail and office,
Yeah.
and so our intent in that condition was to limit no restaurants, but what they offered back is no restaurants with grease traps.
because the other one was, the other property was supposed to be a one-story cafe, and this was supposed to be nothing but retail. So now they're so that's something for the petitioner to decide whether they are, or if council's willing to allow any restaurants at all.
That's for you to discuss.
Thank you.
And then my second question was, PDs are a zoning category unto themselves, and they have design standards that they make up that create a more creative program that is supposed to be better than what they could do under the current code, if I'm getting this right. But even within that zoning category, it must comply with the comprehensive plan, correct? Okay, so when this original site plan, what was on the site plan was offered, that section was determined to meet all of the policies of the flu.
When the PD was created, yeah, it was zoned, this was the downtown district, and it's always been the downtown district of the PD, and the downtown district essentially adopted the D downtown, so confusing, but the D downtown zoning district that we have, the downtown district of the PD essentially adopted the D downtown development standards. So at the time, council determined that the development standards of your D downtown were for this property were compatible with and consistent with the comp plan.
And the underlying future land use is downtown mixed use, future land use, which promotes and encourages this mixed use buildings, mixed use developments. And so all of those things taken together were found to be consistent.
And when the PD was approved as a whole, the open space that was offered was the linear. So they did address open space. They didn't address it parcel by parcel. They addressed it as one large provision of open space.
You're getting to my
for the PD.
You're getting to my question, and that, if we change, they're coming in with a different site plan than what was originally put on this parcel, and, for site plan approval. So, if, we have policy 1.6, which talks about green space, that even though we changed, that they came in and changed what was on that site plan, our solution for meeting policy 1.6 was a linear park.
Correct.
And so this change in this site plan would not, we would not relook at this policy because it's not, it's already been approved.
I also think that our stormwater engineer just testified that the impervious area has not increased. So the impervious area of what was approved prior, the site plan, and this remains the same.
Okay.
So they haven't decreased the amount of open space on the site.
Okay,
from what was approved. It's remained consistent.
okay. All right, those were my two questions.
Okay, I'm
that
gonna
I
move
have.
to,
Thank you.
okay, I'm gonna move to public comment. I have, Tom Filligram. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Tom Fillingham. I live at 1135 3rd Avenue South in Building 3 in Naples Square. I am also the president of Building 3 and the president of the Master HOA Association. My comments regarding the pros and cons of this project are on file with you, and I'm sure you've read them, so I won't belabor those. I would like to provide a little bit of clarification on some issues that are being discussed here. First of all, with the stormwater. I don't know whether the stormwater meets the current code or it doesn't, but maintenance is a big part of the stormwater, obviously. So yesterday, I met with the developer's agents, the attorney, the architect, and Baracco's people, and we discussed putting a plan together to make sure that the stormwater maintenance system is maintained to the manner that's going to keep it in pristine shape and working properly. And so I just thought I would share that with you because I think that's important to know that the system is going to be maintained and the HOA is firmly committed to make sure that gets done. In terms of the linear park and the upkeep of the parks and the sidewalks and the street lights and everything that's there, the HOA we are well aware of what our responsibilities are for that. And how we operate in terms of doing that, we have what is a shared use agreement. And that shared use agreement means that all 4 of the residential buildings, along with this building if it's approved, along with the commercial south and commercial north, who are all part of the Naples Square project, they must share in that cost with us. We develop that budget every year. We have maintenance done weekly on the property by a landscaping company, and we develop all the budgeting aspects based on the input that we get, and we then dole out the responsibility cost-wise to each other unit that's involved in the entire development. So it is shared by everybody, okay? And I think that's important to know. On the roundabout, wow, this is the first time hearing about this. We're not aware that you're going to start changing the roundabouts around. I mean, if we want to do something to help the pedestrian traffic, well, why don't we do what they cross at crosswalks? Take 3rd Avenue, where the roundabouts are, put a crosswalk on either side of where the fountains are, put the little jiggly lights up there so they can push the button, and let the people cross. What are we going to start tearing up the landscape for? The way these fountains work, if you've seen the fountains, we have the fountains right in the middle. When you go outside the fountain equipment is buried in the ground. If we are going to change this to be like the 10th Street Rotary, what's going to happen is that the roundabout is going to be expanded to the point where you're going to have to cut out the sidewalk and reposition it around the buildings, which means we're going to lose all the green landscaping we have around the outside of the buildings, okay? And we're going to look more like Manhattan than a downtown area where we have nice landscaping around the buildings. I don't know why we're making this so complicated. Just put a couple of crosswalks in. And if we want to delve into the other problem, which is the traffic flow, put in the 6-foot wide crosswalks, as I have suggested before, and put the 6-foot crosswalks in, elevate them so they're like a speed bump, and that will calm the traffic flow. I've asked to look at that for the other intersections we have, the crosswalks on 3rd Avenue in between Building 3 and Quattro and 1 and 2. if we elevated those, the traffic is gonna be calmed, okay? And I just don't know why we're considering going about all this stuff. I was part of that meeting a few years ago, and we weren't talking about changing the roundabouts or doing anything like that. We were talking about the fact that there was discussion to widen Third Avenue South, and our complaint as residents was, we don't want any more traffic here. Don't widen the road. That's what that was all about. We never discussed anything about changing the roundabouts, so I'm sorry I'm a little animated, but
No.
thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Lillian McGuire.
The next two need to be sworn in.
Next, you need to be sworn in.
No, I don't, it's Lillian McGuire.
I don't
Okay.
see, I don't see it right now.
Okay, and my next speaker is Greg Myers, and he needs to be sworn in. Madam Clerk?
You can raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Greg Myers, Gulfshire Boulevard North. This process is inscrutable. Okay? The entire process with this PD is inscrutable. Okay? It's impossible to understand. It's impossible to interpret. Okay? And let's clear up one fact in the code. This PD was approved in 2015. If you amend a PD, you have to come back and amend the whole PD. That's the way PDs work. You start, you get a PD approved, you have a PD zoning, you have an ordinance. That's it. You change it, you come back. That's the way PDs work, or PUDs. Okay, you don't get to take this entitlement document and then start changing it going forward. Your code tells you this. It's right in your code. You have to redo the whole PD. So I disagree with your city attorney that we're not here to discuss the whole PD. They're not here to discuss the whole PD, but they have to be, okay? And let's get one other thing straight. In this city, the land use attorneys and the developers do the entitlements first and the site plan second, and that's not the way the code reads. And the reason they do that, if you haven't figured it out, is because if you did the site plan first the way the code reads, you'd determine what the adequate public facilities or level of service requirements are, and then when they came for the entitlements, you'd stick them with it. But instead, you want to stick the residents with the bills for all this stuff that they should have been paying. Now I'm going to go to level of service. It's in, and I might need an extra minute if you don't mind, Mayor. It's in your comprehensive plan concurrency management system element. I'm appalled at what I just heard from your planning staff. You can take the staff report, throw it in the trash can, okay? Your planning director just told you, we do planning, we only consider the future land use element. Wrong. Planning is all elements of the comprehensive plan. They got 3 policies in their staff report. None of them address concurrency management system element. Okay, wrong. May I have an extra?
Just complete what you.
Well, it says that on an annual basis, the city planning department will prepare an annual update of the capital improvements element, which will include an analysis of all public facilities for which level of service standards have been established. Guess what? You can't do any of that if you don't first establish the level of standards. You can't do a CIP, you can't do concurrency analysis, you can't do any of that without first establishing level of standards. That's a legislative requirement. It's a requirement in Florida statutes. It says, new development will provide public facilities at the adopted level of service standards concurrent with development impacts. That means every project, since you haven't done level of service, which is legislatively required since 2015, I understand, every project approval okay, has been ultra-virus. And now you want to...
Can you just wrap up, please? I understand that.
No, I don't think you do, Mayor, because obviously you're talking about roundabouts. It's top-down. Florida statutes, comprehensive plan charter, charter above comprehensive plan. You guys are talking about the wrong stuff. I'll wrap it up with this. On January 16, 24, you all had a meeting. And Mr. Budishwar said, at the end of the day, in the next 20 years, we're talking about $1 billion worth of infrastructure. Okay? You're not sticking us with those bills. Today, later in this hearing today, you're going to be discussing a $90 million stormwater outfall project. That should have been paid by the developers had you done the level of service standards and hit them with the project bill. Okay? And I'll end with this. This is unbelievable. Staff has created a fair share analysis. This is the developer. $22,000. Our traffic is so little comparatively. Well, geez, how do you know? How can you even do a fair share analysis if you haven't done the level of service analysis, which you're required to do since 2016, and you want to talk about the PAB hearing? They asked for a traffic study 2 years ago. Anybody curious why it hasn't been completed? Because your staff iced it out. Because it costs money. And who has to pay that fund? Who has to pay that tab for all those improvements? And we're talking citywide, not just this block, that block, whatever. The developers.
Thank you.
Okay? Mr. McConnell, last comment, said he spoke with prior city attorneys. And nobody knows why the level of service analysis stopped in 2015.
Thank you.
What a load of, not him, I'm sure they told him that, but you think that Jim Fox and Vos don't understand this stuff? You think the city manager doesn't? And
Thank you, Mr.
And I
Myers.
will stop with this one last comment. Mr. Kramer said he's wondering how this will work out in court. There is no sovereign immunity for operational negligence.
Thank you.
Okay? You're talking $1 billion.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to make a crack at maybe,
We can't, we have process.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, that concludes public comment. And we have council, Vice Mayor, and then we will go to petitioner's agent for closing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So there's a lot here, and I've tried to take some notes. First, I had a question for staff, the stormwater, on a stormwater matter.
Hello again. Hello, Eddie Bliss, Public Works.
Yep. So when you were up at the podium earlier, Councilwoman Petronoff had some questions, and you made a statement, and I just wanted to make sure I heard it right. When a project is first approved, and under the code, whatever the code was then, and no matter how far back, if the fire code, if the electrical code, if the stormwater code changes, it doesn't matter. It's gonna, the code is going to revert back to when the project was approved.
I take those almost as a development agreement. At the time that it was approved, those codes for stormwater, I can't speak for lives or fire, but for stormwater, we go back to the code at the time it was approved.
Do we know on this development agreement if there's language in the development agreement that says if you come with a new project, right, because time has gone by, that you'll comply with the most up-to-date standards for stormwater development?
Not to my knowledge.
Vice Mayor, to clarify, there is no development agreement.
There's no development, so.
Correct, yeah. So I take it as like the resolution at the time.
All right. So,
Right, not the
no
development
develop, so
agreement,
we're using the wrong words, no development agreement. If you would just stand by to our city attorney. As codes are improved, does it apply to the latest construction on a PD?
Appreciate the question. Okay. This is a tough one, but my opinion, and my opinion only, to Mr. Myers' point as well, like, right now, we're here on a site plan. If they were amending the PD, which they've done multiple times since 2013 or 2015, whatever, 2005, whatever the date is, I think it's appropriate at the time that they're amending the PD that they would need to come up to code with the current standards. This is not a development agreement. If it was a development agreement, my opinion would change, because the benefit of a development agreement is it locks you into the codes at the time of the execution.
Right.
But we are not here to amend the PD. We are here as on a site plan. However, whenever that last amendment was, which I can't speak on, once you open up the PD, I think you need to come into compliance with the current standards.
So now you used a different word. You said, once you open up the PD, and this has been, for many of us on council, that's a key phrase, that's a key word as to when city council can look at something and say, you know what, the PD, the zoning, the plan development has now been opened, and we need to ensure that the interests of the city are addressed. So, when you said open up the PD, is that what's happening here today?
My understanding is no.
Okay?
The open up, because the code is clear, when you open up a PD, you have to treat it like a rezone all over again, so you're starting from scratch. That process by, I believe the last one was adding the playhouse. That would have been in 2021, that's opening up the PD.
Okay. So
This
that-
is just a site plan for a portion of a property located within the PD.
And to clarify, what we're looking at today is the same as the PD that was brought before us. There's been no changes. This does not represent a change, an amendment to the PD. Is
That's
that-
correct. This is a site plan application. Amendment, or we don't have an amendment, it's a rezone to PD. That's an ordinance process. There's additional hearings, additional notice, additional and different standards. This is a site plan petition.
Okay, now thank you for that. Now I'm gonna go back to our discussion on the stormwater. You heard the city attorney, and now I just need to bring it full circle on just that one question. Does the site comply with our current stormwater code?
The site as.
This project, does this project?
So the PUD
Nope.
does, because the Encore is part of the PUD.
Okay,
And it's all one system. The stormwater system is one. You can't take Encore apart of it. It's or apart from it. It's a part of it. And it contributes to the whole system.
does it comply with our current codes?
The system? No, it does not.
Okay. And
I would
yeah.
welcome the city engineer, or the design engineer for
No,
this
that's fine.
system.
No, I don't want to talk
discuss.
to him. I
Yeah.
want to talk to staff right now.
Okay.
So, Mr. City Attorney, when this project is added to the plan development, is there any merit in city council requiring the stormwater code to be complied with, the current stormwater code?
It's not a simple yes or no. This property is already part of the PD.
I understand.
Right, so when this PD, as recently as 2021, was rezoned and restated, I wasn't here. Maybe this is a bad assumption, but I'm assuming all of this was done, level of service was taken care of. And all they're doing right now is asking to develop, in my opinion, develop the site that's already within the PD.
Yeah.
So, but if this is council's decision, the first criteria is determine the impacts on the project to the level of service, and
Yeah.
and that's,
That's right. It could be a condition, let's say.
absolutely.
Okay, understood. All right, thank you, sir. I think that's all I had. For the city attorney, does the city have to comply with the comprehensive plan?
Every decision you make must be in compliance with the comprehensive plan.
Excellent, thank you for that. For the city staff, the resolution that's in the packet is titled Resolution Number 2024. It doesn't have any other numbers yet, but it pertains to Site Plan Petition 22 SP 21. Am I accurate so far?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In that resolution, it states if this project is approved, it's subject to the following, and it has 5 conditions.
Correct.
Then, that's in section 3 of the resolution. Also in section 3, it says if denied. And if denied, that the denial of this site plan pursuant to section 46-33G of the Code of Ordinances is based on the following. In other words, if we deny this, it needs to be denied based on certain elements that you direct us to 46-33G.
That's correct.
Now, you don't list these things in section 3. You list the approval items in section 3. You list the 5 conditions. But you don't list the denial, the reason, the basis for a denial. And petitioners need that protection because, you know, it'd just be the wild, wild west if you didn't have it, right? So I had to go to 46-33G. And when you do that, you come to a section of our ordinances called Site Plan Review. And then at G are the standards for review, right? Now, on the standards for review. Number 1, determine the impact of the project on level of service standards and consistency with the comprehensive plan. Now, the first question I asked our city attorney was, do we have to comply with the comprehensive plan? And what was the answer?
Yes.
Yes, we do. Is it consistent with the comprehensive plan, the code, and applicable regulations? Well, then you have to go to the comprehensive plan, right? You got to start there. In the comprehensive plan, there's a section called City Development Guidelines. And in the City Development Guidelines, it has objective number 1. And just for the benefit of the public and all, it says manage new development, redevelopment, and reuse to ensure that it is orderly, balanced, and compatible with the city's desire to maintain and protect its existing residential character, to maintain the viability of its commercial areas, provide open and green space, encourage pedestrian and bicycle linkages, and protect environmentally sensitive lands. Now that's kind of the dotted line as you go through all this. Did you, I'm going to come back to that. It's the portion there of the provide open and green space. The bear with me. Policy 2-4 in the comprehensive plan. I don't know if you have the ability, I know you're online right now. Can you go there, one of you? And if you got it? 2-4, could you read that?
I can read it if you want.
If you would, just read
Yeah,
it for me. yeah.
prepare an annual level of service report per the city's concurrency management program and monitoring requirements.
Okay, so that's a comprehensive plan requirement. And remember, the reason I'm in the comprehensive plan is because it says that I need to go to the comprehensive plan as we review this project. So this requirement to prepare an annual level of service report per the city's concurrency, have we completed that annually? Did we do that this past year? Oh, okay. We didn't do that for some reason. Okay. All right. Does the comprehensive plan requirement of this annual level of service report influence the decisions by city council? Does anybody know?
I can't,
It's to city council.
I can't speak to what influences city council.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm gonna circle back. As you see, there's some bubbling up of some concerns, and I'm gonna wrap this up, Madam Mayor, pretty quickly. 46-33G, if denied, I got through number 1, which is determine the impact of the project on the level of service standards and consistency with the comprehensive plan, comma, code and applicable regulations. I'm just kind of going through the comprehensive plan, but then I go to item 3 under 46-33. Ensure appropriate planning and to require the necessary improvements with respect to vehicular entry and exit drives, on-site vehicular circulation and parking. This one's interesting. The impact of traffic generated by the project on traffic patterns and volumes on adjoining and nearby streets and the adequacy of such streets to accommodate such traffic in consideration of adjacent existing neighborhoods and nearby approved development. So we're being directed here as a city council to look at traffic and make sure we understand how it's going to impact existing neighborhoods.
So Vice Mayor,
Yeah.
if I could just, because I think you're reading directly from the code.
I am.
And I've already made this aware. We made a decision that at the workshop, we're going to rescind the ordinance. You're reading a version that's not being enforced. I would refer to the staff report if you want to know the criteria for 4633G.
No, I'm really interested in the code. I appreciate what you're saying, but right now, this is in place.
No, it's not. It's on our code. It's not being enforced.
It's not being enforced.
Due to SB 250, we had a workshop. I got authority to rescind these ordinances and take them off the books. I just want to make sure that you're looking at the criteria
Yep.
that currently.
I am. So,
What you should be looking at is the staff report criteria,
Okay.
essentially, is the point I'm trying to make.
what about changes in site plan? Is that part of also?
Yes, that is also part that we are not enforcing.
Correct.
And number 2, a change to an individual component of a larger project?
Nope, not enforcing
That's part
that.
of SB 2,
Yes, sir.
that's what our elected officials in Tallahassee preempted. Okay, so I'll not even. And then the policies, I'm going back to the comprehensive plan though. So those are the ordinances, but the comprehensive plan policies are still in place. They're not preempted.
Correct.
Right? Policy 2-5, identify and develop more green space. And it says, identify and develop more green space opportunities in the 4110 D downtown area and in individual neighborhoods. Did you look at that and apply it to this project?
That is addressed through the linear park easement that was part of the PD development. So the compliance with open space and green space being provided for the overall development was considered when the plan development language in the plan development was adopted by council. And the green space, instead of on a parcel by parcel, the green space is along Goodlet in a dedicated easement, which protects it as open and green space for the public to enjoy.
But Councilman Chrisman asked a question about this, The developer didn't do this. This was done by the city.
This was part of the negotiations when the plan development was adopted. So there was an initial part of the linear park easement that was with the initial land area, and then as the plan development has expanded, that public park easement has expanded as part of those negotiations for each iteration of the rezoning to PD.
And is it the purview of the city council to determine if that's enough?
Part of your consideration of whether or not to approve the petition
Got
that's
it.
before you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and no further questions? I'll go to the petitioner's agent for closing. You have a question?
It's for staff real quick.
Yes.
I'll make it quick. I know we're
No, go ahead,
dragging here.
please.
I'm gonna go back to traffic with you guys, if you don't mind for a second. There's a traffic analysis, traffic impact analysis that was done for this, and it was found to be sufficient. Is it the same traffic impact analysis that was done for the Playhouse?
Each parcel, each site
Has its
plan,
own-
as each site plan has been reviewed, there has been a traffic impact statement
Okay.
for each
So,
component.
there was a traffic impact analysis for the Playhouse, and there was also one for the parking garage, I would assume,
I believe so.
Yeah.
right? There should be one, there's supposed to be
Yeah.
one, right? Whether it's a city project or not, it has to go through the same criteria. So, those two parcels were developed into our largest parking garage in the city of Naples and a 300-seat theater, and they were given a thumbs up and traffic is all good. And now we're getting hung up on traffic impact analysis potentially here with this new piece because it's got 15 residential units and 6,000 square feet, which essentially is going to be 3 commercial units. I want to make sure that everybody understands that we've got traffic impact analysis for 2 adjacent, very large buildings that were approved, and we've had a traffic analysis that's done for this location as well, and it passed to the point that we've got a letter of sufficiency from our staff. Okay.
Yeah, there are a couple of recommended conditions related to that.
Right, with
Yes.
that's the roundabouts and,
Yes,
okay.
and those are conditions similar that have been assessed to other
Understood, and then the
parcels and
petitioner
projects.
understands those conditions, and they're okay
Yes.
with those conditions, okay.
Well, I don't want to speak entirely for the
Well, yeah,
petitioner.
whether they're okay with it,
We'll
okay,
let them
they're aware of the
confirm that for
conditions,
themselves.
yes.
But yes, these are consistent requests in terms of proportional fair share of items that may result from the traffic, the review of the traffic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dan Ornstein,
Sure,
city
Dan, you wanna add
city
in?
engineer, if I may, just to
Sure.
put that in context. The city's adopted level of service is LOSC. The traffic analysis that we received shows that it will remain level of service C.
Yep.
There is no degradation in the level of service.
Okay, that's
And all of the intersections are found to be level of service A or B before and after this
Okay.
site. So it's basically almost free-flow traffic.
All right, thank you, I appreciate the input.
Mr. Ornstein, what intersections are you referring to that are level A?
So those are 3rd and 12th. It's in the report. So they're either A or B in general, and after the site, it's still A or B.
For the petitioner's report?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I've got can we have our drainage
Mr.
guy?
Ornstein.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr.
No,
Bliss.
yes, drainage expert, is he still with us? Okay. Okay, great. Yes.
Oh, but what is your?
No, we got,
Okay, very good.
we got him. Thank you.
Apologize, who am I looking at?
Over here.
All right.
Thank you for coming back in.
Yep.
Quick question. So I understand that the drainage plan currently is currently satisfactory based on what the requirements were when the PD was originally developed.
The last time this
Created.
came in for a site plan review, at that time, it met the code.
Okay. So my question to you is, with this particular site, would we be able to have drainage to current code and have it still be able to tie into the existing plan, drainage plan that's in place for the rest of the PD?
By my calculations, that would be a significant improvement. That would be.
It would affect the rest of the PD, or it just simply would be a significant change
Well,
to this particular site?
So the bulk of I get all their water quality is within the roadways.
Yep.
And that underground chamber system. I think almost all the roadways have that. I don't know where, a spot they would even add additional water quality. It's already, they're providing a lot.
Okay.
Again, that was that, so this whole, again, to recap, this is a district permit that was originally back in 2014, and they've had, some amendments to that, that district permit. And each time they do this amendment, they update the water quality calcs. And the last time they did this, it still met the code.
Okay.
But since this is taking so long, that it's a recent code change.
Yep.
And to have them go back and redesign what was already approved, in my opinion, I find it to be a little bit overreaching.
Okay, that's exactly what I needed. I needed I'm under the impression and I understand that they meet what they need to meet. Asking them to go above and beyond at this point in time would be a big ask.
In my opinion, I
Yes,
think it's overreaching.
that's right. Your opinion matters. You're the expert here. I'm not. That's why I'm asking questions. So I value your opinion.
Okay.
So, okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah, Madam Mayor.
No, good. Good clarification. We'll go to the petitioner's agent, Mr. Brooker, for closing remarks. We'll wrap this up.
Just brief conclusion. We've been going on now for several hours. We didn't open up the PD to add the Gulf Shore Playhouse and the city's garage and wind. The city did that. Gulf Shore Playhouse did that, and wind did that. We simply sat back and watched as this PD was opened up. And in that process, we were asked to give the easement over 12th Street, and we agreed to do so. I would now like to call up Carl Baracco to hopefully put some clarity and finality on the stormwater drainage system issue.
Good afternoon again. For the record, Carl Baracco, and I hope I can do that. Let me start off by saying that Mr. Bliss testified that the system originally satisfied the stormwater criteria. I believe that's correct. He then testified that the system, for the most part, is constructed. I also agree with that. But Mr. Bliss may not have looked at the most recent additions to the system. The fact is, we did a reanalysis of the system. Because the system was originally over-designed and conservative, there was excess water management and water quality involved. Based upon our most recent analysis, it's my professional opinion as a registered engineer in the state of Florida, professional engineer in the state of Florida, that the system meets your current stormwater requirements.
Okay. Mr. Brooker, were you complete? We're going to go into deliberations and take a vote.
If there's any clarification needed about restaurants with grease traps, that is already in the condominium documents. This whole idea of a restaurant with a grease trap is already imposed. It's already a restriction. And if you'd like me to read what's already in the restrictions that apply to this property, I can do so, because it somewhat gives perhaps a little bit more clarity. I'm not a restaurant guy. I don't know.
No, there isn't a clarification. It's that it was supposed to be offices or retail. And you presented to staff that it might be a cafe. So they are trying to accommodate you by putting that in there to try and control the intensity maybe of that space. But it already states retail and
What is it? Because we had no intention of limiting it that way. We simply are asking for that commercial space to be used for the permitted uses in the D downtown district, which do in
Which-
fact include restaurants, but we're
Right.
saying we would limit the size and intensity of those restaurants.
I'm not sure that's a concern of this council, of a majority, no one's brought that up. I mean, I have an issue with it, but that's, doesn't seem to be a problem.
Thank you.
So, okay?
Thank you.
And no other comments to address, Mr. Brooker? We're going to go into, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Petrinoff, we're going into deliberations and a vote?
Yeah, just, this is a question directed at our city attorney. They have, well, the pervious material percentage-wise has not changed. The buildings have. They redid the building coming in for the site plan. My understanding is that changing a building opens up the PD. Is that correct or not correct?
Unfortunately, I can't comment on what was done prior to me being here. I don't know if they've gotten a site plan for this specific site approved before. I don't know the answer to that. Generally speaking, I'd have to look into it,
Okay.
unfortunately. I don't have the answer. If you change buildings, it doesn't necessarily mean you open up I mean, my
Really?
personal opinion, I think the way the code is written right now, that you have to essentially start from scratch every time is odd. Normally, there's an amendment process to a PD, which we don't have. So, but I can't, I mean, just from changing buildings doesn't automatically mean you're amending the PD. But remember, you don't have an amendment process here. Every time you open up a PD, you're starting from scratch. Essentially, you're rezoning it all over again and going through that whole process. This is a site plan approval.
Where buildings have moved, where the building has been changed. So, you know, I know we do not have you know, we've gotten previous legal opinions that have said that when you change anything in a PD, it opens up the PD, maybe because we don't have an amendment process laid out.
Do you want to?
So,
Okay, if I could, I'll just take a stab at this. So this was approved with two buildings, and they were supposed to be one story. They came back with a larger, higher intensity. So basically, this was approved as a site plan. We're looking at a site plan that's different than what was approved prior to. And staff agrees. So, all right, do you have any questions? I'm ready to talk, because I will just say, thank you for your patience, but to me, the bottom line is, and it doesn't really meet the comprehensive plan's future land use. It is a PD, but we have to look at the intensity and density of this space. And it doesn't meet the level of service, because we haven't had a level of service on an annual basis, and that's really for our utilities, our traffic, and our public, and our stormwater. The parking on this project is based on the site plan that goes with this. That's not been approved yet, so we don't even know what's coming. The parking is based on the building that was part of this site plan. To the south?
The parking for this site plan is in, there's a number of places on the plans. It's in a chart, and it accommodates all of the particular uses. Another site plan that's pending review by city council for an out parcel to the south is actually, that parking was accommodated in the site plan that was approved for the AC Marriott in 2021. They're actually reducing the size of that structure, which actually reduces the parking need by just a smidge.
But we haven't seen it.
So you have not seen that reduction in size of the building. What you have seen is a pad of a square footage that has parking
Okay.
that accommodates that and has been carried through on this
I'm just
petition.
saying, we haven't seen it, so that's hearsay and it's not related to this petition. So, with the policies that are listed in here, all the policies are not met. There should be more green space. I know that this has evolved, and I can't, this is a PD that evolved with the owner of this PD participating in opening up that PD in 2021. So it's part of your PD. So I'll just say this is, in the height and the intensity of those buildings, it doesn't keep with the character nor the vision of this community. So any other comments, and then we'll take a vote. I have Vice Mayor.
Procedurally, I just want to remind everyone, there's currently a motion on the table.
Who made a motion?
Kramer.
No, he can't make a motion in the middle of a hearing.
He can make a motion in the
Well-
middle of, Robert Rules of Order, he needs to withdraw his motion. I'm just reminding you, there's a motion on the table.
But
There's
we
no
have a
second.
process of a hearing, and
Correct.
and someone can make a motion in the middle of it
Yes.
without due process to the petitioner's agent?
I'm not saying it's appropriate, but can they make a motion? The answer is yes.
Okay. Well, there wasn't a second, so
Correct.
thank you. Vice Mayor Kramer, Chrisman, Barton.
Okay, so first I want to say that the petitioner has brought forth a project that really looks good. I mean, from the design perspective, I congratulate you. It looks clean. It looks like something that would fit well in the city of Naples. I cannot support it. When you look at this project, first of all, think back, why did the city change the stormwater code? And do you want the stormwater code, the current stormwater code adhered to? Think carefully now, you and the public, and you up here that were elected to represent the public. Do you want projects that comply with the comprehensive plan? Projects that comply with our current stormwater code? And do you want projects that comply with fire code, electrical code? There's some common sense that needs to be applied in this project, every project. So to answer the question of why did we change the stormwater codes? Because of the intensity of rainfall events that we're all experiencing. And this area of town certainly floods. I go down these streets all the time. Now, the Florida State Legislature preempted your city government from protecting your community. The people you elected to office preempted home rule and our ability to make decisions that are right for our community. If you're okay with that, you probably need to live somewhere else. But that's what we're dealing with until October of a future year. And this is preventing us from making decisions related to ensuring appropriate planning, because I was reading that part of our ordinance, and these are words that were in that ordinance. This includes adherence to stormwater regulations, changes in site plans, and so much more. When you have an ability or an opportunity to vote and elect people, make sure you're thinking about home rule and what's taking place today. So this project, again, does not comply with our comprehensive plan in several areas. You heard me ask the city attorney, do we, your elected representatives, have to comply with the comprehensive plan that we have produced? And the answer was yes. There's no wavering about it. So an approval of this means that we're not following the direction of that city attorney and complying with the comprehensive plan. Now, if this vote ends up being approved, my ask is to encourage the petitioner to further develop the property, increasing the green space. One. Number two, in compliance with current stormwater regulations. Now, we heard a member of the staff say that, oh, that would be a big ask. Yeah, it certainly is. Is that the measurement we're gonna use on making decisions here? That if it's too big of an ask, we should just cave and move on? And again, I take all of us back to the commitments that we made when we were running to fill these seats. You start compromising on those commitments to the public, shame on you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I have Kramer.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple thoughts. One, it's not their PD, it's ours. I wasn't here when we did that, but we made an agreement, whether I like it or not. I don't like SB 250 anymore, anybody else. Is it overreach? Yes. It's the law of our state. I don't have to like it, I gotta follow it. And shame on those who don't follow the law. As far as our commitments are that we have to fulfill contracts we've made with the people that elected us, or elected the folks before us for that matter. And part of that was this development. And our staff told us that not only did they meet the code for stormwater, for example, do they meet it? They meet what was required at the time, plus 50%. Plus 50%, that's above and beyond. And then we changed it on them, and now they're getting hammered because they didn't see the future, I suppose. May or may not like the building, irrelevant. I used to have 3 lots behind my house, right there behind Naples High. My kids, that was our playground. And then they built houses on them. Well, that ain't right. Should have bought those lots. You want green space? Buy the property. It's that simple. Pull your resources. Buy everything up in Naples right now that's not developed. Turn it all into grass. That's legal. Guess what else is legal? Building this building just like they've done it. Staff has told us what we need to do with the conditions. And I would say number 4 should be shared. Shouldn't be their responsibility. Everybody else that got in line earlier. All that happened was other folks got in line earlier. And now we're going to arbitrarily deny this? No. That's not right. And so, I'm going to retract my motion, but I'll make another one here in a minute to make sure that I say it right. And I don't want to be out of order with our city attorney. Thanks.
Chrisman, Kramer.
Chrisman and Barton.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Yeah, me and then.
Chrisman
and then
Barton.
yeah.
Thank
So,
you.
so, you know, this conversation has bounced around a good bit in the last 4 hours and in some ways come full circle. I have to disagree with both Mayor Heitman and the Vice Mayor in terms of their view of this. This project, this petition is, in my opinion, we have no other, if we follow the law, we have no other basis other than to approve it. It meets the standards and criteria which apply. It meets our comprehensive plan policies. Those policies are always very broad and can be interpreted in a number of ways. Our staff has given us their recommendation. Our subject matter experts have given us their recommendation that it meets the policies and the standards and criteria, and given us a series of conditions that deal with issues that have come up during this process that are problematic. The level of service discussion is a red herring, in my opinion. We do look at the staff level, at levels of service, as several of our staff have reported with this petition and every petition, and whether it has a negative or positive impact on level of service. The fact that we have not issued a report, apparently, as, I'm not even sure whether it's a report the state requires or we require or whatever on an annual basis, doesn't mean that we have not applied and carried out our responsibilities with respect to level of service. And I'll tell you what, if we reject this project because we have not submitted a level of service report as supposedly required, then we better reject every other proposal that comes before this council for the foreseeable future. It is a backdoor attempt to institute a development moratorium on this town. And you better everybody better think that through before they go down that road. So I think this conversation has gotten way out of control in terms of what we're being asked to review and act upon. When you look at, and a lot of it is because of frustrations and unhappiness with this Naples Square PD that goes back 10 years, but that's not what's before us today. And this is, from a development intensity standpoint, far and away the least intense, the least dense, the least egregious piece of the entire Naples Square development that has been underway for 10 years. We're talking about a 3-story building that's 42 feet high with 15 residential units and 6,000 square feet of commercial space. And in terms of the impact on traffic, on parking, there are no issues. And the final thing I'll say is that the stormwater management issue has already been resolved. The petitioner's agent and expert on stormwater just testified that this meets not just the code that was in existence in 2021, but our new code. He testified to that effect. And we can make that a condition of this approval. I think we should, that it will meet that. So I think once again, the discussion over stormwater management is a red herring. I do think that some of the other conditions, at least one of the other conditions about the roundabouts, is something that we have to have more discussion on, because I think Mr. Phil and Jim's comments regarding, the unintended consequences of replacing those roundabouts are a very important cautionary note in terms of what the impact would be on the residences of Naples Square if we just suddenly went down that road, as opposed to making some refinements with crosswalks and so forth that allow, that don't prevent more green space and landscaping from being torn up. So I think we need to go through these conditions one by one and make sure we have them right, and we can add the stormwater condition. But I certainly support moving forward and approving this project with the appropriate conditions.
Just if you want for your motion or for the support you're looking for number 3, it's in the staff report under why we have to do it, because it's such an increased traffic and for pedestrian increased safety. So if you want to add that in on that resolution, that would be great, if we have a motion to approve. Councilmember Barton, we should appear.
Thank you. Similar sentiments, so I'm not going to hammer all of them here and beat a dead horse, but what I will emphasize is that we've got rules and regulations that we have to abide by. Those rules and regulations are currently in place. It is our responsibility to make sure that the potential developments that take place, petitioners are following those rules and regulations. This particular site plan approval that we're looking at has met all of our requirements, which is why we have a letter of sufficiency from our staff. We've talked about the traffic with the drainage ad nauseum here. There's going to be traffic over there, but it's not because of this site. It's not because of what we're talking about here today. If we were to proceed to deny this petitioner after they've followed all of the rules and regulations that we put in place, we are exposing ourselves to potential legal action. I can promise you that. Our job up here is to make sure that these guidelines are followed. This particular petitioner meets all the guidelines for this PD and all the zoning criteria that's associated with this PD. That's been clear, crystal clear today. They've met all the criteria, which again is why we have a letter of sufficiency from our staff. We as a governing body need to follow our own rules and regs, and there's absolutely no reason why we should be denying this petitioner. Thank you.
I agree that we need to follow our codes and the law, but don't be amiss. We have in our laws and in our codes, Chapter 46 under concurrency and annual reporting. So we haven't met all of our laws, so.
All right, well, we're going to continue back and forth here, then I'm going to say that that should apply to every single thing that we should be talking about moving forward. Maybe we shouldn't have any petitioners until we get that report settled. I mean, we can't simply apply it to this petitioner now because it's convenient to do so. So again, I understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
We are following our own guidelines here.
Got you. Petronoff?
Yes, this is a tricky one for me, but I believe that if we are strict adherence to our rules, we have opened up the PD by moving the buildings. And we, absolutely, because there's no process not to do that. And I do not find the site plan was the same as it was in years past. It has changed, and therefore, we have a new PD, and it should come up to all the current codes. The petitioner has testified that, yes, it meets the code. Mr. Bliss has testified it does not. It meets the code that was when, several versions ago, when the PD was opened 3 different times ago. Given that, it does not meet our comprehensive plan for, in several areas, including the green space. And policy 1.5, policy 1.6. I think the traffic is a bit of a red herring because given what we see right now, on the buildings, it will not create a lot of incremental traffic, and I think that's the way we'd have to look at it if it was just a site plan. But I cannot support this because it does not fully comply with all of the rules that we have to obey, and the comprehensive plan blows it away.
Okay, and no further deliberations?
Just a comment.
One comment, and then I need a motion.
Thank you. So, appreciate the comments of my peers up here. A lot of good comments, and I understand their passion and how they're looking at things. I just wanted to make a statement, and Councilwoman Petronoff just said this, but this linear park that's part of this, when this was part of the AC Marriott program, we had a very vigorous discussion about that linear park and the extent to which we were calling it a linear park that was provided by the developer, but how much of it was right-of-way. So I believe that this linear park is not really the open space. You heard the petitioner try to say that, you know what, we're contributing this linear park, this open space, but that wasn't really the case. They didn't contribute anything. It's the right-of-way. It's an action taken, I believe, by the city. But I think that, I believe that there's an opportunity for the developer to provide an equal amount of open space, green space, if this moves forward, as that which is in the linear park. The roundabout, we've heard discussion about the roundabout from the residents, and I think that there's an opportunity to make sure the roundabout design standards are updated to adequately protect the public and facilitate good traffic flow on the project. We used the word, and I looked in the 5 conditions, I didn't see, and maybe I missed it, but I didn't see the word restaurants with grease traps being prohibited. I know that the petitioner talked about the condo association, the homeowners association, that there's some wording in there. Now when you use the wording restaurants, be careful, because some food service facilities are not restaurants, right? So if we're gonna move forward with this, another condition that I would say modify the wording to include any business requiring a grease trap is prohibited. That will tighten it up. And words mean a lot, and that's my suggestion. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam
Okay,
Mayor, can I
we're
make-
completed with our deliberations, no further? input?
Okay, I'm gonna try to wrap this up. Help me here, Matthew. I'd like to make a motion to approve this resolution as presented with the conditions as presented by staff, amended in this order. Number one, to say, rather than restaurant, any business with a grease trap,
Any business requiring a grease trap
requiring a grease trap is prohibited.
Along with outdoor dining.
Along with outdoor dining, correct. Number three would be modified to state that an appropriate crosswalk, being vague there, because I know staff will figure it out with the folks that live there. An appropriate crosswalk would be added at or near the roundabouts, if that's palatable. And number four, the applicant would be responsible for a proportionate share of the cost of the crosswalk.
Okay. Does that cover it, staff, with the conditions?
I'll second that with a one friendly amendment, if the motion maker would accept it, which would be to add a sixth condition that that it is, that city staff, city stormwater staff shall confirm that the stormwater management system installed by the petitioner does meet our current code.
Councilmember Chrisman, I have drafted language that says, at the time of permitting, the petitioner will provide the necessary details to demonstrate that the stormwater system complies with the current stormwater regulations.
And that's why you're the deputy planning director, and I'm not. I accept that wording is fine, Leslie, thank you.
Okay,
You
so
accept-
the
yeah.
motion maker agrees to that. You have a second?
And I'll second that motion with the addition of the condition number 6.
Great. I have a motion by Councilmember Kramer for approval of 11A and a second by Councilmember Chrisman. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer,
Yes.
Councilmember Petronov,
No.
Vice Mayor Hutchison,
No.
Councilmember Penniman,
Yes.
Mayor Heitman.
No, so it passes 4-3. Okay, now we are way past our time certain. And the time certain was item 13J. Mr. McConnell?
Thank you. So on September 4th, 2024, I announced a desire for advice concerning settlement negotiations or strategy related to litigation style D. Maria Peter versus City of Naples Office of the Judges of Compensation Claims, OJCC case number 11-00212FJC, pursuant to section 286.011 subparagraph 8. City Council agreed to meet in this executive session at 12:30, which it's going to be closer to 1:45 in the upstairs conference room on the second floor of City Hall. Discussion during the executive session is limited to settlement negotiations or strategy related to litigation expenditures. The entire session is recorded by a certified court reporter who records the times of commencement and termination of the session, all discussions and proceedings, the names of all persons present at the time, and the names of all persons speaking. The executive session is expected to last approximately 1 hour till 2:45. And the following individuals will be present: Mayor Teresa Heitman, Council members Terry Hutchison, Ray Chrisman, Beth Petronoff, Bill Kramer, Linda Penniman, Bern Barton, City Manager Jay Budishwar, City Attorney Matthew McConnell, Assistant City Attorney Ralph Brooks, Attorney George A. Helm III, and a representative from Dines Court reporting.
Okay, and just for housekeeping, we'll be approximately an hour. We're in executive session, and we'll return starting with 11B. Okay. We're back from executive session, and we're continuing on with item number 13K. It was about the executive session, and there is Mr. Boudouin.
Thank you, Mayor. No action is necessary due to the city's insurance policy.
Thank you very much. So that takes us to, you said you had an announcement?
Yes, Mayor, just a couple of housekeeping things for those who may be watching from afar. We were expected to come back at approximately 2:45, but we're back early. So a couple of things on the agenda. We are going to take now, here in a second, 13A, and that's
Yes.
appointments of boards and committees. But for the benefit of the public, item 12A, which is the design review handbook, we're requesting that you table this discussion to the October 14th meeting. Chairman Ruby was here. He has since left. And quite frankly, there's some further discussion that we need to have regarding boards and committees. We started having some substantive conversation on Monday, and we plan on continuing those conversations on the 14th. And there are parts of this design review handbook that speak to some of the issues that we discussed on Monday. So it's very appropriate that we wait, and I think that works out well. But Mayor, before we go to 13A, I do have a special announcement. We would like to celebrate a birthday that's coming up. Mrs. Penniman will be celebrating her birthday on September 26th, and in honor of her birthday, you have in front of you some cupcakes, and I have something special that she is required to wear. It was part of the documents that she signed when she filed to run for office.
This is a special birthday for me because I'm going to have a little ceremony later on today to burn my phony ID. So you're all invited. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I've always wanted to be queen.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Penniman. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Many blessings to you, Councilwoman Penniman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Rambas, for quickly coming in. And we're going to go to item
13A.
13A.
Thank you, Mayor. Patricia Rambas, City Clerk. This item is to consider appointing one director to Carver Finance Board of Directors, 2 members to the Code Enforcement Board, 1 alternate to the Community Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, and 1 member to the Morings Bay Citizens Advisory Committee. As you know, on Monday, we had 1 applicant for the Contractor Licensing Board that withdrew, and another one that was ill that day and did not come for an interview, so we will not be making any appointments to the Contractors Licensing Board. So we will start with the Carver Finance Board of Directors. This is for a 3-year term commencing September 15th, 2024 and expiring September 14th, 2027. Martin Lamb is the incumbent that was in that position. The City Council interviewed Lee Davidson, a new applicant, as well as Martin Lamb on Monday. And this is your opportunity to discuss your applicants. And as you're doing that, I'll be circulating a ballot.
Council, yes, Councilmember Crispin.
So I had never, personally anyway, met Mr. Davidson before the other day, and he's applied for 3 positions, and I was very impressed with him and his interest in volunteering for the city in some way, and he's put his hat in the ring for 3 positions, as we know, and we can talk about that as we go along. But I think Mr. Lamb is who's an incumbent. seeking another term is exceptionally and uniquely well qualified for this position and has, obviously been active with Carver and wants to continue to do it. And given his background and work in the housing area, housing finance area, I think we want to, I would like to see him stay in that role.
Thank you. Councilmember Barton?
Yes. I agree, same sentiments. Martin Lamb's done a great job, but with that said, Lee Davidson was a very valid candidate. More what I want to do is simply reiterate my observation from the other day, which is that Lee Davidson, as was just mentioned, has applied for a couple of different boards, and he would fit wonderfully into the open code enforcement slot that we have. So just as you're thinking about who might be here, maybe he should be there. Just, again, my observation. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments, council? Okay, if you'll cast your ballots, please.
And I'll move to the next desk to tabulate those and read those votes into the record for purposes of the Sunshine Law. Vice Mayor Hutchison, Lee Davidson, 2.
There's a keyboard over there to your left, or to your right.
I was gonna say. It's not working. Okay. All right.
Oh, he can't be on it.
It is not. I wonder if it'll work over there. Okay,
should have gone into
we're back on track. Vice Mayor Hutchison, Lee Davidson, 2, Martin Lamb, 1. Mayor Heitman. I have an X.
Oh, sorry.
Do you? Councilmember Kramer, Lee Davidson, 2. Martin Lamb, 1. Councilmember Petronoff, Lee Davidson, 2. Martin Lamb, 1. Mayor Heitman, Lee Davidson, 2. Martin Lamb, 1. Councilmember Penniman, Lee Davidson, 2. Martin Lamb, 1. Councilmember Barton, Lee Davidson, 2. Martin Lamb, 1. Councilmember Chrisman, Lee Davidson, 2. Martin Lamb, 1. So number 1 being the preferred. Applicant, we could have a motion to certify the ballots and make your appointment for Martin Lamb for a 3-year term commencing September 15th, 2024 and expiring September 14th, 2027.
I make that motion.
Second?
I have a motion by Councilmember Petronoff and a second by Councilmember Chrisman. Can I do it all in favor? Signed by aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, council.
Okay, next we have the Code Enforcement Board, and we have 1 appointment for a regular member for a 3-year term and 1 regular member for a partial term expiring February 14th of 2026. The City Council interviewed Lee Davidson as well as the current member, Stephen Greenwald, on Monday.
I just have a legal or question. And maybe you, Mrs. Rambos, do you know if Mr. Lee Davidson is continuing to be the Assistant Construction Project Manager of the Naples Beach Hotel?
I really don't know or have an answer to that right now. That's
Do
something I
you
could
know
reach
Mr.
out.
Boudreauxois, who the Assistant
I do not.
Manager,
No, I do not.
Project Manager is?
I do not.
That wasn't. Was that on his resume? Is
I'm
that where you
reading
saw
it.
Yeah. Interesting. Because I thought his announced position was with Davidson Engineering.
Well, Davidson Engineering is the lead
I see, yeah.
manager of the project.
I see, so he's probably assigned to that. Yeah.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so this is, a similar matter has come before City Council before, and I can't recite the rule verbatim, but if an individual is applying for a board and they come before council in a regular manner, I'm paraphrasing, on behalf of the company they work for, then that is, that's a condition to not appoint. So I don't know if we need to table this until we clarify and let the city attorney look at this, but just, that's past experience.
Can I ask a question? Riverside is, with Davidson Engineering, are they regularly in front of us for things?
Everything, a lot.
They are?
Mhm.
Okay.
He isn't. Just saying, they have other people, and he could recuse himself from whatever they were involved in. And that he stated that he would do that if that were the case. And we only have 2 applicants.
That was Kramer. Vice Mayor?
Again, I'm going to ask the city attorney to review, or the city clerk, but.
And let's wait.
I believe a condition is not that it's them, it's the organization, yeah. Subject to clarification, but Thank you.
Ethics thing. Or the ethics director. Take you off that. Okay, so we'll move on and to the next appointees.
So
We'll
we're,
wait.
are we bringing back the entire code enforcement board item?
We're
or
going to
are we
wait
going
for
to-
some direction. If we get any directions, if it's okay with you, we'll just move to the crab.
Yep, but procedurally, and I've done this, not in this format, but other formats, we go ahead and vote, and it's subject to approval by the city attorney after he does the investigation, or
We've never done that before.
is this possible?
No.
Mr. Attorney, is this possible?
It is, but to Ms. Ramboth's point, I still think there's another person that doesn't have an ethics issue at all that should probably
Oh,
be
we could
voted
vote on.
Yeah.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
The other one, I mean, it's a small city, people work in it. You're gonna run, I mean, I've run afoul of this on code enforcement board already where, you know, I used to be a partner of this planning agency and I'm still on payroll and they've had to recuse themselves. Normally with code enforcement, you're not really seeing engineering firms show up. You're seeing lawyers show up or property owners show up because you're dealing with uncut grass of some sort. But I can do some research. I would just prefer it not be contingent on my research. I would prefer to bring it back to you and let you all decide.
Follow up to my question, and that was, I know that you just told me that Davidson Engineering is up here often. Let me zone in on a little bit on that question and change it just ever so slightly. Are they up here often in reference to code enforcement?
Well, I'll just put it this way, because there was a complaint on a Sunday that the Naples Beach Hotel was working on a Sunday, and he's a project manager.
Okay.
And it does say that in his, that he's a project
Okay,
manager.
yeah, just
So-
curious. That's fine.
Well, and the ethics code is not related to code enforcement. All right, once you're a covered person, you can't show up in front of a city council meeting at all. So you can't even
Okay,
meet with staff.
so let's move as, you're okay with that? Moving
Yes,
forward.
so, and I just wanted to clarify, again, just going on past experience, and we'll get the ruling from the city attorney, but it wasn't related to coming before a specific board. Right, it was business before this group. So, thank you.
Mrs. Rambos? Yes.
So we have Stephen Greenwald, whose current term expires September 21st as a regular member, and if council wishes to reappoint him to that position for another full term, then since we're continuing the other consideration of the partial term, we do not need a ballot.
We can
could-
take a motion.
The city council could make a motion by voice.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Stephen Greenwald to a 3-year term at the Code Enforcement Board.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Chrisman and a second by Councilmember Barton. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, council. Mrs. Rambos?
And the next appointment is the Community Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board. We have one opening for the balance of a 3-year term commencing September 21st and expiring December 13th, 2025. This is Mr. Fitzpatrick's term. And City Council interviewed Christopher Stuckart, new applicant who's a business owner and a property owner, as well as, again, Lee Davidson, who we just discussed in the prior Code Enforcement Board, that he was an applicant. So I will open that to council's discussion on where you would like us to go.
It's a toughie. Oh, no, but to appoint one of them, but you still don't know about the other.
Right, so same as the code enforcement, we just need to make a motion and vote on it. Microphone, please. Yes, just like the other one we just did, we just need to simply make a motion for the one that's not in question, which would be Christopher Stuckart, and vote on it.
This one's a little bit different because
Okay.
code enforcement had 2 open positions. This one's 1,
Ah,
right?
Okay.
So if you even want to consider
I'm
him
with
for
you.
this,
Yep.
what I would suggest is having Mr. Morowski contact him directly to see if there's some kind of ethics implication.
I
I
would
don't-
suggest we take Lee Davidson off would suggest we take Lee Davidson off of this one, and now we can get everything filled.
Now, he expressed particular interest in this particular board, but that need not be anything that we.
How about if we discuss it? You want to start, Councilmember Kramer, you said that,
Yeah, I'm just saying, he mentioned, Mr. Davidson mentioned that he would do any of them, and we don't know if he can or not until we get somebody's approval. Having said that, if he's willing to do any of them, and the previous one needs 2, and this one just needs 1, I'm just doing math.
Okay. Petrino? I think that he would express a preference to do this one. And, I would like to, in all fairness to him, to go through Mr. Morowski to see if he has any conflicts of interest, et cetera. The second concern that I have is a concern about, we heard the kitchen and the district and the other restaurants that and cocktail lounges that were being opened with unpermitted work in an unpermitted building. And I think that I would like to see that taken care of before, maybe he can take care of that and then next time apply. But I'd like to see that matter resolved within this area before he gets a job on one of our boards. Quick comment?
Yes. So in our ethics guidance, section 2-975, item E1, it reads, "No covered person will solicit, have, or hold any employment or contractual relationship with any individual or business entity which is doing business with, or routinely seeks zoning, permitting, or inspection approval from the department, agency, board, or commission of the city with which he or she is affiliated." And there's an exclusion are those organizations and their officers who, when acting in their official capacity, enter into or negotiate a collective bargaining contract with the city. So, and at the appropriate time, the city attorney would opine, but based on my reading of that, it's pretty clear that people coming before boards and commissions, their business, any business they're associated with, is
Okay.
problematic, so.
so we could continue on. One quick comment, and then we need to move to moorings. I think we need to table it and not debate it right now till we have answers.
Yeah, I'm fine with tabling, continuing it. I just 2 comments relevant to this. Number one, I have a vague recollection anyway, maybe more than vague, that what Vice Mayor, what you just read, that we had a discussion about whether that restriction should apply to advisory board members in the same way it did to others, because we were concerned about, frankly, being able to recruit people to advisory boards if we put too many constraints on. Just something that we ought to check out. And secondly, in the same spirit, in talking to Mr. Morowski, we ought to pose this question to him, not just with respect to Mr. Davidson, but more broadly, because with people who work for firms that, I'll just use DRB as an example. We've had a very difficult time, as we all know, for years, attracting architects to that board because of their perceived conflict of interest. And even when they were told, if you can sit on that board so long and only have to recuse yourself when, something comes before you somebody comes before you that's a client of your firm, otherwise you're fine. So I know that's how, from talking to Mr. Ruby over the years, I know that's, been how they viewed it. So there just needs to be clarity on this, not just with engineers, architects, planners, people from all those professional disciplines.
Okay?
I've got a question for the city attorney, please.
Barton.
Based on what you just read, and I'm trying, keep in mind, I don't have it in front of me, so I'm trying to regurgitate it in my head. But it seemed to me that it basically was saying if you have a business you can't be on an advisory board if that business could potentially be affected by that advisory board. So if the code enforcement is for the entire city of Naples, and you own a business within the city of Naples, potentially your business could be affected by the code enforcement. Would that therefore make a person that owns a business in the city of Naples now have a conflict of interest to be on the code enforcement board? I mean, if that's the language in there, we need to change that entirely. Because either that, or we're gonna have people only that live outside or don't have businesses outside the city of Naples on all of our boards.
I think if you're talking about code enforcement for Mr. Lee?
Or no,
for Lee?
I mean, now I'm
Oh,
applying
okay.
to, it
Let's-
sounded like
let's
it's a
not-
very
yeah.
generalized. that's
Let's
why I
not
said that
opine now, though.
interpretation is
Thank
all I
you.
want to make sure that you've got it.
Not going to opine, I understand, and I think that provision, because it's verbatim from the statute, is more specific of the city is in an agreement with Davidson Engineering.
Yeah.
And then you're a board member that works for Davidson Engineering.
Okay,
That's where that, and I honestly, I do think we may be in agreement with Davidson Engineering.
Maybe, yeah.
As a city, so that automatically would. But to your point,
we need to, obviously, frankly, we want the business owners
I know.
of our community to be on our advisory boards. Guess what? There's no conflict of interest there. There's a vested interest there. So if our language is suggesting that we shouldn't have the business owners of our community on our advisory boards, we need to change our language, because that's completely bizarre. That's asinine.
Okay, I really don't want to do comments, guys. I mean, we need to get moving to, we can do it in correspondence if that's okay. I'm sorry to cut you off, but, okay, let's go to moorings.
And also, just to clarify, that business owners only are related to the Community Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board. It's not all advisory boards. So just to point that out, that is a specific provision that's in the rules.
Good point, thank you.
So,
Good point.
So we will table that, and do I have direction to re-notice that or re-advertise that position, or do you just want me to bring it back as is, or?
I think it's a
bring it
very
back
good
next
idea
month?
to re-advertise it, just in
Re-advertise.
case,
I agree.
unless anyone's opposed to it.
Okay, then lastly is the Moorings Bay Citizens Advisory Committee. City Council interviewed Bill Broderick on Monday for a 3-year term commencing October 6th and expiring October 5th of 2027. The other applicant was sick and could not appear that day.
Is she still in the,
She is not a candidate at this time for this position.
okay, so we have a Bill Broderick.
Correct.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Petronoff, a second by Councilmember Kramer. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, council. Thank you, Mrs. Rambas, because Contractors Licensing Board is complete at this time.
Yes, we have one applicant that withdrew, as I said, and another one who didn't show Monday, so we have no candidates and no one to appoint today for that, so we'll be back.
Thank you for
Thanks.
coming in so spontaneously. So, council, that concludes 13A, taking us back to 11B. I just want to confirm, I would like the petitioner, after swearing in and disclosures and the petitioner's agent's presentation, a brief presentation from our staff, and let the public speak, so that, since they've been here all day, in case someone has to leave, they can at least have it on the record. And I think that the attorney checked with the petitioner's agent and was okay with that. Thank you. So, Madam Clerk?
would you like me to
Oh,
read the?
I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Mr. McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor. A resolution determining temporary use petition 24-TU13 to allow for a temporary dining tent, including HVAC and associated kitchen, cooler, and employee break room, modular trailers on the east side of Gordon Drive on the property owned by Port Royal Club, Inc., a Florida non-for-profit corporation located at 2755 Gordon Drive, during construction of the new beach club on the west side of Gordon Drive, pursuant to Section 46-39, titled Approval of Temporary Uses, Special Event Activities of the Code of Ordinances, City of Naples, subject to the conditions set forth herein and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Now, Madam Clerk?
For all those intending to offer testimony who are not previously sworn, please rise and raise your right hand.
And that includes public speakers?
you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Councilmember disclosures, Councilmember Kramer?
I have spoken with folks on both sides of this, and I'm familiar with the site.
Petrinoff? Met and spoke with both sides of this. Full disclosure, I am a member of the Port Royal Club, but I can vote on this.
Yes. May I ask a few questions, Mayor?
Yes,
Of
please,
Councilmember?
Mr.
Thank you.
Putney.
It's my understanding that neither you nor any one in your family members are an employee, an officer, or a board member of the club?
Correct.
You have no equitable interest in the club or any right to share in the club's profits or losses?
Correct.
Your membership in the club conveys no proprietary interest,
Yes.
and you have no business or financial interest other than the dues you pay?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. This is a project that has generated a lot of interest, so I've got several things to disclose. First, I'm familiar with the site. I've been to the site. I've spoke to residents, both in the Port Royal area and outside of the Port Royal area. I've got numerous emails in my government email account that are part of this subject matter, and believe that council should probably include those in the record. I've had meetings with city staff, and throughout that process of all of this, I've retained an open mind and look forward to hearing from both sides before a decision is given. Thank you.
Councilmember Crispin?
Familiar with the site. I've been at the site multiple times. I've met with a number of, met or talked with a number of different club members, residents of Port Royal about this project and proposed project, and have also met with the club's representatives.
Thank you. Councilmember Barton?
Received emails and have had a couple of phone conversations with parties from both sides of this equation. And I'm familiar with the site.
Thank you. Councilmember Penniman?
Many letters and emails, some phone calls, visited the site, including the fitness center, the entire site. Drove the streets contiguous to the site because I wanted to have a feel as to what noise impacts could possibly be relative to this site. And I spoke personally with several people on both sides of the issue.
Thank you. I am very familiar with the site. I spoke to residents for and against this by phone, emails, both for and against. I spoke or went over this with staff, and that's no further disclosures.
Mayor, before we go to the applicant, based on the emails and correspondences that you got, if we could just get a consensus that all of that leading up until 8:30 this morning will be included in the meeting record?
Kramer, yes. Petrinoff, yes. Vice Mayor, yes. Chrisman, Barton, yes. Unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, just to clarify for the record, cutoff was 8:30 this morning.
Thank you. Mr. Brooker?
Where's the keyboard?
There's one beside you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Afternoon. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council, my name is Clay Brooker with the law firm of Cheffy Passidomo, 821 Fifth Avenue South. Before I begin, the most important thing I'll say today, happy birthday, Ms. Penniman. It was my birthday last Friday, and I'm requesting to wear the red hat while I give my introductory remarks. As you recall, our firm represents the Port Royal Club, and we appreciate your time and attention again for this last piece of the three-part plan to rebuild after Hurricane Ian's destruction. The first piece of the plan was council's temporary use approval back in April for the trailers on the beach side to provide rudimentary food and beverage service for members wishing to visit the beach. The second piece of the three-part plan was last month's approval of the conditional use application for reconstruction of the clubhouse itself. Before you today is the third and final piece, a request for your approval of a temporary structure tent on the tennis fitness facility. Well, this is not working. Does this? Oh, there we go. The tennis fitness facility is shown here on the east side of Gordon Drive. What we're requesting is temporary approval for dinner dining while the clubhouse is being rebuilt. Frankly, the club does not relish the prospect of coming before you today again. However, the unfortunate circumstances facing the club were forced upon it. An act of God, Mother Nature, Hurricane Ian, stripped the club of its ability to offer its members a place to congregate and to talk to friends and neighbors over dinner. Meanwhile, the members continue to pay annual dues to keep the club financially solvent. So the request before you today is a lifeline, a request to help maintain the club's fellowship and camaraderie during the reconstruction period. The club's board is well aware that not all members or neighbors support this temporary dining concept. However, surveys have consistently confirmed that 70% of its membership is in favor. A significant majority, some of whom have written to you, desires modest temporary accommodation for dinner service. So the club's board found itself in the unenviable position of attempting to balance the varied opinions and desires of its membership. It elected to move forward with this concept, supported by the majority of its members, while making every effort to address the concerns of those who oppose it. Following my introductory remarks, you'll hear details from the club's team regarding the proposed site plan, parking plan, and operations. By way of summary in that regard, on the screen before you is an aerial of the tennis fitness facility. Here running north and south, obviously Gordon Drive. At the bottom of the screen running east-west Kingstown. Here's Captain's Place over here to the east. The tennis and fitness facility has 9 tennis courts.
I'm sorry, Mr. Berger, our screen isn't working.
No, I pulled up my own. I pulled it off Granite. Are you advancing it? No, it's just, I'm just using.
It's working from,
Yeah, I'm just using the aerial that's on the right-hand side of the screen shown here.
oh, sorry. Okay,
Should've-
thank you.
Sorry, should have been a bit bigger aerial, I get it. I noticed that last night. At any rate, again, Gordon Drive running north-south, Kingstown east-west down at the bottom, Captain's Place to the east, 9 tennis courts here. The existing tennis pro shop building, which you'll hear about later, is here. The fitness facility is up here to the north. The proposal is to convert these 2 tennis courts shown here temporarily for dinner service. This one for the structured dining tent, and this one for the service trailers. This location was selected by the club's board because it's the furthest west, away from the residences to the east, and because of the pro shop here, which will provide a visual and acoustic buffer between the tent and the residences to the east. Here is the site plan, oriented a bit differently than the aerial you were just looking at. Gordon Drive now extends along the bottom. Mr. Rath, Andrew Rath, will go over the site plan in detail, but here is the tent being proposed, and here's the location for the service trailers. Finally, here is the proposed seating layout inside the tent. We have discussed this layout with the fire marshal, and we're not aware of any issues from a fire code perspective. I'll now ask the team to come up and explain the details to you, but I would like to mention a few important points that you'll likely hear again from the consultant team. Number 1, the dentist service hours will be limited from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Number 2, no parking will be permitted on the streets, and Port Royal Security will assist the club in that, and with the enforcement in that regard. Number 3, the tent's hard walls will contain 2 inches of inside insulation for sound attenuation purposes. Number 4, all mechanical equipment such as the HVAC units will be located on the west side of the tent and the trailers, such that the sound from them is blocked from going east. Number 5, no outdoor activity of any kind is proposed, and that includes, of course, outdoor dining. No outdoor dining is being requested. Number 6, no live entertainment is being requested. And 7, finally, no additional exterior lighting on the site is proposed. The only exterior lights associated with this request are those that already exist on site in the parking lot, which currently remain lit throughout the night for security reasons. With that, I'll conclude my introductory remarks. We would like to reserve time for rebuttal and closing after public comment, although I know the order has been switched a little bit, and we appreciate staff's recommendation of approval. Andrew?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Rath.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. Andrew Rath with Davidson Engineering for the record. I'm going to take you back to start with the aerial here, as Clay has already prefaced the scenario. We're going to focus in on this northwestern tennis court and the tennis court immediately to the south of that. North is up on screen here, so when we go to the site plan, just keep in mind that north is to the left. So we focus in on the tennis court immediately west of the existing tennis pro shop here, which is a raised structure. It's elevated. It will provide screening for the structured tent. Immediately to the north of that, we've got a series of modular trailers laid out here, one being for an employee break room, the other being this group of 3, the beginning of it being a cooler freezer trailer for storage of food, as well as the proposed modular kitchens, with a pretty close connection to that structured tent here. We're not proposing any modifications to vehicular access to the site. As we move our way to the south past the structured tent, where we'll have a valet drop-off area, the existing parking is to remain and provide some circulation around the site in this direction, where the valet can take the cars if there's no parking available. We're also providing for an additional stabilized parking area here, which is presently an open green space. I believe we've got space for an additional 22 parking spaces in there, just in case. Mr. Trebilcock will get into that a little bit further with the discussion on parking and valet. With that, I don't think I have too much more to hit on with the site plan here. I think between Clay and I, this is pretty straightforward how this is laid out. I think with that, I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Trebilcock.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. It's a beautiful day to be here in Naples, isn't it? So,
And you've been here with us all day.
yes, this morning it is a beautiful morning. It's a beautiful afternoon, and hopefully it'll stay that. So, not a beautiful evening. Okay, so thank you. Let me see. Parking demand analysis. You all have the detailed report. I'm just going to give some highlights of the report that we prepared. When we're looking at the temporary use, we looked at all the land uses, and we followed the city code for those uses in terms of the areas of uses in the courts. You know, they're based on 3 spaces per court. And so that adds up to, if you assume everything's happening all at once, 139 parking spaces is the demand, everything 100% at the same time. We know in reality it's not going to work that way because your tennis facility tends to be more early morning, and then by the afternoon, you know, what is it, only Mad Dog and Englishmen are playing tennis out in the afternoon, like the afternoon sun like that. So you tend not to have that use as high demand in the afternoon. And so that's why we look at a parking demand analysis in what we did. And so we looked at all those uses, and we used, in fact, analysis that we did on the tennis facility itself in terms of when it peaks and such. And we did the same thing for your beach facility as well. So we added all those up, and so we have the 139 as a demand, the top demand. But what we see in reality is your top demand does occur at 10 in the morning, 95 spaces as the top demand for the facilities. And so from a proposal standpoint, what we're planning to do with the additional overflow parking area, it will have 120 parking spaces available for use on the east side. And that will accommodate the tennis facility, the beach facility, and then also the dining, the temporary dining facility. And we're showing, even from a demand standpoint, I started a demand just due to servers and things like that coming forward, starting at 4 p.m., following that through the 9 p.m. hour, so you can kind of see what that is. And again, the morning time is the peak period that we see for all the facilities. Then the other part of it is part of what we're going to use to help us with the overall operation is the valet parking and the valet parking plan. And where that is going to help us, and I'll just get to the plan there for that, is we'll have the drop-off area, as Andrew had mentioned, right at the front of the tent. And then we have this additional parking here that's overflow that will be used as part of the valet folks. And then the valet is in this kind of red area here, dashed in red area, and that will be for the valet parking, which we're allocating 48 total valet parking spaces. So out of the 120 that we have available, it's not more than half. That's part of your criteria for valet usage. And very conveniently located, will encourage that usage. It's kind of further from the tennis facility portions as well. And so conservatively, again, we have a higher amount than what we calculate is needed. And it's good to have that factor of safety in this situation as well. So with that, that's really concludes what I have, and we can turn it back over. All right. Okay, cool. For operations, yep. Thank you. Let me see.
Thank you.
Yep, sorry, there we go.
James, join me. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Peter Carroll. I'm a principal of ADG4. We're a small boutique construction and development firm, and we have a relationship with the club to help them or assist them in finding the equipment and the layout and discussing and avoiding any pitfalls with the neighborhood in general. So we've been actively involved in selecting equipment along with the staff of the Port Royal Club. And we'd like to go ahead and share those details. Hopefully they'll go pretty quickly. But we've been researching and evaluating equipment and equipment systems and scrubber systems, et cetera, for 6 months at least now. So we started very, very early in this process. We have consulted with the fire department and with the building department to get their early input on our plan. And building department had no concerns. They're waiting to see the construction plans. The fire department, as was mentioned earlier, has reviewed the seating plan. They have no issues with the clearance or the count for the people that might be in that tent for any given event. Our team has carefully considered the possible impacts on the club's adjacent neighbors that could be impacted adversely by the dining facility. Our plan's been to limit any objectionable noise, avoid the creation of any objectionable sight lines. The odor has been a big concern that we've dealt with, and other operational concerns that might impact the adjacent property owners. We'll speak to them briefly. So without any further ado, I'll just drill down into the various elements of the site and the facilities. James, can you pull up the site plan once again? And everything will be built in accordance with the Florida Building Code and Florida Fire Code. That's sort of an unsaid thing with the building department. And that was the only comments that they have with us, to just make sure that we understood when the engineering is completed, the MEP engineering is completed, that everything will have to meet fire code as well as their building codes. James and I have worked closely with the building department in the past on other projects and similar projects, so we don't foresee any trouble there. The dining structure itself, as mentioned before, is located, James, can you just point at it? And then maybe you can pull the slide that will show roughly what the facility looks like. This is a structured facility that's made up of steel beams, et cetera. There are no columns per se in the interior of the building, so it creates a nice, open, formal space. There's a live example of that, and that one references pretty well to what we want to do. The north side, the east side, and the west side will be the opaque white insulated walls, so it will really mimic a building. And then on the front entry of it, it'll be a little bit more welcoming with glass, et cetera. And it's here where the drop-off will happen to access the dining facility. The plumbing and electrical feeds, everything will be permanent and fed underground. There won't be anything on grade, nothing to trip over, nothing to create any aroma, smell, et cetera. The HVAC unit for the tent will be located on the west side, and it will be screened with clusia and fencing if need be to knock down any noise. The noise component of that, I'll kind of skip around a little bit here, is 30 to 60 decibels, which is pretty much what we're experiencing now. So we don't anticipate any noise problems from the HVAC there. The HVAC within the structure itself will be quieter than it might have been in the past. So we're looking for improvements both inside and outside that facility. The walls will afford us a much better experience for the diners inside. It'll feel much more like a permanent structure than an open tent structure. Everything will be built in accordance with ADA guidelines, ramps, et cetera, stairways to the other adjacent support buildings. We'll also have stairways. The dining structure dimensions are 50 by 100 feet. It basically fits within the dimensions of the court there now, so that'll give you a little bit of idea of the scale. And of course, it's set on the west side of the existing tennis facility, which is a two-story facility. So there won't be much of a view from the west side through the tennis center to see the tent really. So not a lot of concern there for the neighborhoods or for the neighbors to our east. They really won't see that facility very much at all. The flooring system will be a modular type system that locks together, so it creates a very formal floor, doesn't feel anything out of the ordinary. It will be carpeted eventually to suit the club if we get that far. The dining structure itself is constructed of all fire-rated materials, so there's no issue with the fire department or issues with with any of the components of that being overly flammable. We will put a fire suppression system into the temporary dining facility as well. We will take the city's direction on whether or not that needs an alarm system. There was a little bit of confusion early going as to whether an alarm was going to be required, but it will definitely meet whatever their requirements are, especially in terms of the fire suppression system. Let me skip over to the support facilities that are basically modular type system. There will be 3 assemblies that will be assembled into one. Andrew had mentioned earlier that it will have freezers and refrigeration facilities. It will have all the dishwashing facilities, et cetera, kitchen to the club specification, and it will present itself as one rectangular building in the end. It won't be a series of trailers with openings and other sight lines and things like that. It will be one building. Behind it, the current plan contemplates having a break room / trailer for staff to meet, congregate, lockers, et cetera, in behind it. Those buildings will all be painted in a forest green to knock down the trailer look or the tan trailer look or whatever, so it will be as discreet as possible. James, I don't know if you can show me the site plan, but we will construct a fence in between those trailers. If you just run the mouse there. We're going to construct a fence and plant clusia along that edge that James is pointing to now, just to knock down any sight lines of the sides of the trailers, et cetera. The fronts will be planted out so that they are less visually obtrusive on the south side. With regard to smell, we intend to add a scrubber system on top of the kitchen exhaust system so that the exhaust is being filtered for grease, particulates, smoke, everything. So it really should not have any sort of impact or feel like you're living next door to a kitchen. So that will be incorporated into the design. Noise components, I think we've touched on this several different times, but there's no outdoor dining at all. There's no use of any generators. All the structures will be fed with electricity, et cetera, from underground, so no generators, no extra noise, no cabling. Again, the system runs about 30 to 40 decibels and will be located on the west side, so we should not have a noise concern there with our neighbors to the east. The fencing, again, mentioned alongside here will be 10-foot fencing, screening, and then planted with clusia for a little bit of extra sound abatement and a better look. Smell. The trash is going to be bagged and transported immediately across the street. None of the trash from either the dining facility or the food service trailers will be stored on site at all. It'll immediately go to the other side at 2900, so we shouldn't have any of the issues associated with that. There's still a dumpster on site that services the tennis facility. We will not increase the size of that, and that will be used for tennis and fitness only. All the food service refuse will go across the street. The grease, et cetera, will be managed underground with inline grease traps or interceptors as the engineer calls for. None will be on grade. They'll all be below grade. So again, no smell, no trip hazard, no nothing from any of the utilities that are being fed to it. Mentioned the scrubber system already. And as far as bathrooms go, it's contemplated that they'll use the bathrooms that currently exist in the fitness center and also in the tennis facility as well. So no outdoor porta potties, no bathroom trailers, anything like that. It'll all again, be permanent. Pest control, we're committed to up our normal pest control routine to once per week rather than once per month. Our service company is Ecolab, and they are the predominant service company in that regard. The lighting mentioned earlier, there's no additional site lighting or pole lighting, parking lighting. It will remain just the same as it is. There will probably be some additional lighting added to the exteriors of the building for safe ingress and egress to the service trailer and to the dining facility. And hurricane prep was another thing that was a great concern of ours, and we've worked closely with the structured tent company and staff, and we've developed the hurricane plan that allows for the deconstruction of the tent, which takes about 48 hours. And obviously they don't want to deconstruct that tent in any sort of wind, so we will closely monitor all storms, et cetera. All the materials will be removed off-site, nothing stored on-site. So they'll go back into storage and come back out when the storm is cleared. So I think, or I hope that we've addressed most of the concerns of the community in terms of noise and smell and hurricane hazards et cetera, and we are open to any questions that you all may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to finish the presentation before we go into any kind of questions.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes our initial presentation, and we would like to reserve the right to
Yes,
speak
sir.
and close.
We're just going to have a quick staff report. I want to go to the public comments so we get those on the record.
Erica Martin, Planning Director. I will make this as quick as possible.
Well, we'll come back if there are things you need to add.
Let's try it. You have a request before you today for a temporary use. This is for the Port Royal Club, and it's to allow for a temporary dining tent, including HVAC and associated kitchen, cooler, and employee break room modular trailers. This is to be located on the east side of Gordon Drive on the property owned by the Port Royal Club at 2755 Gordon Drive. I will not go through the way back history of this, but I will go through the more recent history, which begins with Hurricane Ian, when the Port Royal Club was substantially damaged, then, fully damaged, and then condemned and posted for no occupancy by the building department. So in 2023, City Council adopted an ordinance which created a new subsection in Chapter 46 to provide for approval of temporary uses on residential and commercially zoned property during recovery from a natural disaster. And the club did come through and asked for approval of a temporary use in November of 2023, which was approved by council, Resolution 2023-15251, authorizing a temporary use to allow for the temporary operation of on-site food, beverage, lavatory, and storage trailers during the pre-demolition phase of reconstruction. That provided a expiration date of April 30th, 2024. This was for the west side of Gordon Drive. This was for the beach side. And then on April 17th of 2024, council approved another resolution, which was 2024-15354, granting approval of a temporary use to permit, a temporary use permit to amend the existing permit previously granted, extending the expiration date to June 1st, 2027, or upon the opening of the reconstructed beach club, whichever occurs first, and amending the site plan to relocate those temporary trailers to the northeast corner of the property once the construction activities demanded such a transition. So that's what they have now. They currently have a temporary use permit for the beach side, the west side of Gordon, to allow for some limited trailers and food service on that side. They are now before you to ask for another temporary use permit to allow for a larger, these are more of a food truck. What they have existing on the beach side is more of a food truck situation. What they're asking for today is a much larger dining tent. I believe it seats 150 people. So they're asking for, the proposed facilities includes an approximately 5,000 square foot tent, including HVAC, and approximately 1,632 square feet of associated kitchen, cooler, and employee break room modular trailers in separate trailers, not all together, those are all separate. And this will occupy 2 of the 9 existing tennis courts, and this is to serve the members of the private club. With the addition of 22 new parking spaces, there's a lawn area in the center of the tennis courts. They're proposing to convert that lawn area into parking spaces to accommodate these uses. They submitted a parking demand analysis to address the temporary parking demand proposed that would be generated by this request. Your section 46-39, this is a request under a different section than what was previously granted. This is not related to the natural disaster. 4639A of your code provides that, except for the construction-related uses permitted under the temporary use permit provisions of this section, no temporary use or building or structure not permanently affixed to city-approved foundations and utilities and in compliance with all other city requirements shall be permitted in any zone district unless specifically approved by the city council. So because this request has to be specifically approved by city council. They're not asking for any live entertainment associated with this, and they're not asking for any outdoor dining. This is just for the enclosed dining tent. I would mention that pursuant to the Florida Fire Prevention Code, structures that are in place for more than 180 days are considered permanent structures and are required to meet all regulations that apply to the permanent structure. You heard the petitioner state that this tent, the construction quote unquote of this tent will be consistent with the fire and building codes. That's a requirement because it is considered a permanent structure once it passes that 180 days. They are asking for an expiration date of, June 1st, 2027, or upon opening of the reconstructed beach club at 2900 Gordon Drive, whichever occurs first. So that will well exceed the 180-day mark. So staff has provided a couple suggested conditions should City Council consider this request. The first would be that the petitioner will obtain a building permit prior to the installation of any of the proposed facilities. So this will actually be reviewed under a building permit. We're going to look at how they hook into the city's utilities, how they hook into electrical, make sure that the tent and all of the facilities are up to those codes, and then it will provide for inspections by our experts to go and make sure that everything is safe and installed correctly. We cited the expiration and would just condition that upon the expiration date of the permit, should the club wish to extend the temporary uses, they will be required to reapply for consideration of the temporary use. There's no automatic extension, so once that expiration date hits that they've requested, if that's the expiration date that council grants, that's the other thing. Council has to put a specific expiration date on this. They've requested a date, but it's up to you to determine that expiration date. If they would like to exceed that date, they would have to come back to get approval from City Council. We did send out a total of 111 letters to all property owners within 1,000 feet of the subject property. We received lots of correspondence. I included everything in the packet that was received prior to publication. I think the city attorney mentioned we've received a lot more since we published this agenda. We've compiled it all and provided that to the clerk, so we would request that that be included in the record for this item. And I'm available for questions.
I'll just do one question if you, counsel, before I go to public comment. Something that would need answering before public comment? Yes, Councilmember Burton.
Ms. Martin, can you give me a little bit of history here? I believe I was informed, was there a tent? Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. A little history here. I believe I was informed that there was a tent structure that Port Royal Club had at one point in time that ultimately needed to be removed, or what would happen with that specifically, and what measures have we put in place to make sure that we don't run into the same scenario?
So there was a tent that was permitted on a temporary basis. We did run into some compliance issues. I would let you know that with the plans that are provided today, whatever is approved is limited exactly to what you have before you. The number of tables, the number of chairs, the layout, the modular trailers, their location, all of that is to be constructed and maintained exactly the way you see it today. There is no wiggle room on the club's part to add to that, to move things, to modify that. Everything would have, any changes to what is before you today would have to come to city, back to you. We did ultimately end up having to shut down the tent that was there before. It was a life safety hazard.
Mm-hmm. With the changes that you've made with what we've got in front of us today versus what happened previously, do you feel comfortable and confident that we won't run into those same situations?
Our enforcement ability is the same as it was then. It would really just be, we'd have to lean on the Port Royal Club to commit that they are going to comply with exactly what is approved.
Okay.
And not exceed those parameters.
Okay, thank you for the information.
I do have questions on the valet and that greenscaped area, but I'm sure we all have more questions. I will move to public comment. Jenna Heiderman.
Good afternoon. Jenna Heiderman, Executive Director of the Port Royal Association, speaking on behalf of Dick Del Bello, who cannot be here today. Dear Madam Mayor and City Council members, I am writing to you today. Is this on? Okay. I'm writing to you today to express my support for the Port Royal Club's temporary dining application, which, if approved, will be a critical and invaluable asset to residents as they return to Port Royal for the season. The recent survey issued by the Port Royal Club indicates that over 60% of the Port Royal membership is in support of this temporary dining operation. This facility will fill a much-needed void that is ever present in our community following the destruction of our beloved clubhouse, and will foster the communal spirit that is currently lacking. It will help restore some sense of normalcy after all this time as we await for the construction of our new clubhouse. I respectfully ask that you approve this application, and I thank you for consideration. Dick Del Bello, President of the Port Royal Association.
Thank you. I have Dan Lennon, followed by Blake Benjamin. And if you'll just state your name for the record.
I'm Bob Schiff.
Okay.
I'm taking Dan Lennon's place. I have a plane that I have to catch in a couple hours. I flew down specifically for this meeting. So, as I said, I'm Bob Schiff. My wife and I own the property at 155 Captain's Place. It's just one of the 3 properties on Captain's Place directly east of this project. We are 100% against this project. When we bought our house almost 16 years ago, and I've been coming down to Naples since I was about 17, but we bought our place about 16 years ago. One of the things we wanted was privacy and quiet. And I found out from our agent that there was a conditional use for the tennis facility that is limited to tennis only and no tennis lights. So when the sun sets, that place is dead. There's nothing going on. Completely. We've even, our own house, we've blocked in a lot of our backyards so that we don't even have to see, you know, any of our neighbors and such. We're not on navigable water, which means I don't have to look out at my boat, my neighbor's boat, and people on boats waving back at me. We're private, and that's what we want to keep right with everything going. What the club is asking is between 5 and 10 p.m., 6 out of 7 nights, there's going to be food service. There's going to be traffic coming in and out of that, even with all the valet, lights, noise, everything on. I'm not worried about the valet service. I'm worried about people that want to just go over to the beach or wanted to avoid the valet service, parking on Captain's Place, kind of cutting through to get to the beach. I would. There's a lot of times I go places, I don't use a valet service because I don't want to get stuck in line waiting for my car. I think the same thing could happen here. Another concern I have is this hard-sided dining tent. I took my kid to school in New Orleans 14, 15, 16 years ago. We moved him into his dorm room on Friday. My wife and I were staying the night. Saturday morning, we woke up and they were talking about having an evacuation for Katrina. We got out, my son got out because I was cheap enough, I just gave him a round ticket to begin with. But Katrina hit 36 hours later. 48 hours is what they say is going to take to collapse this tent, if they can actually get it collapsed in 48 hours. I just don't want to see a dining tent or an oversized Airstream with kitchen appliances in my front yard. When Ian hit, and we've got pictures to show of it, we've had a sign, "Welcome to Naples Beach," in our front yard. It came from the pier. That's over 1.5 miles away. Same things can happen. My biggest concern, very impressive tent plan that they have, but the one thing that I think is a misnomer, it doesn't sound temporary. This is going to be here for at least 2.5 years. We're going to have to deal with it. So I thank you for your time.
One quick question I have,
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Is it Dr. Schiff?
Yes.
Dr. Schiff. Typically, we don't converse back and forth with public speakers, but you're in a unique position due to your property.
Okay.
And I understand it's contiguous, it's close, very close, one of the closest to this project. Am I accurate?
Yes.
Okay. 2 questions for you. First of all, during the 2.5 to 3 years that the tent would be in place, if it's approved, will your property value go up or will it do something else?
I would imagine it goes down. But again.
Based on what?
Just on the fact that what we had as privacy and what we really wanted out of our house is not going to be there.
Okay, last question. In this community, we talk a lot about nuisances.
About,
We talk a lot about nuisances.
okay?
Do you believe that when you bought your property, you should have known that there would come a time when a tent and extra increase in traffic would be possible next to your house? Should you have known that?
No, no.
That's
As
interesting.
I said, my knowledge of what the facility was is that it was going to be limited to tennis, and that it was not going to have any lights, no outdoor tennis lights. So to me, that's kind of a smart way of saying, hey, this place closes down at sunset.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Blake Benjamin. You guys have your own order, I see. Okay. Yes, sir. Dan Lennon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Lennon. My wife and I live at 100 Captain's Place in Port Royal. Our lot is immediately next door to the tennis courts at the club. It's about 120 feet from the proposed dining tent and trailers. Right now, we live next to a property with a handful of tennis courts and an indoor fitness center. It's quiet and it operates only during the day. But now the club's proposing to operate a 6,600 square foot dining facility with a 130-seat restaurant until 10 p.m. every night for close to 3 years. The tent and trailers will be clearly visible from our front porch and the windows on the west side of our house, including our bedroom. We'll smell the odors from the kitchen and trash and hear the noise from the dining operation, traffic, parking, coming and going of diners and staff until much later than 10 p.m. every night. With the restaurants come rodents. I know this because after the club started its prior temporary dining facility on the site, we had serious rat infestation in our house. Restaurants also present fire and other risks, particularly temporary restaurants, as we know, again, from the club having its last 2 temporary dining operations shut down by the city for health and safety reasons. We simply shouldn't have to live so close to those risks. These conditions would disrupt our lives, unfairly reduce our property value, and create a legally impermissible nuisance. The club hasn't shown these conditions won't occur. The club's tried to say they've addressed this nuisance with, I think I heard that the pro shop buffers and shields these properties. That's actually not correct with respect to where my property is situated. The clubhouse will buffer only, shield only a portion of the tent and none of the trailers. That will be in my direct view of my home. I also think that they say there's a hedge there. The hedge is actually on my property. It's a short privacy hedge. And again, it doesn't block the view. And it won't stop odors. It won't stop fire. It won't stop the noise. It won't stop rats either. As a result, it's very clear to me that the club hasn't met its legal requirement to suitably separate this nuisance from my property. I just want to also say that there's just not a real exigency here to justify these interruptions with my property rights. Yes, it's unfortunate that the clubhouse was torn down, but this is not necessary for the club they don't have to do this in order to rebuild the clubhouse. There are other ways for the club to get their members together socially. They've been doing it ever since you shut down their last temporary dining facility at restaurants just a few miles away, and the club has ample resources to take advantage of those. So I see my time is up. Just want to urge you to protect my property rights by denying the club's application.
Can I just ask you a question? Sure. Is any compromise of times and dates or, 6 days?
I have not. I've talked to the club. They've offered no compromises. They just told me I won't have this problem. I mean, I personally think that the nature of a restaurant on this very small lot so close to our house, this creates a nuisance. It's a risk to my family. And again, it clearly reduces my property value. Who here would buy that house for the property value that it would justify today with a tent and a couple trailers back there? There aren't a lot of trailers in Port Royal, so.
Okay, well, we'll hope you're not going to be selling your house in the next 3 years. I have Blake Benjamin, and then Sean Mayo.
Afternoon, I'm Blake Benjamin. I live at 3225 Rum Row. I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk here today. I know there's been a lot of letters that you've received, both from members of the club citing that they feel that this is something is necessary. I also know that there's a letter that was signed by approximately 100 people that were counting, that was basically saying it's not necessary, that there's cost issues, and the actual survey itself they don't think was kind of biased and whatever, that they got the answers that they were looking for. But in my feeling, what you people are looking for today is really the legal reasons for allowing this to happen, and more importantly, to look at how this is going to potentially affect the houses that border the property. I'm not a tennis player. I also don't live anywhere near this, so it really doesn't matter to me. But I would sit back and think that, what if my neighbor of 30 or 40 years next to me came to me one day and said, hey, listen, I'm going to be turning my house into a restaurant? I'd be a little upset with that. With that said, the things that I think that support us from a legal standpoint of going all the way back to the 70s, it was set up so this property was strictly to be private individual single homes. And then during the 80s and the early 2000s, they added the tennis courts and they added the tennis pro shop that you see there. But they kept very restricted covenants in place stating no lights at all, nothing other than single family homes if you're not going to have tennis courts. And that once the night came around, there was no activity at all to take place on this property. And I think those covenants were all put in place to actually protect the rights of the property owners whose property abut this particular area. What the Port Royal Club wants to do is they want to put, in my mind, a permanent, as you pointed out after 180 days, a permanent restaurant and bar, because I'm sure they're going to be serving drinks in there, so a bar that's going to handle 125 to 150 people, 6 days a week, from 5 until 10 o'clock at night. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know of a restaurant where their employees show up at 5 o'clock and they leave at 10 o'clock. They start showing up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon to start prepping, to start doing stuff, and they're there well after the actual restaurant itself shuts down. So these people are going to be there much longer than the 5 to 10 o'clock period. The trucks themselves, what the people are going to have to put up with the noise, they say that they're going to mitigate the noise as best they can, but I'm sorry, if you've got all these people coming and arriving and you've got heating and air conditioning and you've got all these other things going on, there's going to be noise issues. And if I could just finish with one last thing, our entertainment committee has done an absolutely phenomenal job over the last 2 years of giving us alternative places to dine. We have reciprocal dining agreements with a few clubs. And if I may, this was an email that just came out yesterday. Every week we get an email from our club about what's going on. We have a mixers event on September 20th at the Tennis Center. On October 10th, Blue Provence is doing a dinner just for the Port Royal Club. On October 24th, we have a mixer event at the Unidos Restaurant. We have a Halloween party scheduled at the Tennis Center for October 30th. We have another mixer event on November 6th at Jimmy P's. We have a welcome back party on November 14th at the Naples Yacht Club, and they've been very kind and made themselves available to us for anything that we need. They also had a very generous reciprocal dining program with us for a while. And then on the 21st, we have another dinner at Molto, but just for Port Royal members. And let's not forget the fact that earlier this year, you gave approval to have a restaurant and a bar directly across the street by the beach for our members to use, that's open 6 days a week from lunch all the way until sunset. This is just not needed, and it is not fair to the members and to the people that live around close to the club. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have Sean Mayo, Jay Simran.
Hello, my name is Sean Mayo. I live at 255 Kingstown Drive. My wife and I purchased our property, which was a lunch lot, back in 2005. One of the things we did do is we did research all the land covenants around our property as far as what's able to be constructed on the tennis courts. So as we did a buyer beware, and we went and we did our homework, we know what could be built there. And one of the things that's been in place for over 40-plus years is John Sample in 1974 implemented no nighttime lighting for the tennis courts. That's been in place since now. So right now, if you're going to tell me that I built my house and now I'm here in 2024 and somebody knocks on my door and says, we would like to put a tent there with nighttime lighting, because you're putting a tent on a tennis court, you're putting trailers on a tennis court, and it's not deeded commercial. This is a residential area. Across the street, we're fine with that. The club came to us and asked us, do you mind a tent? Nope. Even after the hurricane, do you mind a hot dog stand over here near the tennis? We said that was fine on a temporary basis. Temporary basis is not 3 years. What they've applied for is a zoning application. A zoning application is a one and done. If you look at it, there's questions on the zoning application. Will you be serving alcohol? Yes, we will. Question number 3 on that same application says, do you have your permit for your alcohol? Because it has to, a complication for us to be here talking about this. I'm not sure it was on there. Erica was nice enough to send me the whole application 2.5 weeks ago. I went through all of this. Right now, Sue McVickers, for our committee that does entertainment, has provided Naples Yacht Club, Royal Point Sienna, and Hole in the Wall for reciprocation. They've also provided 3rd Street South, 5th Avenue, and Rebecca's Maddox down on Bayshore Drive. All these places are very easily located to Gulf Shore Boulevard, where the majority of the people who don't work out, who don't use the tennis court, and who are demanding from our board of directors a place to eat, I understand their point, but they have numerous places to go and eat right now. When it comes to food, they have to thank you people, your council here, for giving food and beverage and alcohol a rite of passage to the beach on a construction site. We're the only club in America that has that. I asked one guy from Suffolk Builders, I said, how did you let this happen? He goes, we didn't want that to happen. He goes, you're very fortunate that your city council gave that to you. So I'm here to say thank you very much. If they want a tent, no, they should explore across the street where people go to watch the sunset, have a drink, and be with their friends. I thank you very much, and I want you to deny this, and please preserve our property values and our right for quiet and peaceful enjoyment of our properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay Simran? Good afternoon.
Hello, thank you for being here. My name is Jay Semrad. My husband Joe and I have been Port Royal residents for 26 years. We live at 333 Cove Lane. I would like to be here. I am here to encourage you to say yes to our dining tent. I want to recognize also the work of our board and our staff in putting together this plan. It's a plan that the membership has requested. I'd also like to recognize them for having surveyed and canvassed our membership. And as you know, as you've heard, 70% of our membership is for this plan. Like you, our board is elected by our membership to represent us and work in our favor and in our best interest. The Port Royal community is our life here in Naples, and the Beach Club was the center of that life. The sense of community cohesion is very special and what makes Port Royal so special. I would also emphasize that this tent could also be used for other gatherings, bridge, mahjong, book lectures, town meetings for our membership, and all the things that we've used our club for over the years, besides just dining, and all the things and the space and the place to come together that we've lost since Ian's devastation. I also love tennis. I'm on the tennis court 2 or 3 times a week. We have a wonderful, robust tennis program. So I appreciate the concerns of our tennis members who worry that we might lose some of that energy. However, let it also be noted that only 10% of our membership plays tennis, and I believe that 100% of that membership will utilize the tent and the opportunity to gather as a community if the tent is in fact approved. My tennis group, for example, plays at 8 in the morning. Best time to play, it's cooler. We would gladly move our time to later, knowing that courts are available later in the morning, later in the afternoon. I also recognize the inconvenience that this will cause and concern our neighbors who are in close proximity of this plan. I do believe that our board and staff have worked very hard to accommodate those concerns, and I also believe that should we go forward, they will continue to make sure that their concerns are heard. I admit we're a privileged community to live in such a lovely place, but we have really missed this center, this place where we all convene. In closing, I hope you'll consider an older, long-time, loyal member of Port Royal. I also want you to know that I represent a lot of friends and members who can't be here, who aren't here this time of year, and thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Allen, followed by Marie Cooney. Alan Keller and Charles Brown. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is John Allen. I live at 100 Kingstown Drive and have lived there since 1998. 100 Kingstown Drive is probably one of the closest homes to the tennis courts, and so legally, I guess you could say I have special legal standing because of the proximity I have to the proposed tent. I'd like to correct one misstatement earlier. This council did approve an eating facility at the fitness center when they approved the fitness center 20 years ago. The board of Port Royal Club elected not to put the short order kitchen and dining in the fitness center, but it was proposed on the south end of the fitness center. And so previously, this city council had approved a eating area in that area. I know that, and I remember that because when they elected not to do it, I had kids that were anywhere from 3 to 7 years old, and it would have been a nice thing for me to be able to go over there. Many of my friends support this temporary use, and some oppose it. I support it for the following reasons. One, I believe it's temporary, it's short-term, it's not a permanent structure. Two, this club, and I speak from the position of the person that's the closest to the club, the actual former club. I mean, once they've taken the club down, I like to say I now have beachfront property. And so I support it because in the 26 years I've been there, there has never been an operational issue with the Port Royal Club. I remember a few going away parties, the band might have played a little later, but there's never any drunkenness or accidents or people walking down the streets that you temporarily get in other areas. They have been a beautiful neighbor to have, and I suspect that they'll be a good neighbor with this tent as well. So three, I don't ever recall any unreasonable noise as a result of their operations, including traffic. Yes, it gets busy on some days, but not a lot of problems. Four, other high-end communities in situations like we find ourselves right now turn to tents as a solution. I saw it in Napa 3 or 4 years ago after the fires. It was a beautiful setup, just like this is going to be. It was high-end. You couldn't hear the noise. People turn to this type of operation when they have the need to do so, and they execute it very successfully. The Port Royal Club will do the same. I've heard some concerns about property values. I live in Port Royal because what I consider to be a pretty astute acumen in real estate. This is going to be a prop-up of values in Port Royal. Why? Because it'll be the transition. It'll be the bridge to the club. Right now, I would think that people who are looking at Port Royal don't have a reason to want to buy in Port Royal because the club is 2 or 3 years out. This is the transition. This is the bridge that will get us there.
I firmly believe that this will not have and I live the closest to it. I live 100 feet away from it. Maybe one person lives closer or two people live closer. I think it props up value throughout Port Royal, and I think it props up value for the neighborhood as well. I do not see any diminution in value having the tents present on the site. Nuisance, I don't see that either. My dear friend George Kraus lived next to the Port Royal Club for 35 years or 30 years. Never had a complaint about the noise, never had a rodent in his, even though he was right next door to the kitchen, probably 20 feet away, not 100 and some feet away. The Port Royal Club is a professional organization. They are not going to allow rodents. They have pest control. They have the resources to do a very fine job. And the individual that would have known about that problem or had something to complain about never said a single word. I rode bikes with him for 20 years. He never said, God, I got rats in my house, or my, they were noisy last night. He said they were great neighbors, and I think Mr. Kelly to the north would have said the same thing. But in any event, I think those are misplaced concerns, and I think that those are opinions that should not be given any consideration.
I want to just ask you a question. Are you complete? Because your time's up.
Oh, well, I had one more point to make.
Go ahead.
But I've been sitting here since 10 o'clock on a time certain. 7, and most importantly, I probably would not support this for the reasons, other reasons, but I support it most importantly for the ones I outlined. But we have a number of elderly people in this community. Number of people, they're not going to get in cars and go to these little events that have been talked about. Those are inadequate solutions for the people that are elderly, people that I've known for the last 26 years. And I think it's critically important that you as a council address those people. They're not here today. They can't go to Fifth Avenue or Third Avenue, or they can't figure out how to drive their car, but they can figure out how to get to the Port Royal Club and the tent that's proposed. And I think we're duty-bound as a council and as a community to take care of those people. I don't really care if I have the opportunity to go there. I can easily navigate my way to the restaurants on 3rd and 5th. They can't, and you need to be mindful of that. We know what the right thing to do here for that community is. The hard thing is going to be to do it, but I request and submit that you should do it, if for no other reason, to take care of the older people in our community.
Thank you. I just have one question. You've looked at the valet plan?
I have.
You haven't?
I have.
Okay, because your house is right there, and you're okay with it? Thank you.
This is a temporary use. I realize I don't want this to go beyond the date that they've said, but I think in every community, when you have a problem, we used to be a nation that would help people out when they had a problem. I think we need to help out the people in this community, and most importantly, we need to help out our elderly.
Thank you. Marie Cooney, followed by Alan Keller.
Madam Mayor, on behalf of Marie Cooney, she could not be here. She asked for me to read this on her behalf.
Thank you.
Here you go. Dear Council, my name is Marie Cooney, and I reside at 2900 Fort Charles Drive. My backyard is on Gordon Drive. To the north is Kingstown Drive, and my front yard is on Fort Charles Drive. I am not a current member of the Port Royal Club, but my property is one of John Sample's original lots that is deeded 1/600th owner of the property that Port Royal Club uses for the immediate residences. When Port Royal Club installs the crosswalk signal from 2755 Gordon Drive to 2900 Gordon Drive, this will create stop-and-go traffic, congestion, more noise from cars, pedestrians with noise, etc. Allowing the club to put a dining tent for 130 people will add capacity issues and intensity of use problems. I didn't object to the food truck or bar across the street because it met zoning criteria. In their application, they are listing the criteria for the kitchen specifications. The one area that is not mentioned is how long it would take to remove all trailers due to a hurricane. How much noise will the air filtration systems for cooking create? How much of the smells from different dishes will be contained? How much noise will the refrigeration make being elevated at 10 feet plus in the air running 724? These are areas I should be protected from because it belongs across the street at 2900 Gordon Drive, not 2755 Gordon Drive. I bought my home knowing that I was protected from nighttime use. Employees coming and going throughout the day/night will create severe traffic even if they are bussed in from another location. Car lights at night will be viewed from an area now that is a beautiful green grass lawn to a parking lot for over 20 cars with lights coming and going at night. The current conditional use even states no tennis court lighting at all is allowed. Please support my position and deny temporary use permit application 24-TU13. Best, Marie A. Cooney. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I have Alan Keller. She just needs a copy of it. And then Charles Brown Jr. And that's all the public comment that I have.
Alan Keller, 20-year resident in Naples, a 20-year member of the club, and currently injured from playing tennis there, so my opinion about tennis facility has been somewhat altered. When the club sent out an opinion survey to the membership, they got a 30% negative on the basis of a question which read more or less, would you like a nice place to eat? And that still drew a 30% negative. That puzzled me, so I took the directory and sent an inquiry to 60 people who admitted knowing me. And of those, 47 replied. 3 of them favored the facility. This was after we provided some information that hadn't been on the original survey. It's going to be a tented facility. It's going to be on these tennis courts. So 60 sent out, 47 returned a reply. 3 of those favor it, and the rest opposed. And incidentally, one of those 3 promptly resigned after saying he loved it. So I would be cautious about the degree of support this has unless it's put to a greater test. I would like to point out some of the reasons that these people disapproved of the facility. And as far as I can tell, really only 1 or 2 are in your purview, and they shouldn't make any difference to you. They're really internal matters of the club, but we haven't sorted it out very well. Those had to do with property rights, noise that is in your purview, traffic in your purview, and so on. But the rest were more, I don't want to spend my money on that. I think it's a waste of time. There are better facilities. There are good facilities where we can rally as club members elsewhere. And one that really shocked me, which was, you know, I would take this money, and in lieu of spending it on this temporary fix, I would try to do something for future staff and membership morale. And that is, I would try to apply this, whatever this is going to end up costing, several $1 million, I would apply it to some long-term affordable housing solution for our staff. I thought that was quite striking. Anyway, that's it. Don't assume that there isn't a lot of opposition to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Charles Brown. I think he may have left.
Yeah, he left this morning, unfortunately.
Okay. Then I do not have any other, I don't have speaker registration forms. That closes the public comment. We'll go back to the petitioner's agent for any questions that council might have for them. Any questions? Petitioner's agent, Mr. Barton? Councilman Barton.
Hello. When you were initially giving us a sort of the overview and summary of what we got going on here, there wasn't a real, at least I didn't hear a specific days of use, and I've heard a couple of different variations of what it might be. Could you clarify that for us?
I'm sorry.
Days of use, is it 7 days a week, 6 days a week?
It was 6 out of 7, Tuesday through Sunday, closed on Mondays.
And did anybody talk to any of the folks that are opposed to this, that are opposed to this, about potentially not having 6 and having 3, or just the weekend, or whatever it might be, to provide some reprieve for those that property rights might feel like they're getting trampled because they live adjacent to, and they feel like it's a nuisance. Maybe they'd feel like it's less of a nuisance if it were 3 days a week instead of 6 days a week.
The concept of limiting the days to less than 6 in a week was never really discussed, I don't believe internally or externally with the membership. Certainly willing to listen to thoughts in that regard if it helps in terms of mitigating any concerns that the members who oppose.
It's just food for thought on my side. I'm a practical and pragmatic guy, and when you got two opposing sides, you try to find some middle ground so that everybody's unhappy.
Thank you. I have Penniman.
I'd like to speak with you a little bit about noise attenuation. By your own admission, I believe one of your consultants said that there was one particular piece of equipment that went as high as 60 decibels. As you know, we do have a code in the city that requires that all noise be lower than 60 decibels. Otherwise, you've got a code enforcement problem. So based on the equipment that you've got there, in particular the freezer and the refrigerator, I'm really concerned about the noise factor relative to the neighborhood. I'm really more concerned about that you put all this together and then find that code enforcement comes and shuts you down because they have to. And all the money in the world and all of the pleading in the world is not going to change that. So I'm a little reluctant at this point because I don't feel like I have enough information to support this because of the noise factor relative to some of the equipment that you're using.
Just to clarify the sound decibels, it's 30 to 40, so it doesn't come close to 60. It's far below that. I just wanted to clarify that point. And then can you repeat the other part of what you said?
There was one piece of equipment and I wrote it down, that you admitted went from 30, could go up as high as 60 decibels.
The HVAC unit it's up to an 80-ton unit that ranges from 30 to 40 decibels. So if it was said 30 to 60, it's 30 to 40. And that
Is there a
came
reason? Is there a reason that some of that information was not included in your information here as to the number of decibels?
We got the information from the manufacturer after the deadline to submit. So
But you didn't specifically ask for that either. You didn't say, give us all the information you can about your equipment, including decibels relative to when it's being used.
decibel readings aren't typically on your spec sheet. We did have the spec sheet in hand far before the deadline, but unfortunately we got the noise concerns after the deadline passed. So once we had the noise concerns addressed to us, we then went back to the manufacturer and we said, hey, noise is a major concern for this project. We need to understand what is the limit for the sound decibels for this equipment, because the generator and the HVAC units with the first go were a huge problem. So they came back to us and they said it's 30 to 40 decibels maximum. So.
Well, I guess that remains to be seen. Thank you.
Yeah.
And can I get your name for the record, please?
James Frazita.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Vice Mayor.
And if I may follow up, Ms. Penniman, perfectly legitimate question. I understand it entirely. The decibel levels you're hearing, as I understand it, and probably all of us over the last month or so have become a little bit more acoustically knowledgeable than we were 2 months ago. These decibel levels are if you're standing right next to the unit. What we have is a unit that's going to be located on the west side of the tent structure. Then you're going to have the tent structure itself. Then you're going to have the pro shop. Then you're going to have 100 feet or so. We have actual dimensions of how far the residences to the east are. You have mature hedge surrounding the perimeter of the property and so forth. So without being an acoustic engineer, based upon those facts, that fact scenario, the noise level at the east boundary will be certainly significantly lower than the 30 to 40 decibels. Again, with the disclaimer that I'm not an acoustic engineer.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got to get this question out of the way because it helps guide council on some of the other decision-making processes. So staff and our city attorney, this is going to apply to you. In the packet that everyone has received for this item, there's a resolution, right? And the resolution starts with the number 2024, and then another number might be assigned, but it's a petition 24-TU13. And in that resolution, it says, when you read it, there's a lot of whereas clauses that just kind of set the tone of what we're considering. And then there's language after the whereas clauses identified as Section 1, Section 2, and Section 2 has certain conditions, 3 conditions, and then there's a Section 3. All of these 3 items I just mentioned, the 3 sections, are dealing with approval. What, can you tell me where, if anywhere, is the guidance to council regarding any council member wishing to review conditions or documents related to denial?
Vote.
Because this is being applied for as a temporary use and city council has full discretion, in my opinion, to either approve it or deny it, there is no,
Based on what?
based on the request. I mean, there is
Okay.
very limited criteria in the temporary use. They're asking and you can say no, and
Okay.
although it lists 3 criteria that the building permit and building inspector or building official will go through, it's not like a conditional use where you have, or a site plan where you have 8 or 6 criteria that need to be met.
Okay.
There's also no by right. There's nothing, there's nothing I can say, this zoning district says you should do, this is a temporary use unique to this property, stands on its own, so you can deny it for whatever reasons, approve it for
Okay.
whatever reasons.
It's quasi-judicial. We can deny, when we approve, we see what is being asked for and the conditions. And on the denial, it can be just
So-
whatever each council member,
And to be fair, usually what you'll see, I'll use the resolution that you cited in the previous item.
yes.
In that, you had where your section said approval is pursuant to a certain section, which listed the criteria in
Yes.
the code. It doesn't say that here. So this, all we're saying here is if you approve it, these are the conditions of approval that we recommend.
Okay. I will remind everybody that there is a temporary use section of our code to ordinances, and that's section 4639. And it's titled Approval of Temporary Uses, Special Event Activities. So I personally use that section, and what is included in that section is my review of this. Okay, so we got that out of the way. Number 2, for petitioner's agent. When the club was in operation prior to Hurricane Ian, what was consistently the most popular, well-attended function provided by the club?
Good afternoon. The most popular event.
Could you just state your name
Oh,
for the
Nancy
record?
Carlson, currently the president of the Port Royal Club. I think I may be outstaying my welcome with the city council.
No.
But to your question, it was New Year's Eve was typically the biggest event that the club had, and it took place on the beach at the old clubhouse.
Okay, and other than a holiday, the services or accommodations provided to the club members, daily, weekly, monthly, what were the offerings that brought people in? You're here applying for a tent for dining facilities. Why are you doing that?
I think, as you've heard from several of the speakers this afternoon, we feel that we've got to bring the community together. We need a gathering place for the community, and providing a structure that can accommodate 130 people for dinner, we think, between now and the time the new clubhouse is open, that will fit the bill. So it's really
Okay.
a gathering place. And I think one of the letters that I read, I tried to read all of them, probably the most articulate was written by Molly McGrath, who said, "This flock needs a field to land in." And I thought that was kind of apropos. We just don't have one place where a large group of members can get together.
Yeah.
And I think, as Mr. Allen pointed out, we've got a lot of older members, quite frankly, that can't get to Third and Fifth. And just to set the record straight, we do not have reciprocity with a couple of the clubs that were mentioned. A big call out to Sue McVickers, the chair of our entertainment committee. She's been working very hard with the local restaurants to try to get different venues. So we're kind of, getting along well. But I think particularly for those older members that aren't members of other clubs, that can't get in the car and get to Third and Fifth, this is really the place for them to gather and to meet.
I think you answered my question. If indeed you're having 130 people for dinner, I believe that the meal functions, dinner,
Dinner, and
130 is
in the old
probably-
clubhouse, the lunch, we did a big lunch business, quite frankly.
okay?
So that beach offering, some affectionately call it the hot dog stand, that will continue to serve lunch throughout the afternoon if you approve the temporary dining across the street. That, of course, would start at 5 o'clock and end at 10.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, in addition to the dinner, I've heard from one Port Royal club member that suggested the tent can also be used for other functions, various card games, gatherings, and other events. So we're not restricting this to dinner, are we, Counselor?
It would be, the hours of operation would be 5 PM to 10 PM, regardless of whether it's a dinner service or if someone wants to hold a birthday party there and congregate there as part of the membership. But if there's special events that are going to be held, that's an entirely different code section and an entirely different permit that we would have to come back before you to obtain.
And at 5 o'clock, all tennis is over at that point?
I believe the demand for tennis wanes it drops off the table
Okay.
very
Okay,
precipitously as you get into the mid-afternoon hours.
Okay, all right. So, council, just a couple more points. Understand the volume of traffic. Now you have a number on the demand. And in the temporary use definitions, a couple of other elements says that excessive vehicular traffic will not be generated. It's one of those things that tie to a temporary use definition. It also says, number 4, any nuisance or hazardous feature is suitably separated from adjacent uses. Counselor, tell us what that means. What is any nuisance or hazardous feature is suitably separated from adjacent uses?
So if you have a nuisance or a hazardous feature, you must be sufficiently distant from adjacent uses such that that nuisance doesn't affect them negatively.
Okay. And then number 5, still within temporary use definitions, a vehicular parking problem will not be created. So I heard about a valet plan. What is that plan? Because I just want to make sure that number 5, a vehicular parking problem, where are the vehicles going to go? Because construction's across the street, right?
Correct.
Right. Where are the cars going?
There are 98 spaces,
Yeah.
currently existing parking spaces on the tennis side. And to the extent I get any of this wrong, Mr. Trebilcock right behind me can poke me. 98 spaces that currently exist. Those will be in use for this proposal, and will be used, and part of those spaces, 48 of those will be used for the valet service, leaving some
because we are proposing to convert the grassy area into an additional 22 spaces for a total of 120 on site. So out of the total of 120, 48 would be used for valet service, and 70, I don't do my math, 72 would be self-park.
Okay. Now that we said that, now I have to just check that with our planning staff. So now we're talking about parking in something other than spaces designed for parking. So again, the density and intensity. We okay with just putting parking out there on the grass?
So again, this is a temporary use, so it's not reviewed against the normal code requirements. So that is, are you okay with putting parking on the grass?
Yes, Madam
That's,
Mayor. Thank you.
a temporary use is a whole different animal from the other.
Right, so why a temporary use? Why not a conditional use? Because it really was for Ian. We understand that it was caused by Ian, but this is far more than a temporary structure. Why did you go under that?
Excellent question. One that we've been dealing with for quite some time, and actually talked to the city attorney about. The tennis facility, and as we all know from the last month or two, a conditional use is required for the clubhouse, the beach sides as well. The tennis facility has an existing conditional use that's been in place since 1971. It's been revised and renewed over the years several times. We're not suggesting to change that conditional use approval for the tennis facility at all. What we're looking to do here is a temporary, and conditional use is in perpetuity. It lasts forever, unless the city council were to say, we're going to sunset it and expire it at a certain time period. But the temporary use we thought was more appropriate to this particular type of circumstance, because we're not touching that underlying conditional use of the tennis facility at all. We're not modifying, we're not suggesting we're touching it at all. We're simply laying over a temporary use for use of those 2 tennis courts. And at the end of the expiration of that temporary use, poof, it disappears. It expires, it's gone, and what are you left with? The existing approvals that have been there since 1971. So we thought this was the appropriate vehicle to bring forward for this request. And there is precedent for it in terms of temporary use versus conditional use. 20 years ago, another hurricane, Wilma, hit, damaged the clubhouse. The city council approved a temporary use for the club on the beach side, albeit, but it was a temporary use, and that was for 6 months, while the clubhouse was being repaired because of the damage sustained from Hurricane Wilma. So when we did our history to look back at the history of how all of this has happened over the years, we simply followed the way the city did it 20 years ago for Hurricane Wilma. And that was a temporary use, not upsetting the basic conditional use approvals that underlie both sides and have been in existence for decades.
Okay, thank you. 2 more questions here, or 2 more areas. We talked, once, if the tent gets approved, for this temporary use, not only the residents, the 130 plus, would be using this for dinner. There's vendors that provide service to make that all work. Food delivery. How often is food delivery happening?
Above my pay grade.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jeff Hardigan, General Manager. Food deliveries typically happen daily, again, with fresh produce, fresh protein, which is the quality that our members expect and what we deliver. We would arrange with our vendors that those deliveries happen early to mid-afternoon. So after the parking lot demand ceases from tennis and fitness, and there's that gap as that heavy use declines, and there's that typical window where it's quite quiet in the afternoon, that's when deliveries would happen.
So you, in running that business, you have a calendar, don't you, that tells you how to staff and accommodate these various deliveries?
We did, and we will.
Yes.
We currently do not, but yes,
Yeah.
we will.
So on food delivery, it's not just one vendor, it's several, correct?
There's not that many. We typically deal with Cisco and a few local providers,
Okay.
and the menu for this facility would be a lot more limited than what it was for the main facility. In
Okay.
addition to that, there would be beverage deliveries.
All right, going to grease traps. How often are grease traps emptied?
They are empty, they will be serviced once a month.
Yeah, once a month. And how big of a grease trap is going to be installed?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That's okay, I wanted to know if you knew. It's going to be installed in the ground, and
Correct.
the regulations dictate
Sealed
how
system.
full a sealed system, and the regulations indicate you're having it done how often?
Monthly.
Monthly, okay. Ecolab comes how often?
They will be coming weekly. Right now, they come monthly, but for this facility, they would come weekly so that we are aggressive with the pest control.
You'll have a linen vendor?
Yes, we will.
How often they come?
Once a week.
Any other vendors?
Oh, gosh.
That's okay. Here's what I'm saying. I'm trying to make sure everyone has an idea. The people making the decision are gonna have an idea about the intensity. What's gonna change for the people that live around that area, okay? It's all relevant. So really, that is all the questions I have. The alcohol issue that was brought up, alcohol be served here, for our city attorney, do they need to have the permit before we make a decision on this temporary use?
You mean a permit to serve alcohol? I will default to them on their on-site alcohol permit, but what I will echo from Mr. Brooker is that the conditions imposed and the prior conditions run with the land, one of them being no alcohol service.
So how does this city council support this when a conditional use that runs with the land is in place with no alcohol?
If you see it the way that Mr. Brooker explained, which I may not agree with it, but I think our code of ordinances is general enough to get to this conclusion when it talks about temporary uses. It's not very prescriptive. I wish it was, but it's not. You're not running afoul of the conditional use at all. You're not modifying it. You're not doing anything to it, really. You're approving an overlay use, essentially, for the 2 out of 9 tennis courts.
Okay, and then finally for the city attorney, thank you, Mr. Brooker. Temporary use is defined as about 180 days in length. The petitioner here is clearly saying, hey, folks, this could last up to 3 years, 2.5 to 3 years. So are we using a temporary use in the wrong way when we know that it's not gonna be 180 days?
So obviously, courts look at plain meaning of codes. I don't think the intent of this section was to be used this way, my personal opinion. I don't. I think temporary in nature is temporary in nature, but there's nothing preventing you from limiting this to 180 days, to 90 days, to whatever you want.
Thank you.
Right? You have the flexibility of doing that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Brooker, how long is it going to take to put this structure up? And when are you estimating to put this structure up?
Probably the end of December. Oh, sorry. Peter Carroll again with ADG4. We hope to meet the end of December. We currently have some design challenges and some issues with FPL and transformers that we need to resolve, but that's the goal at this point.
And with a temporary use, do those approvals have to go through the city?
They would be required to pull a building permit for this.
Oh, right.
So yes, that would be reviewed by all the applicable departments within the city.
Okay, so the goal to have this structure up is, again,
End of the year,
January?
December hopefully, but
Okay, and how, do you know how long, besides all those other things, how long it actually takes to put this tent up and down?
48 hours to do the tent. We've already stated that before. I don't know if Ken is here. Confirm that.
I'm asking for, is there a hurricane plan? Because
Yes.
as we know, sometimes a hurricane's coming towards us, and at the last minute, it turns.
Yeah, we won't have that option. We'll have to plan well in advance, and it takes 48 hours to deconstruct it and haul it off-site. So we'll have to start very early in that process so that they're not having to deal with challenging winds. So It's something that staff and the vendor will work together on. They're under contract to do it and perform within 48 hours.
I have Petronoff. Thank you, sir.
You already asked most of my questions. The one question I had that was left was, if it's 48 hours to take the tent down for a possible hurricane, who actually does, is it the city fire department that notifies you? Like, what triggers you to say, you know, we need to take it down?
Our own good judge. I don't think
No.
It's,
No.
I think I can answer that. It's not the city that's going to notify us. It's going to be a very conservative decision-making process. You know, we all have that cone of influence. Usually we have 3 or 4 days of notice, and I'm told that it's a very, the company that's going to lease us the tent is not going to want us to wait to the last minute to keep that tent up. So it would be a very conservative decision-making process. Be careful, it's better to be careful than to lose the tent. So it would be pulled down in excess of 48 hours in terms of any storm effects.
I just want to ask, to that, I'd like to have the building official and the fire marshal at least confirm if we do have that in the codes or the Florida Building Code, that there are certain times that you have notification, or, because I know we do for construction sites.
Yeah, I don't know, but we would be glad to work with staff on that.
Okay.
We do have just the added benefit of the likelihood of a storm is going to happen in the off-season, so we can be a lot more flexible with the decision to shut that down without impacting. We won't be driven by, 130 tops in the middle of June or July or September.
Thank
So,
you.
Okay,
I just
so-
want to get through.
Okay.
Petronoff.
So absent the city having some other process, you've already built an internal process that is going to say, looks like we're gonna have a hurricane, start the 48-hour clock, let's get this down?
Yes,
Okay.
yep.
All right, and then the first picture that you showed of the tent, it had an outdoor sort of patio where people were gathered around. That's not going to be, is
No,
it?
that's
Okay.
not
So-
the exact, that's an example of it with a
Okay.
formal patio. We will have an entry, an ADA entry, so there will be a landing, but it's not contemplated to have a covered patio area.
Okay, and then my last question is, if the operating hours end at 10 PM, when would you expect, everyone to leave? What is sort of typical on when it would be completely closed down?
Our membership aren't exactly late diners, so I would say the demand period is the 6:30, 7 o'clock period as far as arrival. Dinner typically takes an hour and a half to 2, so by 8:30, the place is starting to wrap up. By 9 o'clock, if we're lucky, we have maybe 2 or 3 tables left of the night owls, so to speak. But things are pretty much wrapped up, I'd say, by 9:30 from a member standpoint, and staff are being let go in conjunction with that. As business declines for the dinner service, staff are heading home.
So you would expect if, say, 10 o'clock was your operating hours, they might go to 10:30, just to
At
shut
that
it
point,
down?
the only staff that would be left on would be dishwashers. That's typically the last set of staff to leave for the evening, is just wrapping up and cleaning the kitchen.
Okay, and then you have lunch over on the west side?
Correct.
And they are going to be running concurrent?
No.
No, so,
Well,
they're going to be running the same, there'll be overlaps on calendar, or will you shut down the
Beach.
food trucks, the hot dog stand permanently, and have this as a dinner replacement?
So
Is that correct?
on a typical day, the trailers on the beach side will take care of daytime service. And then the tent will open for the evening service.
Okay, so you are doing really restaurant service on both sides of the road?
Correct, but one's for lunch, one's for dinner.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But to answer her question more, what time is the food truck open?
Right now, it's open till 7 o'clock, but with season coming, it typically closes at sunset.
So there is overlap. And you have parking isn't the parking for the food trucks and the beach over on this side?
Correct, but we intend to close the food on that side in conjunction with the opening of the trailers on the other side, and the beach side would only be open for beverage service for Sunset.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, all right.
I'm complete, but I see that Mr. Becker is here.
Mr. Beckman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Steve Beckman, Director of Building Services. So to answer your comment or your question earlier about notice, as soon as we become aware of an approaching storm, we start providing notice to the community to start preparing. We really don't provide any kind of notice as to telling people what to do and when to do, but we give the notice of the storm in as much advance notice as we can. Once we are aware that a storm is coming and we're under watch, then we start to communicate to construction sites about preparing as our ordinances require. And I know these structures, these membrane-type structures are a tent that are designed, the structure is usually designed to withstand the wind for the area, but often have a requirement in their installation instructions and in their material that says at a certain wind speed, the fabric or the tent part comes off. So whatever that is, depends on the product, but it's usually well under the hurricane wind speed, but, so I guess once we start giving that notice out is when, people would start to prepare.
And
Thank you.
when you say you give this notice out, you're giving it to construction sites. Is that correct?
Well, the building department, as we go about our day, we stop at construction sites and we pass on to them that the storm's coming, there are requirements to prepare your site. The city puts out a notice, the fire department, the EOC, whatnot, when there's a storm coming, we notify residents as to, how that development looks and, the best time frame that we can put to it. And then, the EOC has its stages in the city to prepare and what we do at each different stage.
So you're going to use they would be notified by the EOC, you're not treating them like a construction site.
Well, we would just put the notice goes out to the community about, the approaching storm. Any property owner, it's their responsibility to prepare their property appropriately.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
So, Councilwoman Petronoff, instead of relying on a government entity to notify, if this goes through and it's a will of council, instead of relying on a government entity to notify the Port Royal Club, the general manager and others of a certain condition, there is the National Weather Service. They have a wind threat description page, and it's a high wind hazard map. And it takes wind from non-threatening, very low, low, moderate, high, to extreme. And what I would like to see is a condition, if this is approved, a condition. And based on they're not telling us what the manufacturer of the tent, the wind speeds that are in the guidance documents. And absent of that, I would suggest that this council look at a moderate threat to life and moderate threat to life and property. It's in that description, it's very windy with sustained speeds of 26 to 39 miles per hour and frequent gusts of 35 to 57 miles per hour. With that kind of definition, not only does the club management know when those coverings need to come off, but the community around that tent that would be subject to the harm to life and property, they would know because that's how it's published. So it's something to consider. There's no structure around this in terms of how we guide it, so it's okay if we drill it down and make it a little bit more defined, in my opinion. So there you go.
Yes, did you have a response?
Mr. Vice Mayor, excellent point, and we have Mr. Tent Guy. He's the manufacturer or the company that
Awesome.
knows all of this.
So now we're going to learn if he's going to go along with moderate, or are we going to move up to a high wind hazard? So
Hi, my name is Ken Crooker. I'm the owner of Party Time Rentals. I've done this many times. The structure that is being installed at Port Royal, if approved, is up to 95 miles an hour wind category 2. Me being the owner, I'm always a little cautious about that. If it's at 60 or above, maybe a little higher, I would take it down as a precaution, for safety's sake, for everyone concerned.
Thank you for that. So if this community adopts that standard for the National Weather Service, that speed is an extreme threat to life and property. Extreme is anything over 58. I can tell you that's not going to get my support, but you're the guy,
I do have
so
the manufactured
I
paperwork
understand.
with that.
Extreme, just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Penman has something, but I want to wrap this up in some way. It's 10 to 5.
That's what I
If
tend to
we
do.
are at a point where we think we can make a decision, I would love, you know me, I want to make everyone happy. The days are, to me, are a little overextended, the times, the lighting, I don't see lighting within this plan. I don't know whether you're gonna ask for special events there. It does overlap with the food truck. I don't know exactly when you're planning on pulling that food truck, because from what I understood, the food truck was going to stay. And those,
Mayor,
yes, sir.
I've been patiently
Yes.
waiting, as you know, and I didn't have any questions for staff or for the petitioner, but I was waiting for discussion.
Thank
And
you,
I-
we're
and if-
there.
And if we're there, I'll offer my comments. You know, as has been noted, I think this council has done a lot, properly so, to support the Port Royal Club in their dealing with their travails over the last couple of years. You know, the former Port Royal Club, the term charm and character are the two most overused words in Naples, and I think we can agree. But if you're making a short list of places in Naples that had true charm and character, the old Port Royal Club would be at or near the top of the list. And it's a tragedy what happened. And I think what we have done with the permitting for the ability to have food and drink service during the day on the beach, even after a kind of a initial false start and some problems, you know, was warranted and something I'm glad we did. And the recent conditional use approval last month, I think you all know from the Port Royal community that I think I was as active a voice as any in both the first meeting and the second meeting to support that conditional use approval and also fight against some of the more unreasonable concessions that some were promoting. This one I have problems with. And my problems have to do with three things: size, time, and history. We're talking, from the first one, the size. What we're talking about, you can, as the old saying go, you can put the lipstick on the pig, but it's still a pig. And I don't mean to suggest that this restaurant is, I don't mean to demean it, but the point is, it is a restaurant. It's 6,600 square feet. We spent 4 hours on another petition earlier today where some of us were having heartburn over a possible 2,000 square foot facility being turned into a restaurant that would create huge problems on Goodluck Frank Road. 6,600 square feet. It's a restaurant, 130 people. It's bigger than probably most restaurants in Naples. So we're talking about putting an eating facility, a real restaurant on site here. Second is time. I can't reconcile in my own mind how you hand out a temporary use permit for 3 years and maybe more, because who knows how long this is going to take to construct. And whether it should have come in as a conditional use approval request and whether that would have made any difference, I don't know. But you know, it's just, I can't get my head around that. And third, history. You look at the list of, you know, when this tennis facility was first permitted and all the amendments to it that's in the agenda memorandum, and also I was a memo that, email that Mr. Brooker wrote that summarized these as well. Clearly, this facility was originally permitted as a sports facility, a tennis facility, later expanded into being a fitness center and a spa. It did not permit food or alcohol in the beginning, although each amending resolution did not necessarily specifically address food and alcohol. It also never removed it. So the assumption one would make is that it was a continuing prohibition along the way up until this time. And then finally, you look at the, again, I'm looking at the staff agenda. The only criteria we have, as Ms. Martin properly said, is under section 4639B4B of our code that lists 3 criteria for judging temporary use permits. And the first one, any nuisance or hazardous facility is suitably separated from the adjacent residential areas. I just don't see how, from this, again, from the standpoint of reasonableness, one can say that this is being separated, and it creates a different kind of a use on the tennis facility for upwards of 3 years with the lighting, noise, smells, and other things, aesthetics associated with that no matter how well buffered. And I think you're all well-intended and trying to do the right thing to make sure this is as, unobtrusive as possible, but you're never gonna be able to prevent it completely. And the impact on a number of people who are neighbors is undeniable. There are other issues here that have been brought out by the people who are opposed to this involving, why are you spending money on this rather something else, having to do with loss of 2 of the 9 tennis courts, faulty survey, et cetera, et cetera. I don't even want to get into that. Those are like internal Port Royal Club intramural disputes that are really not relevant to us. I'm just trying to focus on what this proposal is and whether it's something that I can feel comfortable supporting, and I can't. And that's unfortunately where I come down on this, because I have a lot of empathy for the club and its members and what you've gone through. And that's why I said I'm glad and I'm proud about what we've done to try to help you in these other situations. But this is just one I can't get comfortable with. Thank you.
Councilmember Penniman.
Well, thank you, Counselor. I'm pretty much in your camp, for sure. So let me float an idea by. Suppose we issued a temporary permit for 180 days. And that would give us a chance to beta test this thing. And we could learn whether or not our worst fears, in fact, came to fruition, and our casual approaches or whatever would also be validated one way or the other. So as a compromise position, we could try that. In lieu of that, I'm a flat-out no.
Councilmember Kramer.
I've spent a lot of time thinking about it, more than I think I should, honestly. And I wrote pros and cons. I'm very sympathetic with neighbors. But one of the pros was I have my 95-year-old mother-in-law who's the sweetest, greatest girl on the planet. And she would be the one going to the club and not going anyplace else. So it's funny that Mr. Allen said that, because that was already on my list. I feel like all of this is internal, guys. Every bit of it. Because if you all were agreeing, this would be a slam dunk. So if we had the 92 or 98% approval, because this doesn't affect the rest of the city. You got to be a member Like, nobody's driving down there unless they live there, or on a tour bus earlier in the day. I don't get to go eat there. Like, this isn't for everybody, it's for you. Which, so I could have fallen on either side because it's for you. And you've elected a board of directors. They had a 70% approval, 30% of the people ticked off. I empathize with both sides, but having sat on plenty of boards, well, I gotta roll with what the board says, whether I like it or not. And so I land the other way, with all due respect to my colleague, who I really respect. I've also thought, what would Solomon do? Are we gonna cut it in half and see what happens? And my brilliant birthday girl came up with it. If that is a viable option, I am all for that. The beta test. I think that's a brilliant idea if that's doable.
Any other comments? I would say that if that's, I mean, I need to check the temperature here, because if we have any other comments?
I have a comment.
About point?
I would be a yes either way. I should say that. So
I think it needs more work if it's a yes. And I don't think 90 days doing with this works. I think the process of getting here and the details matter. Vice Mayor?
Whenever the time's appropriate, I'm ready to make a motion.
I just
Okay.
I had a
Chrisman?
comment to what, the suggestion. Again, this is just my opinion, but I really appreciate the 180-day beta test ideas of, compromise, and we all try to look for compromises. I think there's two flaws, if you will, in that. Number one, the club would have to invest a significant amount of money without having certainty. On the flip side, I would be willing to bet a lot of personal money that 180 days from now, those who are opposed to this are not going to still be opposed, and we're going to be right back where we are today, because they're opposed to things that they perceive as being objectionable, and I think they'll still be objectionable once they're there in person. So I just, I don't think it's, if I was on either side of this, I'm not sure that would be something that I would be comfortable with
Okay.
As a compromise.
Thank you. One motion?
Yeah, I move to deny the temporary use application.
Second.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor to deny and a second by Councilmember Crispin. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Vice Mayor Hutchison,
Yes.
Councilmember Penniman,
Yes.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer,
No.
Councilmember Pechinov,
Yes.
Mayor Hedge.
Yes, and passes 5-2.
6-1.
6-1, excuse me. Denied. Thank you. That concludes 11B. Taking us to a conversation of it's 5 o'clock. We need a break and we have a time certain. I didn't like the way that it went last time where we tagged on to the special meeting, but we do have, pardon? I don't know who made the decision last time that we couldn't continue.
It was more of a,
Yeah,
it was a preference to David because of turning off the meeting and then turning back on.
yeah, Mayor, if I may, make a recommendation how to proceed.
Have a special meeting.
No.
Yes, sir.
We have some time-sensitive items that need to be addressed today, including the fireworks item. We do need to go to our public hearing, and we do need some time to switch the tapes. What will happen effectively is you will recess. You won't terminate this meeting. You'll recess.
Right.
You'll call the special meeting to order, have that meeting adjourned, and then come back out of recess and finish up your regular meeting. At that time, if you choose to table some items, that's your prerogative. We will advise you on the items that we need to hear today because of timing issues. So if you're okay with that, I think a 10 to 15-minute break gives us plenty of time to get all of the AV equipment and new meeting setup started.
Okay, so we're in recess and it's 5:01.
Wait, where's the manager? Welcome to the City of Naples' second budget hearing meeting this Wednesday, September 18th, scheduled for after 5:05. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Barton.
Here.
Councilmember Chrisman. Councilmember Kramer.
Here.
Councilmember Penniman.
Here.
Councilmember Petronoff.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hutchison.
Here.
Mayor Heitman.
Here. And Councilmember Chrisman is here.
Yes.
So if you will all please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good afternoon. Setting the agenda, Mr. Bourgeois.
No changes, Mayor.
Okay. Council, I have a motion.
Move for approval.
I have a motion to move for approval by Vice Mayor, a second by Councilmember Petronoff. All in favor, signed by aye.
Aye.
Next item is announcements, and we have no announcements and presentations.
No announcements.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to public comment, and if you'd like to make a statement about the budget, you can fill out the registration forms in the back and give them to the clerk. Mr. Myers, if you would like to fill that out afterwards, I'll go ahead and go into public comment, and you can hand in your slip afterwards. We've gone into our budget hearing. We're going to go back to our regular session. We didn't complete the meeting today.
Sure. Greg Myers, 700 Cultural Boulevard North. I would just like to know how you can raise the millage rate and you can take money from this account and that account when you haven't done the level of service since 2016. And I want to, again, I mentioned this morning, and this is from January 16, 2024. City Council discussion, item 6B, presentation from multi-basin stormwater assessment report. Blah, blah, blah. Says, city manager made the following comments respect to item 6B. This is a quote, Mr. Boudouchoir. At the end of the day, in the next 20 years, we're talking about $1 billion worth of infrastructure. It's billion with a B. Now that's staggering, and it should be staggering. And I speak in this tone not to create alarm, but to really create awareness and emphasis on how important it is for us to do this work and to do this work quickly, both with the right scope and the right priorities that is data-driven and not squeaky wheel-driven. The comments about the CIP process is spot on because the financing of everything that we've talked about that we must do is a very important part of this conversation because you're going to have to make fiscal policy decisions in the very near future because all of these plans, all of these designs, all of these permits that we're going to get, we've got to have financing in place. So, my question to City Council is, how can you tax the residents when, since 2015, you failed to do the level of service analysis, which a stormwater project would be one part 100 million of the 1 billion, and you want to raise, you failed to do it, negligence, it's operational negligence, and now that you failed to do it, and it wasn't by accident, by the way, maybe not you all, but that didn't just stop in 2015 by accident. That was intentional by the developers. They didn't want to pay it. And now they think, oh, once we get built, once our project's under construction, guess who gets stuck with the bill? The residents. So you all should be ashamed of yourselves. The new people, the comments I hear, deplorable. It's not going to happen. I assure you it's not going to happen. And I heard this morning that then we should stop all projects. It's in your code. If you don't do the level of service, you're required to suspend those development permits. I don't know how in good conscience you can be here and ignore this. And the comments I heard from 1, 2, 3, 4 will be addressed in court. And they can tell a judge.
Thank you. I have no further public comment. And that takes us to 6A.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of opening comments. This is the second and final budget hearing, public budget hearing on the FY 24-25 budget for the City of Naples. I'm going to turn over the presentation to our Deputy City Manager and CFO, Gary Young.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Gary Young, Deputy City Manager, CFO. As Mr. Boudishwar said, this is the final budget and millage rate discussion, the second and final. I will remind you that this meeting was, first of all, the first meeting that we had was properly noticed, and then in the trim mail out, we notified that, or noticed that would be potential millage would go to 1.27, and this is evidence of that. The second and final budget hearing was properly noticed in the Naples Daily News as required by TRIM, and that public notice was published on September 13th, should say 2024, but I apologize for that, but it was. David, I'm sorry. Went all the way to we're starting really rough here today. Anyway, millage rate. The City of Naples millage rate as advertised in the trim was 1.27. The proposed millage rate as advertised in the notice of the second hearing was 1.23, and that decision was made following the budget hearing and discussion that we had. As far as the budget schedule, a reminder of where we came from. We began the process in May on May 13th. And then we culminated with the last meeting, which was September 4th, in the first budget hearing. And we find ourselves here today, September 18th, for the final budget hearing and adoption. And we start the fiscal year on October 1st. The budget hearing requirement is to increase, to outline the increase in the millage over the rollback rate and the purpose for each increase. The increase in the aggregate millage rate and the percentage over the aggregate rollback rate will be discussed. And the governing body shall hear public comments regarding proposed increase, and the general public shall be allowed to speak and ask questions prior to the adoption of the resolution. In addition, the governing body shall adopt its millage rate and levy prior to adopting its budget. The tax levies and budgets for the dependent special taxing districts will also be approved at first reading following discussion and the adoption of the levies and budget for the city. During this time, the city is to hear comments regarding the proposed increase and explain the reason for the proposed increase over the rollback rate, which you just heard initial comments. We'll go through the presentation, and then obviously you have comments between each resolution as it's read. At this presentation, the statutory requirements will be repeated with the resolutions as I just stated. Now, first of all, the definition, what is a rollback rate? The rollback rate is the ad valorem tax rate that will bring to the city the same amount of tax money as last year, excluding the value of new construction. In the general fund, the final millage rate is 1.2300. The rollback rate is 1.0954 for the general fund alone. In East Naples Bay Taxing District, the final millage rate is 0.5000. And the rollback rate is 0.4689. The Moorings Bay taxing districts, the final millage rate is 0.0125, and the rollback rate is 0.0112. The aggregate rollback rate, and this was discussed on the September 5th meeting as well, as presented and offered for adoption today, is 1.1126. The aggregate millage rate of 1.2473 is 12.11% higher than the rollback rate. So that gives you the idea of an aggregate. When you aggregate the general and the two taxing districts, East Naples Bay and Moorings, the aggregate rate you're imposing is 1.2473, which is 12.11% higher than the 1.1126 rollback rate. This is a reminder, just, a continuation of just demonstrating what a taxable value of $1 million, the difference between the 1.23, which is what is being proposed, and the 1.17, which was last year, and then the difference between the rollback rate and the general millage. This is a reminder and depiction of that the city of Naples, on average, on a normal tax bill, is collecting about 13 cents on every dollar of the taxable value to your properties within the Naples boundary, given the other taxes that they pay. As far as the millage rate, the East Naples Bay millage rate is proposed at 0.500 as stated. The East Naples Bay budget is $451,430. The Moorings Bay millage rate is proposed at 0.0125, and the Mooring Bay budget is $47,035. As far as the millage rate versus the rollback rate in the general fund, a reminder, that difference will generate $4,618,472. The purpose for the increase is specific to salaries and anticipated negotiated increase in corresponding benefits, increased personnel count related to anticipated enhanced levels of service for police, fire, parks, recreation, and planning. Other purposes are to provide the resources necessary to keep pace with costs of goods and services in most of the expense categories, and then also to maintain sufficient fund balance and reserves to accommodate economic conditions, whether continued inflation or economic contraction. And during our presentations, we in the budget hearing and so forth, we stress those. We put it through some stress tests. If the economy takes a slight downturn, what are we looking at? And then also outline projects that are still pending that are going to hit the fund balance. So I just want to, it wasn't without the effort to continue to look at both fund balances and those projects we must complete. As far as the enhanced level of service, it goes with the increased salary, benefits, equipment, budgets for police, fire, planning, tech services. And that was a specific discussion when we decided to go from 1.17 to 1.23 and earmarking those specific dollars, which I'll elaborate on in a moment. And those specific enhancements included directing an additional operational expenses, increasing both vehicles and personnel and police department, which included $996,000 of that increase. Planning was $150,000 more directed to those efforts. Parks and Recreation was $67,461, and then Fire has an additional $855,368. Tech Services is a public safety technician, which will be dedicated to both police and fire and safety systems. So that was $93,255. So that entire difference was eaten up. Actually, it's $100,000 more than it was the increase, because the increase was $2,058,000, and those decisions came to a total of $2,162,000. As far as the other changes in the proposed budget, so from the beginning, we have to declare from when we sat in the first proposed budget and we sat in the budget meeting what changes that were made. And the revenue proposed when we met in August was $184,484,000. The final revenue is $186,736. The change is $2,251,000. The predominant part of that is the millage rate increase from 1.17 to 1.23. And then in addition to that, there was a slight change I had mentioned related to the Fifth Avenue bid after that was passed subsequent to our other meetings. The one change in this is when we made the decision then to adopt the CRA at that level, we had to make a change to the CRA because the money that would have otherwise been in the general fund gets peeled off. So when you increase that, I just wanted to make note, that's a difference from that slide. The CRA will, in fact, get $144,025 more there's a caveat to that, in the actual budget because of the increase, and that's in the document that you're provided. But subsequent to that, Stark County, by the way, will be going with potentially may go with a rollback rate. What did I say, Stark County? I'm sorry, Collier County. I'm back home already. But Collier County, I'm sorry. Their final budget hearing is actually tomorrow, and they have elected to go with the rollback rate, and I will just let you know, if that is the case, the CRA will have a reduction of $464,000 from what was anticipated. So between your increase and their decrease, the net change is $320,693. So I just wanted to point that out. But that isn't official, but that's the word at the moment, and their final hearing is tomorrow. So just wanted to point that out. As far as the overall expenses, the expenses presented was $206,611,371 in the proposed budget. The final was $208,822,792, and that is the $2,211,421 is the difference. Now, again, that's the $2,162,000 I referenced to you, and the $49,000 that was related to Fifth Avenue bid. Those are the two things smacked together. That's your grand total. So those are the only changes in the budget. This is a reminder. Again, I always present this, as we always talk about, what goes up can come down, but this is the reminder that the estimated taxable value went up by 11.18% over the prior year. This also demonstrates the millage rate over time and demonstrates the 1.23%. Now, this is what your millage unrestricted and emergency reserves are expected to be. We expect to end the year in 2024 at $2,697,000, and the emergency reserve is $5,481,000. I remind you that that's set by fund balance policy, and it shall be 10% of the prior year's adopted budget. It's fixed by the resolution unless we would change it. And so therefore, when we anticipate the budget going up in fiscal year 2025 as it is, that guarantees you have to have another required contribution to it to keep pace with that 10%. So when you look at the 2024 being $5,481,000, that is why, based on the current budget, it will go to $6,256,000 as your required emergency reserve. We do believe a slight decline in the fund balance despite both the tax increase and for the enhanced services and the increased property value. It's due in part to two things, and I'll remind you of the budget conversation, which included replacing the $1.5 million fuel system out at the equipment services that supports all of our systems or all of our vehicles and provides the gas and equipment. There's a one-time expense to that that's a proportional share to the general fund that's just over $500,000. The design of the beach outfall, or the seawalls, which is the resulting part of the IRMA, is over $750,000. So the slight decline is really those one-time expenses. But I would also remind you that the actual construction of those seawalls is looming, and that's one of the reasons while maintaining this $20 million fund balance is essential, because we estimate that those seawall construction costs could be upwards of $8 million. So I just would remind you of that. So those things all couple with the fact, remember what I said, what our obligation is to meet the salary requirements, maintain a fund balance, because if you didn't maintain it in that vicinity and you peel $8 million off the top, your minimum fund balance says you should be above $10 million. You're already in a reduction environment immediately at that time. So I just want to point that out as from a strategic fund balance perspective. As far as the overall total budget, I just remind you, compared to the prior year, that the gross budget expenditures are $208 million compared to $197.2 in the prior year. That's an increase of $11.9 million. The preponderance of that is directed to personnel and related costs, operational expenses. Now, capital expenses is a slight decline, but that's it. That really, and I'll say this, I think I said it before, but it's a misnomer given how many capital projects that you appropriated in the current year and how much that you have in the pipeline to be constructed, including the garage, including the pier reconstruction, including the outfall projects. Those things combined by themselves is over $125 million. So there are not, there's a number of projects that will be in development this next year, but you're not doing the overall construction funding of them other than the normal replacement of infrastructure, especially in the enterprise funds. So with that, the personnel services increase is $6.37 million or 9.2%. over the budget, and 8.3 million or 12.3 million over estimated actual. And when you look at it from that perspective, I would remind you that we always appropriate to 100% of the staffing levels, and then normal fluctuations is that you have money returned for vacancies and all the things that you all know about. So that's why your budget looks to be so much less of a change compared to your actual is so much greater. It's because your vacancies come back, and we try to do a good job in your budget of saying, look, we know this is what you appropriated, but we don't think you're going to spend it, so we try to identify that for you, and we include that in our projected fund balances when we report them to you. So it captures the significant increases in the personnel, and it maintains the pension rates that are greater than the actuarial requirement. And I would just remind you that the funding ratio is presented here to demonstrate that all plans are above 80% and that the actuarial requirements are significantly lower than this council and the prior councils over the last 5 years have contributed to those pension plans, which shows fiscal stability and fiscal responsibility on your behalf for your employees. As far as the position changes, everything that was in the original proposed budget was none of them had an increase in the general fund employees. When we went to the enhanced part of it, and I outlined those changes for you in terms of cost, but the positions come out to be potentially one planning person and or professional services contract, 1 battalion chief, 3 firefighters, a logistic chief, recreation coordinator, and 4 additional certified officers. I would keep in mind that there's some equipment and first-time costs, and with that increase, you will have an additional 3 officers next year and 3 firefighters as well. So the commitment to increasing the staffing levels for public safety is evident in your enhancements. This is just the general millage demonstrating the difference when I had cited to you in the one slide, the difference between the two amounts and what the rollback would generate versus the prior years as well as the change. This is a recap really that gives you, so if we generated all that money, where's the money going, right? And so the revenue and property increase is $3,815,000. The millage increase is the $2,058,000, which I referenced before. That's $5,871,000. The enhanced service that I outlined for you in detail was $2,162,000. Normal personnel increases. Risk management went up $240,000. Tech services is $338,000. Equipment services was $485,000, which is in reference to the fuel island replacement. Other contractors, and I mentioned this at least 3 times now, but even other contractors went up significantly larger than that, but I'm just pointing out the largest of which here is $294,000 for street maintenance alone. And then the other part that I already touched on as well was the seawall design, which is the $750,000. So when you look at the budget and you say that, yes, you're generating that revenue, you're still relying on other revenues and fund balances to the tune of $1,582,000. So that is where the millage rate increase is going in the specific areas for its increase. As far as the general fund budget, it's important to, for you to know and your citizens to know that the emphasis of this budget is safety and quality of life, which is the responsibility of the municipality. So your police department is $20,645,000, or 33% of the entire general fund budget. The fire department is $16.3 million, or 26.10% of the budget. And Parks and Recreation and Facilities is 13.4, another 21.46. So just at direct costs alone, you're at over 80% of your budget is safety and quality of life. Now, you could argue that planning is an element of safety. You can, I guarantee you the self-insurance charge and the tech services charge, over half of those costs are supporting your police, fire departments, maintaining the vehicles and the fuel and the insurance on those, So, but we're not trying to get into those semantics. But if you wanted to get into that, I guarantee your budget's upward to 85 to 88% that is dedicated towards safety and quality of life. As far as that's it for my presentation, I'll be happy to answer any questions, and if there aren't any, then I make the motion. I would recommend we move to the reading of the resolutions and go from there.
Any questions? Okay. I want to just say thank you for your commitment, and I have an enormous amount of trust in your responsibilities to making this budget fiscally responsible and presenting it well as others in the staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so we'll move on to
Mayor, before I read 7A, just because of the statute, you may want to ask for the record if there's any public comment on 6A.
Yes, sir. On this,
On
the
spec-
presentation,
Specifically 6A.
Mrs. Ramos, do you have any public comment for 6A?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
Okay. If I may,
Yes, sir.
7A, thank you. Resolution determining and fixing the 2024 tax levy and final millage rate for the city of Naples, exclusive of dependent taxing districts, and providing sufficient funds for the general fund operations, providing a severability clause, a repealer provision, and an effective date.
Any public comment?
No public comment.
Any discussion? If not, a motion?
I make a motion to approve the resolution as presented.
Second?
I have a motion by Councilmember Kramer and a second by Councilmember Petronoff. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Vice Mayor Hutchison,
No.
Councilmember Penniman,
Yes.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer,
Yes.
Councilmember Petronoff,
Yes.
Mayor Heitman.
Yes, it passes 6-1. Thank you, council. Moving to 7B.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A resolution adopting the final budget for the city of Naples, Florida, exclusive of dependent taxing districts for fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2024 and ending September 30th, 2025. Appropriating funds for operating expenses of the city of Naples, Florida for the general operation of the departments of the city, including utilities, and for the interest and principal on the outstanding bonds and other fixed obligations of the city for and during the fiscal year, providing a severability clause, a repealer provision, and an effective date.
Madam Clerk, do I have public comment?
No public comment.
Very quickly, Greg Myers. I saw that was the operational budget, but I think Mr. McConnell just said bonds for projects and costs for those. I'd like to make a recommendation since the city has failed to do the legislatively required level of service analysis, that the city consider, and with Mr. Young's assistance, because I too have great trust in him, special assessment to go back and assess all of the projects that have been approved since the last level of service was done. And it's quite appropriate, and they can pay their fair share of the $1 billion in costs that we're now going to be incurring that was missed. And there's case law, I did some research, there's case law that supports that. And the Naples Beach Club, for example, should be paying $100 million towards that stormwater management outfall project. Thank you.
Thank you. No further public comment? Motion?
I'll move for approval of the resolution as presented.
Second.
I have a motion for approval for 7B by Councilmember Chrisman and a second by Councilmember Kramer. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Petronoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hutchison,
Yes.
Councilmember Penniman.
Yes.
Mayor Heitman.
Yes, thank you. Council passes unanimously. 7C, Mr. McConnell.
Yes, a resolution determining and fixing the 2024 tax levy and final millage rate for the East Naples Bay Special Taxing District to provide sufficient funds for the operations of the Special Taxing District, providing a severability clause, a repealer provision, and an effective date.
Madam Clerk, do I have public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you.
I move for approval of the resolution contained in 7C.
Second?
I have a motion by Councilmember Chrisman and a second by Councilmember Petronoff. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember Penniman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hutchison,
Yes.
Councilmember Petronoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes, but my mic's not working.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer,
Yes.
Mayor Heitman.
Yes, passes unanimously. Thank you. Council, going to 7D, Mr. McConnell?
A resolution determining and fixing the 2024 tax levy and final millage rate for the Moorings Bay Special Taxing District to provide sufficient funds for the operations of the Special Taxing District, providing a severability clause, repealer provision, and an effective date.
Madam Clerk, public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you.
Move for approval?
Have a motion by Councilmember Petronoff
Second?
and a second by Councilmember Chrisman. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember Petronoff,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hutchison,
Yes.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer,
Yes.
Councilmember Penniman,
Yes.
Mayor Heitman.
Yes, thank you, council. Passes unanimously. Going to item 7E, Mr. McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor. A resolution adopting the final budget for the East Naples Bay Special Taxing District for fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2024 and ending September 30th, 2025. Appropriating funds for the general operation of the East Naples Bay Special Taxing District for and during fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2024 and ending September 30th, 2025. Providing a severability clause, a repealer provision, and an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have public comment?
No public comment.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Penniman and a second by Councilmember Petronoff. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Penniman,
Yes.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Petronoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hutchison.
Yes.
Mayor Heitman.
Yes, thank you, council. Passes unanimously. That takes us to 7F.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A resolution adopting the final budget for the Moorings Bay Special Taxing District for fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2024 and ending September 30th, 2025. Appropriating funds for the general operation of the Moorings Bay Special Taxing District for and during fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2024 and ending September 30th, 2025. Providing a severability clause, a repealer provision, and an effective date.
Move approval.
Oh, Madam
Sorry.
Clerk, do I have public comment?
No
Sorry.
public comment.
Move approval. Sorry.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion for approval by Councilmember Penniman and a second by Councilmember Petronoff. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Vice Mayor Hutchison,
Yes.
Councilmember Penniman,
Yes.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer,
Yes.
Councilmember Petronoff,
Yes.
Mayor Heitman.
Yes, thank you, council. Passes unanimously. Any closing remarks, Mr. Budishwar?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just want to thank the mayor and council again. An enormous amount of energy and time you all put into this process. This is a very thoughtful, priorities-driven budget. And I want to thank staff for their work as well. It took a lot of time to make sure that our appropriations align with the community's expectations, especially as it relates to the enhanced level of public safety support in this community. We have a lot of hard work still ahead of us in making sure that there's a fair and equitable plan to deal with resiliency over the next decade plus. I'm confident that we will be able to deal with it equitably, so the burden isn't placed solely on the residents of this community. There are lots of places that we will be seeking out to help fund these necessary infrastructure and facilities projects into the years to come. So with that, I thank you, I thank staff, and appreciate your time.
Thank you again, and this adjourns the final budget hearing. Okay, we're back from recess on this city council meeting Wednesday, September 18th, continuing on with item 12A. Council, do you want to read the item, Mr. Budish?
Sure. Mayor, item 12A was a review of the revised design review handbook. We were scheduled to hear that today, but in consultation with the planning staff and the chairman of the DRB, we had recommended earlier that you continue this item to the October 14th workshop, at which point we will pick up our conversation regarding boards and committees, including the DRB. So it may actually make a bit more sense to include this presentation at that meeting. So we're, I guess, officially requesting your approval to defer this to the 14th of October.
Motion to continue?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Penniman, a second by Vice Mayor. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. That takes us to 13C. Mr. McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor. A resolution of the City of Naples, Florida, establishing its intent to reimburse certain expenditures in connection with various capital improvement projects, as more particularly described herein, incurred with proceeds of a future taxable or tax-exempt financing or financings, providing certain other matters in connection therewith, and providing an effective date.
Excuse me, didn't we skip over 13B? We did, yeah.
Yes, I would actually prefer, I'm sorry, but if we could do 13B first, it's relevant and it's the first
Absolutely,
piece of
sorry.
legislation.
I had it out of order. So we'll retract 13C and go to 13B, Mr. McConnell.
Yes, I will gladly read that again at a later time. A resolution approving an interfund loan from the cash clearing and investment account of the city to the Stormwater Fund in the amount of $27 million to provide short-term funding, not to exceed 180 days, in anticipation of issuing bonds in fiscal year 2025 for the Stormwater Outfall Project construction, establishing terms and conditions for repayment, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Young?
Madam Mayor, Gary Young, Deputy City Manager, CFO. This is simply execution of that funding which was needed. If you recall, I put it in your packet, Resolution 2024-15407 included financing related to the outfall project of $27 million. I'd indicated at the time that I would have to have a short-term financing to bridge the year end because you can't have the outstanding obligation or an encumbered obligation without the financing sources in place. Rather than issue a bond anticipation note that we'd pay interest to somebody else and it takes a little bit longer to do, we just using our own treasury funds, keeping it outstanding no longer than 180 days. And in reality, it'll probably not be longer than about 20 days because once I cross the year, I can repay it back, and then we're going to be planning on within 180 days, we'll be issuing the actual bond. So this is just the short-term financing. The long-term part of that, or the other part of that is just keep in mind what this carries an interest rate of 2.67%, and we base that upon our most recent bond issuance, which was the exact accrued interest that we will pay on the bond issuance related to the parking garage and to the pier, so therefore we use the same interest rate since that was the most recent one on the market.
Thank you. Council, questions for Mr. Young? Thank you. I have a motion for approval.
We have a public comment that just came in for this item.
Oh, for this item?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I have a public speaker. Mr. Myers?
Greg Myers, Boulevard North. I don't know.
Microphone.
To the right.
Greg Myers, Gulfshore Boulevard North. I haven't done the research yet, but I will, whether or not, if you haven't met your legislative requirements, you're paying for things and moving money around, taxpayer money to pay for things that should have been levied against certain projects. Now, I don't know if it's legal or not, but I'm going to find out. And if it's not, then it'll be a problem, and you'll have to deal with it at that point. I just don't think, I can't stress enough how how wrong it is for the city to allow all of these development projects to go through and not pay their fair share. And it doesn't matter what the planning staff does with their analysis. Those are required public hearings before PAB and City Council with required by Florida statutes, professional analysis, not planning staff. Outside professional analysis, akin to somebody like Mr. Young, who's qualified to look at these things. And now we're moving $27 million, whatever. But you're budgeting and taking money to pay for things that should have been paid for by all of these developers for all these projects. And once again, it was done intentionally. There's no question in my mind. You don't just stop, but if you don't have a level of service analysis, then if that's a condition precedent, then you can't have concurrency. You need the condition precedent to do the concurrency analysis. Okay? And again, I'm going to make the recommendation that you seriously consider a special assessment. They're liable for it. They should have paid it back then. Now it's easy. Now you know exactly what it cost. And they should have paid it back then. Because the pump station back then might have been $15 million or $32 million. Now it's $100 million. Well, they're going to pay for it one way or the other, because we're not. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Penniman for approval?
Yes. You have a second.
There was a second.
Was there a second?
Second.
Yep.
I have a second by Councilmember Kramer. Madam Clerk, please pull the council.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer,
Yes.
Councilmember Petrinoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Penniman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hutchison,
Yes.
Mayor Hyman.
Yes, thank you. That concludes 13C.
That was B.
B.
Oh, 13B, now going to 13C.
There we go. A resolution of the City of Naples, Florida, establishing its intent to reimburse certain expenditures in connection with various capital improvement projects as more particularly described herein, incurred with proceeds of a future taxable or tax-exempt financing or financings, providing certain other matters in connection therewith, and providing an effective date.
Mr. Young?
Thank you, Mayor. This one here is the same as we did when just before we issued the debt as it pertained to the bonds, as it pertained to the garage and the pier. This is merely declaring that the moment we begin to spend money, since we haven't issued the long-term bond yet, this enables us under IRS rules to issue it as tax-exempt bonds and turn around and repay ourselves in a portion should we reach the threshold of which we need to reimburse ourselves. And that depends. It's a very large project, so this is a safety precaution that you never run into a situation where you don't declare it to get all of your reimbursement back from proceeds. If you have any portion of it, you should do this. This is just an administrative thing, and again, this is in anticipation of us issuing bonds for the same purpose as we just outlined within the next 180 days, and the intent to reimburse ourselves if we begin to have expenditures during that 180-day period before issuance. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do I have public comment? Any communications? If not, motion?
Move for approval.
I have a motion by Councilmember Chrisman and a second by Councilmember Petrinoff. Madam Clerk, please pull the council.
Councilmember Penniman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hutchison,
Yes.
Councilmember Petrinoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer,
Yes.
Mayor Hyman.
Yes, thank you, council. Passes unanimously.
Madam Mayor, could I just would add
Yes,
one thing, just
please.
to foreshadow the next steps. The next steps will be sometimes in the next 60 days. I'll be asking for the actual resolution to be before council to issue in the bonds. I expect to be pricing sometime in early December, and then we would have a close sometime in January, February when you return. So that's really the schedule. I just wanted to foreshadow that for you, so you had an idea of what that would look like. And with that, I thank you all for everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
sir.
You made it happen for us. Thank you, sir. And that takes us to 13D. Mr. McConnell?
Thank you. A resolution approving a second amendment to agreement between the City of Naples and Zambelli Fireworks Manufacturing Company to provide for 2 fireworks shows during fiscal year 2024-2025 in the amount of $72,500 and providing an effective date.
Mayor, thank you, and council. Let me jump in and make the first part of this presentation quick, because the reality is this item would have been on consent had it not been for the chief's request to have a conversation about fireworks, especially during the New Year's Eve celebration and public safety. So, you know, to summarize, we've had an existing agreement with Zambelli. We procure our own barges, and we spend quite a bit of money in staffing overtime, especially with public safety, to make sure that we put on as safe of a show as we possibly can. With that said, our community is very different today than it was 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, in terms of traffic, cars on the road, people in town. And during the peak season on New Year's Eve, we have concerns. We have concerns for our residents' quality of life, ability to move around freely. And I wanted to turn it over to the chief to elaborate on that. We'd be remiss if we didn't bring this to you to have this conversation instead of simply having this on consent, approving it, and keep ongoing like nothing has really changed. Things have changed. Our world is a little goofy right now, and we just have some concerns that we want to explore with you. So with that, Chad, I'm just skipping your part of this and going to the heart of the reason we wanted to have this conversation with you.
Good evening. Cyril Dominguez, Chief of Police. What I'd like to do is ask you all to consider not doing fireworks on New Year's Eve, and let me explain why. Fireworks, we all love fireworks, and we love 4th of July. And the 4th of July is a long day with the race and the parade and the fireworks. But that's a very different event. It's a very family event, very patriotic event. It's a different crowd, more or less, coming to the beach. And we have different things that we deal with on the 4th of July. New Year's Eve is a very different holiday. It's a holiday that essentially it's more adult, if you will, a lot more parties, restaurants, crowds, those kind of things. It's not necessarily the same, it might be the same venue, but it's a very different feel and flavor of a holiday. So what I can tell you is it costs us about $141,000, the city, for fireworks last year. We can round it up to $150,000 each time we have fireworks. If 4th of July is good to go, different crowd and everything else. But New Year's Eve, I think it would be better if we didn't do them New Year's Eve, save that money, which is, that's something you may never see me come and ask you for not spending money, but there you go. But save that money, but instead of me putting 45 cops out of our 73 or 2 out, plus help from the sheriff's office and everything else, on New Year's Eve, I would rather bring in 10 or 12 officers, have them work from, let's say, 7 p.m. to 3 a.m., and really focus in the areas that we need to be at, up and down 5th, 3rd Street, parties, noise complaints, double them up in the car, and really focus on what happens on New Year's Eve, because how it works right now is we do the fireworks at 6 p.m., and then there's this lull. but I've got to send people home because I can't have them working 18 hours and all that. They would be fresh and ready to come in from 7 to 3 and actually work what happens on New Year's Eve, which doesn't really happen on 4th of July. It's a very different holiday vibe. So anyway, my request is for you guys to consider that. It is a savings, if you will, but it's actually culturally fits us better to do 4th of July fireworks and the whole thing because it fits. And then New Year's Eve, I use less folks, but really focus on the problems that we have on New Year's Eve.
Thank you, Chief. Council questions? I have Councilman Chrisman. No?
Yeah, well, I was going to make a comment. I'll do it first. I support this idea. In the past, I suggested that we look at New Year's Eve and consider possibly ending the fireworks celebration. You know, there's, as we, I know council learned some history on this a while back. It was probably before the last election, but I think the New Year's Eve fireworks tradition in Naples only began in 2001, and it was right after 9/11, and that's what spurred it, I believe, when, I forget, Mr. Allen gave a large contribution to support a fireworks celebration on New Year's Eve because of his feeling that there was need for, you know, helping generate and catalyze a feeling of celebration and patriotism in the country and in our city. And it became, so now here we are 23 years later. And to me, fireworks are, July 4th is all about fireworks, among other things. New Year's Eve is, more discretionary. And I think it's not about money. It is about money, but it's not really about money. I think what the chief is saying is it's really more about public safety and how we deploy our police,
Yes, sir.
our limited police resources on an evening when not only is it a holiday, but there's just stuff going on. Just human nature. We know that stuff going on, and you want to concentrate on the big stuff. And the fact is, July 4th. It is family, and it's about the residents. There's visitors and tourists here in the summer, we know that, but New Year's Eve is probably much less about the residents and more about tourists and visitors, and that's another factor in my mind. So I support what you're recommending.
Vice Mayor?
No, I support it as well. Good idea, Chief, and save us some money, save us in a lot of different ways. But I have to admit that the fireworks covered up the noise my family made from pots and pans.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure I'm going to stop that, but good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I just have a question on the, because I support Chief's recommendation. On the resolution, we already have a contract? So we're just going to,
So the contract ends the end of this month. So
Oh.
this would, so this is actually perfect timing. If we make this decision, we would need to make it now so that we could exclude those.
So how do we revise this, since this is two are baked into this, right?
Correct. So we just remove, so you're looking at, we would remove a barge cost, which is roughly 40, 50,000, and then you've got the firework cost that's in there, and I think for New Year's is 30. I'd have to.
What I'm really asking is, how do I say it when I make the motion?
If we could, if we could, I think if you just authorize the city manager and the city attorney to work with staff.
can we reappropriate that to the pier fund?
That's a Gary question.
Okay. You can
Yeah, it basically, it'll go back to reserves. I mean, it'll just be an unexpended appropriation. So I think city attorney's spot on. Just give us the authority to revise to to have in this resolution the expenses necessary or the appropriation necessary for 4th of July and eliminate the New Year's Eve event. And we'll effectively cut our expense in half.
Then I'd like to make a motion regarding 13D that we direct staff and the city manager to amend this so that we eliminate fireworks on New Year's Eve, but we allow fireworks on the 4th of July.
Have a motion by Councilmember Kramer,
Second.
second by
Second.
Councilmember Barton. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember Petrinoff,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hutchison,
Yes.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer,
Yes.
Councilmember Penniman,
Yes.
Mayor Hickman.
Yes, thank you, council, and thank you, chief. Thank you, Mr. Merritt.
Thank you.
Again, at the end of the day, Mr. Merritt,
Thank
I
you.
apologize for that. That takes us to item 13E.
Thank you, Mayor. A resolution approving a valet license agreement and right-of-way permit application, PRRW 2401702, with standard permit conditions in the right-of-way operational plan for Five Star Valet of Collier LLC, doing business as Five Star Valet, to provide valet services at the Warren Restaurant located at 111 10th Street South, authorizing the city manager to execute the valet license agreement and the right-of-way permit application, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. Ms. Bickett?
Good evening, Council. Allison Bickett, Deputy City Engineer, again. This item we have been working on for a while. We did receive an application, a right-of-way application from Five Star Valet to request valet services at the Warren Restaurant, which is located at 111 10th Street South in Unit 104. The initial application proposed services exclusively for the Warren Restaurant patrons, but after discussions with Five Star, they indicated they will offer valet services for any visitors of the 111 10th Street South building, also known as the Collective. They have submitted an operations plan providing for a pickup location and valet stand along 10th Street South with utilization of 2 on-street parking spaces, public parking spaces during the valet operations. It was noted that preservation of valuable on-street parking is desired, and that is why you see there are only 2 parking spaces in lieu of the maximum 60 feet of 3 spaces identified within the city code. I will note within Resolution 2023-15240, approval was granted for allocation of 2 on-street parking spaces from the on-street parking pool south of Central Avenue. With a prior history, I did ask that planning staff make themselves available. Hopefully they're still here for any questions, if you shall have any. You will see in the operations plan that the route proposes their valet to head north from the valet station on 10th Street, fronting the building on Central Avenue, and 10th Street South, the roundabout, and then returning south, turning left onto Central Avenue South, which is that dead-end alley that you may recognize in the plans, to enter into the parking garage. I will note this is the D downtown area. I know that there was questions in regards to the application that you saw before you at the last meeting regarding the D downtown and requirements. This one in particular is unique. In Resolution 2017-14083, it states that reserved parking is not allowed for commercial uses and parking. Thus, this has been noted, and therefore it was relayed to Five Star that the valet parking is not permitted to be reserved in the garage. Their proposal provides for valet use and is to only utilize available parking spaces. And they will not be reserving any parking spaces within that collective garage. So this is a bit unique. The code requirements do typically require that they utilize private parking lots for usage, and this one is a little unique, as you will notice. With that, I do want to turn it over. I know that Five Star Valet has been awaiting this discussion for a while now. and I will ask that they come up to provide some details on their operation for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, yes,
Yes.
sir.
How are you? Thank you.
Good.
Yes, so we
If you'll just state your name for
oh,
the
my name
record.
is Alberto Castellon with Five Star Valet. We've been providing services to the Warren now for a little while, but their hope is that we can do this at their front door, which requires the 2 spaces that we're requesting in front and use of the right-of-way permit that we're requesting. Currently, we receive the cars inside of the garage, but we don't have any signage or anything like this that directs patrons in there. It's just people who come to the restaurant and see us there. It's an amenity that the Warren wants to offer, and that's what we're requesting here today.
Okay, thank you, council. Questions? So my concern is that you are taking 2 public spaces in front of the Warren. If it's just signage and no one knows you're there, to me, pulling off of off of 10th, especially after that roundabout, but to go up and create more of a turn and create congestion on the road is just, doesn't make sense. So what's wrong with the plan now?
Well, currently, I mean, like, the idea for the Warren is that their patrons can, I mean, valet service is, a luxury, it's a convenience, and that's what they want to offer their patrons. So the idea is for the patron to be able to pull up right to the front of the restaurant. As a concession, we said we'll park anybody who wants to come to the collective, On average, really, like, it truly is a luxury service. On average, we don't park more than 20 cars in a night, 20 to 25 cars. So that's spread over 5 hours, The ability to self-park in the garage is fully available for those who do want to use it. And we staff 2 team members at all times. So if you think about it, I mean, it's like we're never congested. The 2 spaces, we didn't ask for 3 because we don't need it. I mean, it's just, that's what our experience has been.
And did I hear that you cannot park in the garage for the valet?
No, we can, we just can't reserve spaces. So it's whatever, first come, first serve. I think there's, if I'm not mistaken, there's 169 spaces in the garage. Like I said, at any one point, we maybe have, call it 25 cars going nuts, like in our possession.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I kind of see what the mayor was talking about on the front of the building. You're requesting 2 spaces. And by the way, your team seems to do a beautiful job, especially at that property. What I would support is having the signage out on 10th Street, where you go back to the garage, and the sign when you're operational, valet available at the front door with an arrow pointing right down where you turn to go into that garage. Your people, if there's room, the people staffing right there where they're visible, it's obvious that it's a valet operation instead of hidden back in the garage. The times that I've been there, when you pull into the garage and valet is in there, it's not clear that you have another choice. So if there was signage developed that said, hey, you've got a choice of valet here, or you can self-park, that eliminates some of the stress and confusion as people pull in. But I understand why the Warren and others would want the service right at the front door, but those parking spaces are precious. So, thank you.
Councilmember Burton?
I had a similar sentiment. Those spaces are few and far between down there on the public right-of-way. I certainly do appreciate the valet services that we have here in the city because it solves a lot of our problems. I certainly, again, same sentiment, would support a better signage for you so that you are communicating better with folks as they're trying to come in for dinner, to use the restaurant there, so that it's easy for them to realize that they can do both, one of those two things. If they don't want to park on their own and drive through the garage, that's fine. They can also pull in there and use your valet service. But again, the spaces are just so few and far between. So I would embrace a very obvious signage solution for you guys so that people know what their options are from a parking perspective. But I'd rather not use up the public spaces there on 10th.
Other comments? Do we have, if we don't, you're ready to make a motion? Oh, please, go ahead.
Just, I get it about not wanting to give up two public spaces, but I think we also have to be realistic that if, in my opinion, if they can't provide valet at the front of the restaurant, it's not gonna work for their business very well. I mean, signage can improve things, I suppose, but if somebody's gonna have to know, first of all, if you're gonna go down the side and go into the garage, you're already in the garage, you may as well park yourself. And if that's where the valet is, and most people aren't gonna know that or realize that even with the benefit of better signage, my opinion. So, but, it's a trade-off. Are you gonna give up the two spaces to allow the valet to work, the system to work well or not? And, I don't feel strongly one way or the other. I'm just pointing out what I think is the reality of the situation.
I guess I'm looking at when we had it on Fifth Avenue, on-street, it created congestion and backup.
Yeah.
And even now on Lake Drive, it creates a backup. So I'm looking at the
Well,
backup and safety.
and the other point is, on Fifth, where you're giving up a couple spaces now on Lake, you're supporting a whole bunch of restaurants with the valet. Here, it's just one restaurant, two spaces to support one restaurant, so.
So far.
Yeah, so far, yeah.
Okay, and any other discussion?
Yeah, I
Have
would
public
have
comment?
Can
Oh,
I
yes,
make
sir.
one more note? So just to, to be clear, like our operational hours, the restaurant is open for lunch. We usually don't start up there, what time? We start up at 2:30, so most of the businesses in there are closed after a certain hour. I think it's 5 o'clock. So that's why we're mostly serving them. Also different than, Fifth Avenue, I would say anybody would agree it's far less congestion, it's nowhere near the amount of traffic on that street, so.
Okay. I have public comment, or were you asking a question?
was gonna ask a
Okay, please, go ahead.
Are there any particular nights of the week that you're busy, particularly busier than other nights?
Oh, sure, definitely Thursday, Friday, Saturday would be the busiest nights, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming, Council, that we could abbreviate the ask to perhaps, the busier nights of the week as opposed to being there 7 days a week. It'd also be interesting to sunset that, again, beta test it. See how it does, see if it causes problems. Maybe 2 nights a week, whatever they are, Friday, Saturday night, for 6 weeks and come back and report or something. Just a thought.
Councilmember Kramer, I have a public speaker, if you're gonna try
No, I'm
to
just-
question.
Yeah,
Comment?
Comment. I agree, if you're gonna do it, you need spaces, and I don't know if it makes sense having, they'd have to go U-turn to get back by the time they got to the sign anyway to see that it's back at the garage. Also, kudos to you guys having valet. You're gonna have them run, that place is packed and they gotta be in the top of that garage. You're gonna have Olympic athletes running cars for you, man. But having said that, so I see your effort. We've allowed others to use spaces in the city. It's hard for me to say no to this.
Okay, I have public comment. Mr. Myers?
Thanks, Greg Myers. Valet is a great concept, but I think Mr. McConnell will tell you can't allow private commercial businesses to use public space. I believe that's the law, and a number of cases on it. And to Mr. Crispin's point that, well, they have this restaurant, and if they don't use two spaces, they're not going to have a restaurant. The problem with a lot of things, the way they work here, is you build it and you don't design it properly. Portico, Naples Beach Hotel, they knew that. But let's talk about this restaurant. If you're going to want valet, then you need to set your building back. You don't use public right-of-way, public space. And you're not allowed to allow them to use public space. It's not in your prerogative. You have no authority to do that. So wherever you're doing it, it should stop. And if you don't see the problem, half your time, maybe more, is spent on outdoor dining. Well, guess what? When Dwani came through and he said, pull all these buildings to the property line, that's their problem. Not our problem. You can't take our sidewalks and our streets. So this is really bad precedent, and starts with a little, creeps, moves the line. Next thing you know, well, we let them have some spaces, and I just heard, well, we let them have spaces and we can't turn him down. Baloney. Draw the line right here, and you take back the public space because, one, it's the right thing to do, but two, you have no legal authority to give away public space to private commercial enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pickett, do you have?
I would just like to add that this is similar to the other request where we did put together a license agreement. So there is the authority to, and it's actually within the code requirements too. If there's any problems with the valet, we have the authority, or city manager has the authority to revoke the request at that point. So I just wanted to indicate that, as well as I didn't mention that previously.
Is there some signage issues with being able to put signage on both sides of the street, so if they were to continue their practice?
On 10th?
Right.
As long as the visibility is clear, I think we could accept the signage on both sides of the street, but.
So if you were heading south, you'd know you could go left to valet, you wouldn't have to go around and turn around at the other roundabout?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Mayor, and let's.
Yeah, so signage for city council and the public. I've been driving through the community looking at signage as it relates to valet services. And what's really going on is signage is being deployed and left in place all full-time. So imagine, you should have been able to see this over off of Lake, off of Fifth Avenue, where it's a sign that's put in the ground like a political sign, right? And it says valet only from X time to X time, and it stays there. So if you want that to grow, then let's keep moving that direction. And if you don't, then we need to think of something else, either that or a commitment from the valet services to get those signs out when they're not operating, right?
Code enforcement.
These are details that have to be managed if we continue to go down the path of valet services in the public right-of-ways. Thank you.
Okay, so, council, do I have a consensus? Because I don't, if we're going to approve it, there should be certain things we're going to approve. If we're not going to approve it, maybe there are things we can help assist. But I agree with you about the proliferation of signage and that they're not following, and I don't even know if it's in the agreement. Yes, sir.
Yep. We can sit here and go through all the sausage making and hash out details.
Oh, there's no, yeah.
Or, well, there is, if,
Okay.
depending on which direction we go, or allow them to go back with staff and work out a plan that really works. It addresses the whole signage issue, the peak hours of operation Thursday, Friday, Saturday, if we're gonna do that, or really assess the property and see if they can really, people pulling in, you know, to address the comment that you made about people coming back around. People pulling in, getting the valet to take the car right there as they're going into the garage, a short walk, modifications. So, in the interest of time. So, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Christman.
I think the Vice Mayor has a good suggestion. I would like to suggest that Ms. Bickett work through this more with any other appropriate staff and the applicant, and come back with what she thinks might work in terms of, just let us know what kind of a signage plan alternative might work. I mean, I sense there's a consensus here that we're not, that we don't want to give up the two public spaces, but I don't know what the best signage.
It's in the agreement,
Yes,
so-
exactly. There's a couple of locations in the agreement that it refers to the signage, one being that the signage and valet, under number 20, it states signage and portable valet stations shall be installed at the beginning of the daily service period and removed at the end of the daily service period. So those should not be remaining. And we've, in response to the other comment, we are actively working on that particular location. And there are other references for the signage, shall it not, the number 6, the placement of signage shall not block any intersection. The preferred sign placement is at intersection corner locations outside of the travel lane and adjacent side streets. There's a few different locations in here in this agreement that identified proper signage locations and requirements.
And this is without the 2 dedicated parking spaces.
This is the actual valet licensing agreement that's in your package.
With the 2.
Correct.
Yes, for the 2 parking spaces.
Yeah,
I'd like to get a consensus for, that we are not giving up 2 public parking spaces for valet. Can we see if we agree?
Penniman? And you're saying, generally speaking and carrying forward, as to whether or not we want to give up public spaces for private enterprise? Honestly, no.
Barton?
So we're talking about this particular valet service, or are we talking about in general?
Well, this particular one.
No, I don't want to give up these 2 spaces that we're discussing here today.
Christman?
no.
Kramer?
No.
No.
Okay, so if we look at this agreement, they're operating, they still have to have an agreement. So this agreement needs to be changed.
They may not. The only reason that this agreement is here, and this is the second valet company that we're utilizing it for, because before, remember, you all were just granting this through a permit, but we're not giving away public property. We're allowing someone to use it for a set period of time, which is laid out in the license agreement.
Which is what we don't want to do.
And that's fine. I just want to make clear that we're not giving up public property for private gain. We're allowing someone to use public property to license.
But it,
Just like we allow construction workers to use public property in construction sites.
But
It's-
that does have a
takes
value.
away from the public parking.
And I'm not selling this. I just want to make it clear, because
Yes.
I've heard some comments here. We're not giving away property. But yes, I don't think we'll need one. If we're just talking about signs that are not on the right of way, then I don't think the city would need to be involved in the authorization. If they're keeping their signs on private property, then our sign code would be applicable, and that would be it.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then, council, there's a unanimous that we do not want to give the 2 spots away, so I guess this is null and void, mute conversation, and I'm sorry that you sat with us all day long to find out that we didn't want to give away 2 public spaces. Mr. Buderschwar?
Yeah, I'm just thinking for clarity, I think it's probably appropriate for you all to take an action, because there is an official request before you, so we're hearing a consensus that you're not favorable to this, so I recommend that you make a motion to deny the request.
Then I'd like to make a motion to deny that request.
Second.
I have a motion to deny by Councilmember Petrinoff and a second by Councilmember Barton. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Penniman,
Yes.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Petrinoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hutchison,
Yes.
Mayor Heitman.
Yes. Passes to deny unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Bickett.
Hi, thank you.
Okay. That takes us to item 13F. Mr. Buderschwar.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, this item was originally on
Wanna read the
consent.
title?
Yes.
Thought you were gonna take over it for me.
Can read
A
it.
resolution approving amendment number 5 with AECom Technical Services, Inc. to provide professional engineering services to develop 4 resilience projects that include a business case for resiliency, an inventory of seawalls with updates to the seawall height ordinance, a summer hotspot thermal analysis, and development of climate resiliency outreach materials, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, again, this item was originally on consent. It's not a big spend, it's something that's budgeted, but thought it was important that we spend a couple of minutes just to highlight the fact that this initiative is one of many things that we will be doing, both non-physical and physical, in the upcoming years. This is really kind of a baseline step for us, and I wanted Natalie to have the opportunity to talk very quickly about what this deliverable is and what it will do for us for planning purposes going forward, and also spend a little time just to kind of update you all on actions that are underway in a planned workshop that we have for January. So really not about the amount of money, but more about making sure that we shine a spotlight on some very important activities that are coming up.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. How is everyone tonight? It's been a long day. So I wanted to ask for you to give approval for us to start our resilience efforts with 4 resilience projects. And this is out of the 47 strategies that were approved in June for our adaptation plan. So I'm asking for this money out of our current year's budget, and get us started. So they include the business case for resilience. This is a cost-benefit analysis of adaptation strategies. We are going to have regional collaboration with this. They are working with the South Florida Regional Planning Council in conjunction with the Southwest Florida Regional Planning Council to develop this strategy. And this is going to be similar to the business case for resilience that Southeast Florida did and Tampa Bay did. So it's going to be in the same templates that was previously used in other areas of the state. We have the outreach materials. This has been requested by numerous staff for people walk-ins into the different offices and for outreach events. And we'll be working, we'll be developing it, but it'll be used citywide by several staff and departments. We have the hotspot thermal analysis, and this will help to inform other strategies, namely number 6, increase shade opportunities in neighborhoods, and help us with our number 4, socially vulnerable neighborhood strategies. And frankly, it was kind of just very inexpensive, so I thought I could fit it in since I had a few dollars. And then the last thing is number 17, our seawall height study. We need to determine kind of what's going on in the city with our seawalls, and this is going to inform our comprehensive plan, our city codes coming up, and this will also help us with any language associated with those, with the comprehensive plan and with the city codes and any ordinance that may need to be developed. So this will really help get us started, as we go work through our comprehensive plan stuff. So those were the 4 that we started with, and we're hoping that to use this year's budget, leftovers from this year's budget, to get it going.
I'm so glad you're talking about it, because I think I'm kind of still lost in what we're doing. I know you're looking at raising the vulnerable areas for the seawalls?
No, for the seawall study, we are looking to see what we have in the city, what are our seawall heights, and to look at other areas of the state and determine what, what they're doing, because a lot of areas of the state have minimum heights for seawalls. We have maximum heights for seawalls, which may or may not be beneficial with sea level rise. So what we need to do is kind of determine what we have, what other places are doing for the sea level rise issues, and if, maybe we need to have a minimum height in the city. Maybe we need to have a phased approach going forward. We don't know the answers to that. We're trying to determine that. So in that case, we would look to the study to help inform us for these these changes, these, options.
And how long will this take?
Every one of these will be done within the year.
Thank you. Councilmember Chrisman?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see these 4 strategies move forward, Natalie. If it was 10 o'clock this morning rather than 6:45 tonight,
You'd be more enthused.
I'd be even more enthused and want to have a longer conversation. But just, you said it, and it's in the agenda memorandum, but just to remind us all, we went through this massive adaptation planning effort. It yielded 46 priority strategies, is that the right number? And now we're starting to take individual strategies and move them into implementation. It's what we need to be doing. It's going to take several years to do it all, and and I know we're going to have some workshops in a few months ahead where we can dig into this more. But I think I support this, and I think it's a great set of first steps.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Natalie, thank you for bringing this to us. I think that I like the conversation around seawall heights, keeping in mind that there's private seawalls, and then there's city-owned.
Yes.
That we've had discussions earlier today. I saw some slides in the budget that we just reviewed. And my question is, and I'm not going to get into it now, but during correspondence and communication, I'm going to have some comments and requests related to level of service. And I don't know the extent to which seawall heights, the work that you're trying to do in this retaining the services of ACOM, how that is connected, if at all, to any level of service and concurrency issues. So my ask is going to be make sure that this is in the right place at the right time, and we understand how it fits in with other stuff that we should be doing. So, thank you.
Petrino?
Thank you for this. The 46 or 47 items, just having so many, are they prioritized? And in any order on, impact and cost, some sort of cost benefit, so we know where to start versus doing the little things that might be lower priority? Do we have a good list of those things?
So one of the things that we asked during the June approval process was to give us some latitude, so we didn't have a specific list in a specific order. I mean, they are ranked in order, but we didn't have a specific ask, do these in a specific order for multiple reasons. One of the reasons was that some of these inform other studies. So we need to start with one in order to go through and do others. Another thing is that grant windows open up at different times. Like, for instance, our number one strategy was the Watershed Master Plan. But there's a grant that's going to be opening up here in another month or so. I'm not sure the date because no one will let me know that, but I know it's coming. It should be opening up before the end of the year. So let's see if we can get that grant. I still have to go through a bidding process and stuff, but let's see if we can get that grant. And so there would be foolishness on my part and not fiscally responsible if I went ahead with that project when I might be able to get a grant for it. So that was part of our ask in our last, in June, and, I really appreciated that everyone agreed with that. So that's where we are. So I'm kind of looking at things in that order and, trying to work down. There'll be, bigger projects as we go along, but we just need to get some information first in order to help us
Okay.
prioritize as we go.
All right, and then on your temperature, your thing where you're going to be going through the neighborhoods and looking where the hot spots are?
There's two. There's, that one is this is the thermal hotspot, and I was unaware of the heat island study. That is something that a community member discussed with me after the June meeting. I think it's a great idea. They inform slightly differently. One is informing a temperature analysis over time, and one is going out hands-on, for 1 week. So there's some slightly different results that you get from that. I did look that up, and that grant window opens up in, I think, December or January. So I figured we can see, and that grant actually pays for the whole thing. So I'm like, okay, well, let's see, we can still do this. This gives us a certain amount of information, and we can still pursue, that if we can get the grant for that, that would be, preferable.
I was looking around at MIT's laboratory experiments and came across something that is free, that is, if you know GIS. And, a lot of these cities have mapped these things out, but you can do a circle around what area you want to go in. And then they look at tree coverage, percent greening. And they just did some examples of they took citywide and put it out there on, all over the world.
Right.
And, it might be something to explore with them. They're always looking for partners. And
Okay.
I think they're a smart group of people. And, but on this particular thing, they have put all of the tools out there so that anybody that knows how to use Google Earth and GIS data can do this themselves. I just sent you the link.
Okay,
I love
perfect.
I love the idea because, we say that we have, I think, 30% coverage. I think that might have been the last report that we got from Heather Shields. And, but it varies wildly by neighborhood. And I think maybe from that, if we look at low canopies, say it's 10%, then we know where to focus on, taking temperatures. Because I think we'll find that they are a lot hotter.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, thank you for sending that to me. I'll look into it and see what we can do.
Okay, thanks. And then the other thing that I'm still on is having, you're talking about all these projects like you have dozens of people working for you, and I know you don't, and I know you didn't ask for many. Do we need to have a board that for resiliency in the environment of subject matter experts in the that are in our community that are chomping at the bit to try to work through some of these projects and prioritize some of the projects and really be an advisory board to us?
So, one of the things that I've been, talking with Jay and Bob about is having a series of like workshops or other types of, and maybe workshop is too strong of a term, but having gatherings where we can have, give and take conversation, because I think that like one of the things we just found right now, you just gave me a great idea that I need to look into more and explore. So I think that when you have like a whole community coming together with interested people, coming together and wanting to, pursue different resilience options, I think that that is very beneficial, and I think that that would help help us go forward. I don't know. I'm not saying yes or no. I don't know about the advisory board. But I think that, I think we need to have like conversations first to find out what, specifically we would want to focus that board on and that type of thing. And I think that these conversations that we can have coming up during the next, 6 months, 10 months will help inform that dialogue. So I've met some people in the community that I hadn't met before, and just wonderful ideas, wonderful conversations. It's been really great meeting people, and I really, frankly, am enjoying that. Maybe I'm a little selfish because I like getting out and seeing the people. So, I'm not 100% sure about the answer to your question, but I do know that I want to, have gatherings where people can get together and express ideas.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, because there is, it is probably the largest line item when you lump all of these together that we are spending and need to spend. And there are so many actions we could take that I don't have a clear sense of, should we be raising roads in pieces of Aqualand Shores, or should we be swaling, or should we be building seawalls? We've got to be really surgical about this, because it seems like everything in your department, except for these studies you mentioned, is just, it's so expensive that it would be helpful to know, this is what we're doing this year. This is how much it's going to cost, and next year and the following year. Because in the meanwhile, we are all getting the phone calls from different neighborhoods saying, oh my God, I flooded again. When, are we going to raise the roads? Or when are you going to do the storm pump stations, et cetera?
Mayor, if I may interject.
I would so appreciate that.
Yeah, I just want to reinforce, our commitment to you for multiple workshops. And I love what Natalie is doing and engaging in the community, folks who are, quote, subject matter experts, and those who may not be subject matter experts but have a lot of interest and can provide a lot of ideas to us as we move forward. But you're absolutely right. We need a prioritized list of things. List of things that we are going to do, and what order and what the costs are. So there's a lot of work in front of us, and this is a year that we need to do it. One of our commitments to you is, as we go through and evaluating and putting together this work plan, let's talk about a committee. Would it be constructive? Would it be meaningful? Would it be helpful, or will it slow us down? I don't know. But to have that conversation, we decided let's integrate that a little bit later. But we absolutely have to have a plan. We can't just spin the wheel and decide what we're going to do each year, because a lot of this work that needs to be done is progressive. It's going to layer upon each other, and some of this initial work that we're talking about today is going to very much so inform what that plan looks like.
I would be even interested in what is our matrix on how we prioritize things.
Yeah.
Is it by, flooded road? Is it by volume of traffic along certain corridors? Is it by, some other methodology, so that we know that we are surgically focused on the things that we need to focus on to keep our community safe and build resiliency?
Well, keep in mind that the adaptation plan is a prioritized list. numbered 1 through 47. So that was the prioritized list that was developed with community input, elected official input, and just everything. All the considerations, staff input, and that type of thing. So there is you already have that. You have a prioritized list. We are concentrating on ones. These are, 2, 9, 10, and 17. 17 was just really, really important for us to get started now so that we can have that information when we develop our comp plan and our code changes. So it was just really important for me to get that going.
Is it by road? Is the priority list by road?
It has to do, there was a lot of factors. So as they went through, it has to do with sensitivity analysis of our vulnerability assessment. So we had our vulnerability assessment, and there was, areas that flooded, just those types of things that were considered during our vulnerability assessment. Mm-hmm. So in that case, totally. Facilities that were in the, say a more flooded environment would receive a higher score than things that were not. Evacuation routes, if evacuation routes were underwater during, flooding events, then that's a problem. We would need to prioritize. So if you look at the adaptation plan, if you look at the 47 strategies, they're in order. And they were, informed from so much input and so much work. So you have a prioritized list.
Where does this fit,
Where does what fit?
this particular project?
These four items.
They're number 2 for the business case. Number 1, we are doing with the watershed master plan, and that is a grant that's coming open in like November or December. So I'm waiting on that. Then we have 2 is the business case for resilience, and that's on this list. Number 3, I believe, is the socially vulnerable neighborhood. 3 is the expand coordination with the county for regional flood support. We've had our first meeting with the county. We're working on getting it set up on a schedule and stuff. 4 is to evaluate options for climate hazard protection in socially vulnerable neighborhoods. That project is, I'm kind of waiting to see. I know that the Army Corps project is going to be doing proposing some work. So I wanted to let's just see what they're going to do, and then we can coordinate with that after the fact.
So I think Mr. Budeshwar and I were talking about having this come back, so.
In January.
Yeah.
So I plan to
Yes.
go through this in excruciating detail in January. It'll be at a workshop, the January workshop, and we'll be able to have a great discussion about everything that's transpired, over the summer and through the fall.
And we can't do it before January?
It just gets hard with
Look
the
at you.
with the holidays and stuff like that, because we have the abbreviated timeframes in December. And also the Army Corps. I'm waiting for the Army Corps report that's supposed to come out in December. So yeah, we can have it earlier, but we may not. We might be better off waiting just another month to help us.
Okay, thank you. And I'm so glad you're being proactive on this, and I'm with Councilmember Chrisman we really are excited, even though it doesn't appear to be. Councilmember Chrisman?
I'm overjoyed.
Making a motion.
Make a motion. I'll make a joyful motion here to approve.
Public
Oh,
comment.
I have a public comment? Sorry. Mr. Myers?
Hi, Greg Myers, Gulfshore Boulevard North. So I see in this item, it says inventory of seawalls. So I was out on the beach last week, down by my house, and I walked in front of the beach club. And I walked off the distance of the HBs. It's 230 yards. 230 feet, I'm sorry. Concrete to concrete. And it's a lot bigger than it looks on the plans. And I bet nobody's done an as-built survey for that project, because I'll guarantee it's not what it is on the plans. No, silence. And here's the other thing. I went back and looked. Not only is it bigger, It's closer than where it showed on the plans. And guess where it showed on the plans? Which your staff approved the coastal construction setback line permit. On the plans, it's only 30 feet away from the erosion control line. State statute is 50 feet into discussion. So now I have a 230-foot long seawall, concrete seawall that's 15 feet high. So I have the last time we had a storm event, so evacuation routes underwater during flood events, I have a really great video on my phone because I was out front after it stopped. And you know, they raised the road in front of the beach club 3 feet. Okay? And I've been here since 2005. Never have I had it been flooded from South Gulf all the way past 7th Avenue North. And I sent you the video, Mayor.
Yes, you did.
It's a great video, wasn't it? Where the girl rode up the street in her truck and she was laughing and she yelled at me, "Look, a no-wake zone." So where do you think all that water from that giant freaking concrete block, from the beach hotel to building ABC and now HB's, that's within the 50-foot erosion control setback? Where do you think that water's going? That's why in front of my house, there was 3 feet of water from not even that big of a storm. Vulnerability assessment, so many actions we could take. Do we need a board to advise the city council workshops? This is a good one. What the costs are. You know what the costs are to follow the code and the law? The costs are free, zero. But your staff, sitting right here, wanting to do studies, gave them a coastal construction setback line permit that violates the law. It's not going to stand. I guarantee you. It's in court now, and it's not going to stand. And I am so frustrated and disturbed with you all that you continue to allow this to go on. This is special interest. It was done on purpose. It's right on the plan that went before DRB. And it's even closer now to the ECL, and it's bigger. That's not a rebuild of HB's. That's a 15,000 square foot plus standalone restaurant on a piece of R3T18 ground that doesn't allow for commercial use, with storefronts.
3 minutes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you,
sorry,
Mr.
I
Chrisman.
didn't even
You're
hear the
welcome.
buzzer.
Yeah, because you're as corrupt as they
You're up.
come.
Okay, excuse me.
Excuse me?
Wait, stop.
Officer?
Hey,
No.
No, we're not
You're not
doing
gonna
that.
do that.
I
I'm
want
allowed to
order.
say you're
He's
corrupt.
fine. We're over with that. Please, thank you. We're not having any kind of behavior like that.
It was his
Thank you.
behavior.
Yeah, okay, stop, please. Natalie, Ms. Harvin.
Yes.
Can
You
please-
had asked me to make a motion, Mayor,
Yes.
to conclude this item, and I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution for 13F that would allow the 4 resiliency projects identified in the resolution to move forward and to expend the money required to do so.
Second. I have a motion by Councilmember Chrisman and a second by Councilmember Petronoff. Madam Clerk, please pull the council.
Vice Mayor Hutchison,
Yes.
Councilmember Penniman,
Yes.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Barton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer,
Yes.
Councilmember Petronoff,
Yes.
Mayor Heighton.
Yes, thank you. And I do want to know whether there was a administrative approval on the Naples Beach Club, or that it's not the proper name, for that seawall. I know that you came before us about an item for approval, and somehow, I can't remember exactly what happened, but we,
Unrelated,
okay. I don't know.
yeah, completely unrelated.
And I do think, Mr. Boudishwar, the coastal construction setback line is something that we really must look at in how those approvals are being made. It used to come before council. It now is an
I
administrative.
can promise you that we are complying with our codes.
Well, I'm sure, but I'm saying it used to be in the code that the council would have an approval on that. Somewhere down the line, it changed and it became administrative, and I think it's something that we need to look at, and we need to be preparing for the future in our comprehensive plan. So I'm glad that you're working on the comprehensive plan before the consultant is hired, because you should be able to tell us those things now from your point of view, what we should be working on, and I look forward to that. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Natalie.
Mayor, do you mind if we skip 13G and I just do the two announcements for the executive session? 13H and 13I? It'll take like 2 minutes.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Be my last read of tonight. The city attorney is announcing his request for an executive session closed to the public for the purpose of seeking advice concerning settlement negotiations or strategy related to litigation expenditures associated with litigation styled Keller, Rachel versus City of Naples, case number 23-CA002955, 20th Judicial Circuit in and for Collier County, Florida, on October 2nd, 2024 at 12:30 in the city's conference room on the second floor of City Hall. The executive session is expected to last approximately 1 hour. Entire session shall be recorded by the certified court reporter. The reporter shall record the times of commencement, termination of session, all discussion and proceedings, the names of all persons present at any time, and the names of all persons speaking. No portion of the session will be off the record. The court reporter's notes shall be fully transcribed and filed with the city clerk within a reasonable time after the meeting. No action will be taken during the executive session, but action may be taken concerning settlement negotiations at a future public meeting. Following individuals will be present during the executive session: Mayor Teresa Heitman, council members Terry Hutchinson, Ray Chrisman, Beth Petronoff, Bill Kramer, Linda Penniman, Bern Barton, City Manager Jay Boudishwar, City Attorney Matthew McConnell, Assistant City Attorney Ralph Brooks, an attorney for the city's insurance carrier Jeffrey Hercom, and a representative from Dimes Court Reporting.
Thank you.
I didn't,
And
yeah, I could have combined those.
yes,
Thank you, Mayor. The city attorney is announcing another request for an executive session closed to the public to seek advice concerning settlement negotiations pursuant to Florida Statute 286.011 subparagraph 8. Case style is Lori Rosemary versus City of Naples, case number 23-CA2209 in Collier County, Florida. On October 2nd, 2024, at approximately 1:30 or immediately following the previously scheduled executive session, City Conference Room on the second floor of City Hall. The executive session is expected to last approximately 1 hour. Court reporter shall record times of commitments and all discussions. No part of the record shall be off the record. City Council will not take action during the executive session, but may take action at a future meeting. Following individuals will be present: Mayor Teresa Heitman, council members Terry Hutchison, Ray Chrisman, Beth Petronoff, Bill Kramer, Linda Penniman, Bern Barton, City Manager Jay Boudishwar, City Attorney Matthew McConnell, Assistant City Attorney Ralph Brooks, and Attorney Jeffrey Hercom, and a representative from Dimes Court Reporting. So we have two on October 2nd, 2024, one beginning at 12:30 and one at 1:30 or shortly thereafter. Thank you, Mayor.
thank you. Now we'll go to 13G. Mr.
Right.
Boudishwar?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm looking for your approval of the 2025 City Council and CRA meeting schedule. As you all are aware, our code requires that council meet on the first and third Wednesday of each month for regular meetings. And as a matter of practice, you also meet, you have also met on the third Monday of each month in a workshop setting. The code doesn't require a certain number of CRA meetings. but you have traditionally held 4 to 5 meetings a year, appropriately spaced out. So before you today is a proposal for your meetings in the upcoming year. I do want to point out a couple of things. In the month of February, the second meeting of the month was, I'm sorry, the third week of the month. The Monday is the President's holiday, so we have adjusted, consistent with what we did this past year, your workshop and your regular meeting that week to the Tuesday and Thursday to avoid a back-to-back meeting, so I wanted to point that out. Also wanted to point out in October of next year, October 1st is Yom Kippur, and I just want to make a note that we want to try to be considerate of the high holiday and be done by 5 p.m. that day. So that'll be a lighter schedule like today's schedule. That was a joke. And the last month that I wanted to point out was the month of December. In keeping with our plans for this December, we have back-to-back weeks of meeting, the first and second week instead of the first and third, to allow for an extended winter recess. So we're looking for your approval today, because the sooner we can get this approved, the sooner the boards and committees can begin scheduling their meetings around yours. What you don't see on here are any pre-scheduled special meetings. That's one of the things you asked us to avoid this year. Of course, we can always schedule special meetings if we need special meetings at any time in the year, but this will allow staff to properly plan and get our meetings organized, and January is right around the corner. So with that, just seeking your approval of the schedule.
I'll just say on the CRA meeting for April 10th, I'm not available to attend, but, you know, the majority rules, it would be really good if we could, you know, if there's a council meeting that week, do the CRA meeting also, but I don't know if that ever works out. I'd like the
As far as-
30th.
I think we should make sure everybody can attend every meeting at this point, and we could move the CRA meeting up to the prior week or the next.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Or to the next week.
We could do, so we have a regular meeting on April 2nd. We could have the CRA meeting on April 3rd, if that works with your schedule, Mayor.
Well, I'm not the only one, but does it work for everybody else?
This is really short notice to try to compile. I got I work another job. So I can't make a commitment at 7:15.
What?
So you-
No way to commit to this right now.
The change?
Any changes?
Yeah.
Like, you just, no way.
Since if there's only one, if we're good with this schedule, all of 7 of us, with the exception of that one meeting, perhaps you could, by email, just check with everybody subsequent to this meeting, Mr. Bourgeois.
Absolutely.
Suggest the April 3rd, or maybe give 2 alternative dates and see if we can't get a consensus. That would simplify it.
Happy to do that.
And then we can approve this today with that one date requiring some further approval.
Okay.
Okay.
So, motion?
I'll move for approval of this 2025 workshop and meeting schedule with further conversation to occur around finalizing the April CRA meeting date.
A motion by Councilmember Chrisman and a second by Councilmember Penniman. All in favor, sign by aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Is there dates that you want to at least give Mr. Bourgeois right now
I'm
that,
trying to go
is
through.
it- if it's a conflict?
I mean, okay, February, I've got a conflict with TDC, I've got a conflict with Southwest Florida Regional Planning. I don't know if I have to do those.
Microphone, please.
Wait, I'm sorry, on what month?
It does, in February.
I got it.
That isn't the point. I need a little time to digest and
I missed, Mr. Kramer,
Months and months out.
yeah.
And
Well, I think the only thing that's not normally scheduled are the CRA meetings.
Well, the ones
That
that
helps.
just got moved in February, the 7th, because of President's Day holiday, and they're not meeting back to back. I'm working on that right now. So in lieu of that, and it doesn't matter anyway, I'm a minority voice. Roll
Well, you
with
may
it,
not
and
be,
we'll figure it
sir.
out.
You may not be. Yes, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, the only reason I voted no is that I agree that, and I thought the discussion was to allow the city manager to come back to us via email. I couldn't sit here and vote yes on some dates that are questionable, because similar to Councilman Kramer, I've got commitments way out based on cadence, a meeting cadence that has been adopted historically. So my ask is just to allow the city manager to communicate with us what might be changing and allow us to respond before making that formal approval on a vote. So, thank you, that's all.
Yeah, and Mayor, I'm happy to include the February 17th and 20th meetings in the back and forth. Those are, in addition to the CRA meetings, which aren't set by the code. The only issue in this proposed schedule that conflicts with the code are the meetings on February 17th and 20th because of the President's Day holiday. Alternatively, you can keep your third Wednesday of the month meeting on the 19th and skip the workshop
Or
for the
move
month
the
of Mary.
workshop to the 3rd.
Or move the workshop to the 3rd, but that's a date that everyone's gonna have to check.
Right. So check that. It would, as an alternative, Kramer?
No, I'm just looking at the 17th of being St. Patrick's Day. Shouldn't affect us because they'll celebrate it on the weekend, but in March.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and we had a vote. So we're still back to Mr. Bourgeois is going to send out a confirmation of dates that may conflict so that we have a majority of council there. Okay? Thank you. Oh, Ms. Martin, we have a reading. Mr. McConnell?
An ordinance for the purpose of amending the City of Naples Comprehensive Plan to incorporate amendments necessary to address the City of Naples adopted evaluation and appraisal report, in parentheses, EAR, providing for transmittal to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and other required review agencies, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Good evening, Ms. Martin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Eric Martin, Planning Director. This is second reading of your comprehensive plan to incorporate the EAR-based amendments. City Council did hear this on first reading and voted unanimously to recommend approval or to approve it on first reading. We transmitted to the state. We did not receive any objections or comments from the state, no changes. So what's before you for second reading is exactly the same as what was before you for first reading. And following, if this is approved today, we will transmit again to the state. Following that 60-day review window, then we will be finally adopted and up to date.
Then motion to approve if no one else has comments.
Motion by Councilmember Petronoff. A second by Vice Mayor. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember Chrisman?
Yes.
Councilmember Petronoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Barton?
Yes.
Councilmember Kramer?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hutchison?
Yes.
Councilmember Penniman?
Yes.
Mayor Heitman?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Passes
Thanks.
unanimously. Moving to public comments, seeing none. Moving on to communications and correspondence. Ms. Penman? Or-
Yeah, just a quick question. How much are we going to depend upon the dashboard to lead us forward relative to adaptation? I think it's number 14 on the list. So, we've got some sort of conflicting dynamics going on here. So I think we've got to decide, is the dashboard going to be our blueprint, or are we going to move some things around on the dashboard, maybe rejigger some stuff? Obviously, I'd like to see resiliency move up over, and I frankly don't know what the number one is, but if that's going to be our blueprint, we need to take another look. Thank you.
Yeah. Real quick, Mayor, just I want to clarify your dashboard listed numbers 1 through 16. That's not your priority order. It's just a random order of the 16. Yeah. Of course, we'll take direction from you. That's why we provide the dashboard update. If there's something that you see scheduled months from now and you'd rather see it accelerated, of course, there's trade-offs. Something's going to have to wait for something to come forward, but we're happy to take that input from you at any time. But right now, our pledge is, you heard it, resiliency items are moving forward.
Yeah,
actively.
when you look at these reports and you see that this whole process started in 2019 and we're just now talking about it, should there really be 5-year hiatuses? And if there is, quite frankly, folks, we're going to come here in our swimming suits and snorkels. So I think we better jump on this resiliency thing.
I understand, and I need you to confirm this, is these things are running simultaneously, and quite frankly, they're on the priority list, but they're already in the process. The peer, I don't have it in front of me, but they're already in the process, so there's not numbered, so I'm hoping that but to me, the comprehensive plan is the priority list, but number one, because that runs everything. So thank you for that. Did you get your answer?
I did. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. It's been a wonderful birthday.
Yes.
This will be, I'll remember it forever. I spent the entire day with my colleagues. You can't do much better than that.
Councilmember Barton.
Only that, in reference to my dissertation a week or so ago and on the interlocal agreements between city and okay, guys, see thumbs up there. I just want to make sure that was put somewhere where it's in front of you on a regular basis. All right, awesome. Thank you.
Two things. It's going to be one now, it's two. We had, the first is that we had several speakers this morning in public comment who were obviously collaborating to make comments on two items. One was the health freedom ordinance and resolution, and the other was the fluoride issue. And I may have misheard you, Mayor, but I thought what I heard you say was that one or both of those issues were going to be brought forward at a future workshop discussion on water quality or water something, because to me, this goes right back to our priorities discussion. We identified 55 priorities as a group in May, and neither of these two issues were among those priorities.
Thank you. It does need clarification. No, we were just discussing if, when we presented the integrated water resources plan, if we could briefly just let the community know what type of fluoride, how much fluoride, and then that would give them a better understanding. Then if we need to bring it up for any kind of a vote, but it's just basically do you want to?
Yeah, I can help, Mayor. As you all know, we're required to prepare an annual water quality report. It's a quick 2-pager. You've received it. It's published online. It gives ranges of sample findings for a variety of different things, including fluoride in our water, which is partly naturally occurring. In fact, there are cities, the naturally occurring level of fluoride is 3, 4, 5, 6, sometimes 10 times higher than the additive that a lot of cities have. So we're required to report that. So I was having a conversation with the mayor on our look-ahead schedule, and I can't remember if it's October or November, but we do have on our look-ahead an item to discuss our potable water service specifically our service area, development impact, things like that. We want to have a conversation with you. We can use that opportunity to talk about treatment, how detailed you want to get. I wasn't planning on getting very detailed, other than pointing out the fact that this is a highly, highly regulated utility, and we can point out for you quickly what we do, what we're required to report, and possibly, kind of where we stand. We have award-winning water. I think we've talked about that before, as far as its quality is concerned. So we're happy to do that as a small part of this bigger presentation planned for later this fall.
Well, I'll just say, you don't have to convince me with everything you just said. I know that's true. But I don't support having a debate about fluoride. If a majority of this council does, we can have it. But at that point, what I would insist upon to the degree I can is to have true experts with scientific and medical knowledge about this here, not people who surf the internet. And so I've said my piece. You can't have a short conversation about this debate. You just can't, given the agenda of some of the folks we're dealing with. So we just have to keep that in mind. And it's not a priority, and I'm just trying to avoid having half of a day, losing half of a day of discussion on something like this. My second item, today we welcome back Mr. Myers into the fold after a several-month seeming absence, and he was in fine form. I don't really care what he says to me, and the rest of you, we're up here, and we have, people can come in within limits, say whatever they want. But once again, you're talking about somebody who demeans and threatens staff and seems to have a real preference for doing it with our female staff. I mean, there's a pattern there. And I'll just say for myself, I've had it. It's wrong. It's wrong for us to find it acceptable. And it went on multiple times here today. He essentially accused our staff, us too, of carrying out illegal activities, of being corrupt, of being incompetent. I'm talking about the staff now. And then you add to it the other, so that's one part of his messaging. The other part is the malarkey. I mean, all this malarkey about the coastal construction line, Mr. Budeshwar sent us in-depth information that his staff prepared about how there is absolutely nothing that has been done in permitting at the Naples Beach Club or anyplace else that is in violation of the coastal construction line regulations. And we have the permits that have been granted by state agencies to prove it. We've been through this, and it just keeps coming back up. So, I know how hard it is to deal with somebody like this, but what really gets me is when, you have somebody who is really demeaning, insulting, and frankly threatening staff who are sitting there, in his shadow, having to deal with this kind of nonsense. And, at minimum, it needs to be said out loud.
Thank you. We did have a way of addressing the demeanor, the decorum within the chambers. Thank you. I didn't hear the buzzer go off because the loud noise was in my head. So thank you for saying the buzzer went off. I think the best thing, though, is to let him have his time, stop him at his time, and don't engage in any type of dispute with him. But I definitely will set the tone for the decorum, and that's the way it'll be. There won't be demeaning, insulting, yelling. I mean, there's no rules that you can't insult, or his interpretation of whether it's insulting. But having.
For barking at him. I put that on me. I apologize.
Oh, no, we don't need to escalate to that level. But decorum is very important, and having that decorum will be maintained here. So, thank you for that.
Yes, no problem.
I'm complete.
Thank you. Councilmember Kramer.
Thank you for mentioning that. That saves me time. Sorry. Thanks for mentioning that. So I'm the same way. Say whatever you want about me, but don't mess with staff, period. Or any of the ladies in here. We're not doing that. Okay. Here's some news from TDC. The trend continues. Year to year, January through July, we are down 6.5% in visitation here. But they're staying longer and spending more. So, now, the vendors in the county do not like that. But the people who live in the city, I would imagine, think that's fantastic. So, it's providing terrific revenue for the TDC because they're spending what they're spending. Interestingly, Florida Keys are number one, and we look at comparable markets, and it's more expensive than here in terms of, hotels and food and whatnot, or at least as expensive. Hotels are trending more expensive. All right, here's what else. This is really good news. The TDC, they approved a recommendation, approved a resolution. The counties, through the TDC funding, will spend $1,270,000 on a renourishment project for the beach in 25-26. Then the total of that project is $2.25 million, and the rest comes from the state. TDC is also, in November, they have a project in Park Shore for beach renourishment at a cost of $7.5 million, just slightly over that. Another $50,000 for dredging and doctors, another $1.75 million for some engineering and beach renourishment in Naples, in the city of Naples. So TDC dollars are coming because they are not tax dollars. They are heads in beds dollars that are coming to the city and helping us with what we got going. So that's good news. And that's all I got.
Thank you. And Councilmember Petrino?
Just a couple quick things. We went to the 25-year celebration of Collier County's drug court. Yes, the two of us, not together, but we arrived. And so I think the city was well represented, and Judge Martin was fantastic. And I just wanted to share a couple things with you that I got from LaTrenda Small-Harris, who's the compliance manager and data specialist. They've had 500 people through that program. 50 are currently in the program. They have cut the recidivism rate by half, which is amazing. And they had 3 people come up and share their stories, which were really tearjerkers. But the common theme was all 3 of them said they would not have been alive were it not for this high-touch, highly involved, completely voluntary program. So it either becomes, in most cases, it's either jail or they go through this program. And they are tied into more to St. Matthew's, David Lawrence Center, et cetera. So it seems to be a really good network for those that want to avail themselves of this program. But it was fascinating. Really enjoyed it. Second thing that I wanted to talk about is back to the fluoride sort of argument. I talked with Bob Middleton about this a little bit, and in April of 2012, this exact topic came up before. So it has been, it's been hashed, and it's being hashed again. I guess it comes up every decade or so at a meeting. And we have brought in the director of Collier County Health Department to sort of say why we are adding fluoride to the water, et cetera. I also reached out to the American Dental Association and Medical Association because I wanted to educate myself. And, you know, they have spending amounts where it's for every dollar that is spent on fluoride, there is like $37 saved in public health. And so they have a lot of data from, I think, very credible sources that have been done studies for as long as 80 years. So we've got, I would agree with Councilmember Chrisman that it is not on our priority to talk about this. It's not on our 16 priorities. No resident except for one has really brought it up. And I think we have a lot of other things that we need to do. And in my opinion, the most credible sources that I could find are in favor of doing this, especially for children and especially for older adults, as we lose calcium and through as we age and our mouths dry out, and the fluoride helps. So that was just a conclusion. I hope we do not add it onto an agenda. Let's see. The other item, I can defer all the other items, given that it's almost 8 o'clock. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Just two issues, really. First, this discussion about fluoride, and I don't know the other topic. I don't know the exact words that were used, but something about medical freedom, I believe. What strikes me as interesting is that Collier County and Marco Island have adopted these, both of them. So, and it's been 12 years since these items have been addressed. Based on what I witnessed today, it looks like there's some traction here, and it's not gonna go away. We're gonna continue hearing from it. I think the city manager has told us that this fluoride issue will be weaved into perhaps a larger water quality discussion. So I'm interested in just listening to probably a high-level discussion about what that means. And then this other thing, the medical freedom thing, I've got to look at that a little bit closer. But again, the entities around us are approving this, and that indicates to me that it was thoroughly vetted. I want to know just a little bit more before I say discount it entirely. And I've had some preliminary conversations, but I haven't delved deep into this, but I think these folks are serious. Next, today, we had discussion about level of service. We didn't have time today, nor do we have time this evening, to get into the weeds of what this annual update on level of service, what it means to the things that we do on millage increases and the comprehensive plan. My ask, and I don't want to get in the weeds on this, but my ask is this: we're clearly missing something that is in our documents, and it tells us to do it. So my ask is for a consensus to do this. Yeah.
Yes.
To direct the city manager to work with appropriate members of his staff, along with the city attorney, to review the impact related to the lapse in performing the annual level of service analysis since 2015, 2016, and inform City Council of any risks, options, and opportunities related to the same. In other words, let them go look at this and tell us, or do we have a problem?
Vice Mayor, do you mind if I modify that?
Okay.
Because we're already kind of working. Can that be modified to restart this level of service annual report?
Yeah, restart it, but
Instead of going back in time and figuring out what we missed, I think
Yeah.
At least right now, since we
But-
haven't
but-
done it.
Absolutely,
It's
and
a-
I'd modify that if that's our ask.
Let's
But
go-
if there's something that we need to know as you do that, if there's something that we need to know, that we need to know,
Yes,
then
yes.
come back and let us know.
And if I may add to that, you all are aware because we communicated to you this summer that we discovered, both Matthew and I, that there's been this lapse of this annual reporting. And one of the problems in looking back is the turnover we've had on our team, and no one can remember, but there was a moment in time when it just stopped. There were some things that happened at the state level in terms of requirements. I think